Diving headfirst into the manosphere to woo male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch and YouTube like Hasan or other kind of promoters of hate.
You must always maintain revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic moment, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. Praise be to Allah. It is Sunday. It's Easter Sunday. As a matter of fact, we're live, we're alive, and there's a lot to talk about. As always, coming to you live from stolen Dongva land. We're here. We're live. We're ready. It's Dr. Jihad, as you guys know, coming to you live from Sunday FUNDAY. It's not going to be too much of a fun day, obviously, because we have a lot going on, and there's a lot to talk about. Source tells me Jesus is stable. Please, God. Okay, nice. Good start. Good start on a fantastic Charlie Kirk message. So what is happening with this camera? It's like weirdly having a hard time auto-focusing as of late. But we're going to be situation monitoring, as always. Day 36 of Operation Epstein's Fury. And before I do that, of course, is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. And as far as personal news goes, as far as everything that's going on in the world, you know, there's so much happening. There's so much happening in the world, and we have to cover it all. But there's not really anything going on in my life, because I'm a chud-ass loser, as you guys already know. Shit. Couldn't even hit the fa right. I am a chud-ass loser. I didn't do anything last night. I hung out with the family, went to bed early. I didn't even go to the Chapo the party, the 10th anniversary party that I was supposed to go to, because I was so tired and I wanted to be with my family a little bit, considering that I've been flying around quite a bit. And yeah, I was doing activities, situation monitoring, going to sleep early, waking up early. Well, not even early. I actually had to sleep a lot more yesterday. Woke up, had some convos with the fam, and worked out, hit the legs. Hey man, shock your dog recently and try to play up the losing side of stuff. What is that? Is that a question? I'm confused. You're saying, hey man, shock your dog recently and try to play up the losing side of stuff? What's the losing side of stuff? What is is Israel on the winning side of stuff? Are you winning if Israel's winning? Are you Israeli? I'm confused. Bossabot failed you on Discord? What do you mean? You skipped the party plan? No, I planned the after party after the event. I did not plan this one. But where was I? I pinged Discord. Don't worry, boss. Okay, good. So, personal news wise, it didn't add, but your mod at Discord instead. Okay, good. Meet Kenya throwing massive shade your way. I don't care, guys. I don't know why you're like, guys. You know who's throwing massive shade my way? The nation state of Israel. Okay, like who cares if a meme guy is like making a fucking Kaya shock joke? Like, please. What I have to tell you is this place. Okay. How do you motivate yourself for leg day? It's tough. It's tough, especially if I'm traveling and I can't like work out for a couple days in a row. I just like kind of fall out of it. It's terrible. Since you insist on not trimming the beard, can we get Hank Pecker back on the stream? Hank Pecker is on the stream. Fucking Cory Booker talked about you with the Pod Johns. I know we'll get to that in a second, but I have it here. We'll
through your office. You said.
We'll obviously be talking about that. I want to also see the comments on TikTok. Yeah. But what does your hat say? Bass Pro Shop in Arabic, I think, but like in busted Arabic, it's not real. It's I forget where I got it. Someone at an event that I was at, like at like a little secret LA event or whatever, was trying to give me some hats, and he was wearing this hat, and I was like, I want this hat. Don't give me any of the other hats. I want the hat that you're currently wearing on your head. So I took it off the top of his dome. You know, fake socialist steals champagne socialist Hassan Piker, caviar commie Hassan Piker steals proletarian's hat from the top of his head. That's right. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the world, and obviously we're going to get into it. We're going to be talking about the search and rescue mission that was successful, but still very, very devastating for America in general. We'll obviously cover all of that. They've lost a lot of assets in the process. Things are not as good as it seems in the way that Trump is presenting it, in the way that Americans are presenting it. But we'll talk about all of that and more. Trump obviously had a fucking psychopathic tweet, more psychopathic than his usual tweets. Trump threatens terror on Eastern Sunday. Insane. CSAR extracts pilot. Many planes downed. Epstein fury, day 36. Right-wing Dems still on my ass. Michigan tomorrow. Sunday FUNDAY. Get in now. So, okay. Trump didn't tweet that. Little Dick Miller did. I mean, I don't know who did it, but it doesn't matter. You were right. U.S. bombed the area to clear space for rescue. Al Jazeera took the bait with no verification, which was suspicious when I first saw it reported yesterday. Yeah, they were not, what do you call it? They were not doing the Hannibal doctrine. They were not like sending the coordinates to Israel to like blow up the pilot. They created a cordon sanitaire around, the pilot, like the area the pilot was in. We'll obviously get into all of that and more. I'll describe to you this complex. I talked to a bunch of analysts, and I talked to a bunch of NatSec reporters and reporters that often get these sorts of scoops about like what could have potentially happened, what the inconsistencies are in the way that they're reporting the events that unfolded. Because there's a little bit of inconsistency. It's not obviously the American government, nor will the Iranian government ever give you what do you call it? The full events, right? Like they're going to present things in the way that is that looks as best as possible for their side, right? In any case, yeah. Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? If you have a blast off meme, send it to me. And we'll cover it. Any update on the Cuba mini doc? We'll watch the Meat Canyon video later. If you want me to watch it, we'll watch it later if I have some time. But it is pretty funny. Like it shows where the mentality of people are. Cause like most of the people that are coming in here today are going to be like, hey, you were mentioned and smeared on Meet the Press by someone who has ambitions of potentially running for president, like was defending you on Meet the Press and was asked about coming on your stream. It's not even drama, by the way. The chatters are trying to manufacture their own. He just made a dog shock joke. Oh, that's it. Yeah. But it's like really funny that like even a subtle mention from Meat Canyon will alert some of these guys. Like if you want, there's a lot more quote unquote drama taking place currently in the adult universe that I occupy for the most part. So no, it was not subtle amount. I don't really, I like I said, do we have a blast off meme? It's not bad. People are just being weird. Okay. Thank you. This is a good blast off meme. I haven't seen it. I don't necessarily care all that much. I like Meat Canyon. I know he's homies with my good friend, Noel Miller. He's got really decent politics for the most part. So I don't really care if he's like cracking a couple jokes. Who gives a fuck, dude? Everyone has done it on the internet at this point. What are you gonna fucking get mad on my behalf? Don't be silly. I need another blast off meme. That meme doesn't work. Meet the Press, more like press the meat. Yeah, they're on my meat. Yeah, I make jokes about it too. So don't you have two events tomorrow? Not tomorrow. It's going to be on Tuesday. I'm gonna go to two college campuses and stump alongside Abdul El-Sayed for Abdul El-Sayed's Senate run. He's in the Democratic primaries in the Michigan Senate. And Summer Lee is going to be there as well. Some other people are also going to be there. Very excited for that. And Trumpatola. So, all right, that blast off is good. No Twitch noti. Yeah, everyone, all the forces are against me. Chat, that's what it is. That's what it is. Tell El-Sayed to endorse me if he loses. Okay, he's not going to lose. And sure, I got you. Yeah. You got stump fits ready, presses on your ass like nobody's business. Yes. I do have stump fits ready, as always. Bulwark bullshit stuff is out there, though. You have a lot of supporters defending you in the comments, both on their side and YouTube. Yeah, I think there's like two different types of people right now that are out there going, this is, bullshit. I'm a fan of Hasan. You guys are out there correcting the record, which is fantastic. It's wonderful. There's people who have people who are fans of mine that know the context and are offering the context of a lot of these quotes. There's people who are fans of mine that hear the quotes and they're like, I don't really know what this is about, but like I know what Hasan is about. I'm tangentially aware of who he is, and I like him. So you guys are bullshit. And then there are other people who don't know who the fuck I am, but are hearing my name over and over again from people that are saying like, I'm dangerous. But then they look at it and they're like, well, he's anti-Israel and it seems like you guys are pro-Israel. So I think I'm going to actually lean on his side and on his, lean towards what he's saying instead, because again, it's a 90-10 issue, right? And that's where we're at. It is funny to see like how deranged my haters get, regardless of how professional they are. I didn't expect a person that is like a prominent neocon of the past who operates like a serious media outlet, right? Like it's an independent one, but it's like supposed to be a serious media outlet, to engage in the same like Ethan Klein, Sex Pestiny style attitudes. I don't know why people that fucking hate me don't have like a normal amount of hate. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know why they just can't have like a normal disagreement or something. If you see a centrist liberal account tweeting about Hasan, check their profile, see how many times they mentioned him in the past 2 weeks. This is not normal. Yeah, it's abnormal. It's not normal at all. It's very strange, and I think it's probably paid. Yeah, Magdi Jacob, Ethan Wolf, like these are people who like they work with centrists, right? They work with like centrist candidates. They want to do their very best to like smear the left flank of the party, and they think I'm like a reliable way to start that conversation. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, did you see this? Zohran Mamdani praising Jesus, Donald Trump praising Allah. Easter 2026. Happy Easter, New York. Today, millions of New Yorkers celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ and the victory of hope over despair and faith over fear. Now, as a Muslim, for those of you who don't know, Muslims also recognize Jesus Christ. But the only difference is they don't recognize the resurrection. So Zoran is recognizing the resurrection of Jesus Christ here, which is he's a heretic. Okay? He's a heretic. However, Donald Trump, on the other hand, is saying praise be to Allah while simultaneously saying that he's going to do terrorism on Iran. Obviously, we're going to be talking about that. It turns out Zoran wasn't doing taqiyya for, the 12 imams. He's not a Shia 12er any longer. He's actually doing taqiyya for Christianity. It turns out it was actually a Uno reversal. Many of you didn't realize that it was actually an Uno reversal. The real moment was supposed to be the real ambitions from Zoran was supposed to teach the Muslims that Jesus Christ, which Muslims also believe is a prophet, right? Was resurrected, which Muslims don't believe, right? I don't think Muslims don't believe in Jesus Christ's resurrection, and they don't believe that they recognize Jesus Christ as a prophet. They respect Jesus Christ. They defend Jesus Christ as a prophet. However, they don't believe that Jesus Christ was like the Son of God or the manifestation of God. They don't believe that. And now that Zoran is you're a shit Muslim, suck my dick. But now that Zoran is saying that the resurrection took place, he's actually doing taqiyya for Christianity, it seems, and not for Islam. We do believe Jesus' resurrection, do we? I thought that it was that Jesus was a real prophet, but like he didn't actually. No, he didn't get resurrected. He's not like the son of God, right? He's just a prophet, right? He's not. That's like the big difference. Even though Muslims obviously do respect Jesus Christ, and perhaps more than a lot of Christians do, ironically enough, but no, you do not, you bad Muslim. I mean, I am not a good Muslim at all. I'm a Muslim in name only. Let's be real, okay? I'm a Mino. I'm a Mino. I'm culturally, I was raised in this environment, but it's not necessarily something that I fully abide by. I'm culturally Muslim, as I like to say, and not necessarily a practicer of the faith. He is waiting in heaven. He was saved and he never died. Okay. You right, Jesus, aka Isa, is a prophet, not son of God. Yeah, I know that one for sure. Anyway, why are we talking about this? Oh, because the person that is a real and committed believer in Islam now apparently is not your boy HasanAbi Piker, but actually Donald fucking Trump, even though he's also committed to doing terrorism. Obviously, we'll be getting into that in a second. There's, of course, the current meta of consistently talking about me on Meet the Press and all the other outlets so that they can continue creating and manufacturing outrage, manufacturing drama around like irrelevant things and try to tie up left flank candidates or left adjacent candidates, left sympathetic candidates like Ro Khanna with these ridiculous things where it's like, oh, well, why are you hanging out with this guy? The hope is that they don't fucking defend me and they get like a W off of that to because in their minds they think this will destroy my legitimacy, right? It's very stupid. It doesn't make any sense. It has nothing to do, like it literally has nothing to do with my success has nothing to do with the politicians that I'm like standing alongside. It's just very stupid. And after these last 3 weeks of unlimited Hassan derangement syndrome shit, the very same people that represent these centrist forces are seemingly retreating. So here it is. Jill Filipovich says, my hot take on Democrats and Hassan is that the vast majority of voters do not give a shit, and the Democrats should spend way more time talking about them, about something that is not Hassan Piker. I actually do agree with this take. I didn't invite this media cycle. They did for some weird reason. It is very strange that like all these outlets that have written about me in the past, quite literally saying stuff like, oh, this guy's the Joe Rogan of the left. He's the way that the Democrats are going to reach out to the youth, are now also leaning into the fucking smears as well, which I find a little bit discouraging. You guys are fake friends. Okay. You're fake friends, NBC. Like, think about it. NBC is like writing articles being like, this is the guy that's going to reach out to the youth. He's the Joe Rogan of the left. And then they turn around and they're like, actually, he's a dangerous anti-Semite, according to the ADL. Like, how'd that happen? He's a dangerous anti-Semite, according to the ADL. Like, how'd that happen? Yeah. And then Sarah Longwell, who played a big role in like elevating this discourse, the Hassan is the most significant problem that the Democrats are facing discourse, is now going, yeah, let's retreat. Because Sarah started this nonsense, and now that she's been royally embarrassed by the situation she created, she's trying to cover it up. I did not start it. I'm not embarrassed. I'm not trying to cover it up. I'm right. But to combat the amount of mischaracterized insanity you good folks are pumping into the world would eat up my whole weekend. I'm sure we'll keep talking about it as time goes on. It's not a topic that's going away. Yeah, it's pretty funny that they went from discount Hillary Clinton. Yeah, they went from like everything that we have to talk about. The most significant issue right now is Trump is like inflicting maximum damage on Iran, and Iran is retaliating and causing American assets to light on fire, putting American troops in harm's way. Trump is gearing up for a $1.5 trillion military budget on the one hand, openly saying that like we can't feed our children, we can't pay for daycare because we have to pay for wars, Israel's war specifically. The people have spent, these guys, these right-wing Democrats have spent the last 3 weeks talking about this shit and it didn't work, right? It didn't put a dent. It didn't actually do anything. It didn't have a significant impact at all. It's just people that are hysterical talking to other hysterical people about this. And those people already are like terrified and think that anyone who is understandably disturbed by the actions of Israel is a rapacious Jew hater, right? Like that's their attitude regardless. But now that they didn't have the impact at all, and as a matter of fact, had the reverse impact that they were trying to get out of this situation, which is it basically just highlighted me to a lot of people who don't know who I am, to a lot of Democrat boomers, in my opinion. And instead of looking at all of those comments and going, wow, this guy's a real danger to the American, this guy's a real danger to America. I think a lot of like independent and Dem boomers that watch this stuff go, yeah, we've heard this. We've heard this about everyone that speaks out against Israel. And it's ridiculous. I think that's what it is. I think a lot of people are aware that this is how a lot of people reflect on this kind of manufactured outrage. Yeah, I saw this. The young Bernie Warren. Yeah, this is the retreat. The retreat is here. A lot of these like centrist accounts and right-wing Democrats who are Israel first. Let's be real. They're Israel first Democrats. They are out there. They represent like no constituency whatsoever, as we know. But they also, while they represent no constituency whatsoever, they represent like 99% of the discourse on Twitter. And therefore, given that they have connections or reflect on the gripes that influential groups have, they do get a little bit of mileage in the media, right? Third way is irrelevant. They don't have a real constituency, and their worldview has been destroyed, thoroughly dismantled, right? Their attitude of lean to the right to win elections has given us 2 defeats against Donald Trump, first with Hillary Clinton and then with Kamala Harris, right? We know that already. And it's not that just we know that on the left flank, right? We know that on the left flank, of course. But the liberal wine moms that made up the Fedayeen constituency, the most loyal, diehard constituency of the Democratic Party, the ones that are most susceptible to the electability arguments, that actually hated Bernie Sanders initially, have come to that conclusion that Bernie was right. They've come to that conclusion that Bernie Sanders and the movement that Bernie Sanders represented was correct, and that they were wrong. And now they're infinitely more open-minded to populist leftist candidates and no longer believe in the centrist argument that we must do centrism to win elections. We have to vote for the most centrist candidate, right? Like that theory is gone. It's destroyed. So what a lot of these people did was try to attack a more vulgar voice, right? They try to hit the civility arguments because I am vulgar, right? I'm not a civil person. I'm a vulgar person. Even if my cause is moral, our cause is moral, the way I communicate myself on these issues sometimes is very impassioned, very, very aggressive, right? And not civil at all. But I think a lot of people would rather have a real fighter who is bold. I think a lot of people would rather have someone who's vulgar but moral than someone who's civil but immoral, right? Hey, there are YouTube videos about how you were arrested in Cuba. Is there any truth to it? I'm a new Twitch follower. If it's false, what is the reason to make up such a lie? It is. People lie about everything that I do. That's a lie. I did not get arrested in Cuba. I didn't get arrested in China either. You know? So, like I was saying, they understand that this is not working for them. So, they did their first salvo. They did their opening salvo. It didn't work. It kind of backfired a little bit. It just boosted my profile for the most part. And now they're just retreating, because you look at you cover me if they go out there and they cover me in this like aggressive way, and it causes people to actually pay attention to what I have to say, and they make up their own mind about what I actually represent, right? All of a sudden, people are going to realize that this is all a lie, right? All of a sudden, people realize, wait a minute, I actually do agree with what the fuck Hasan is saying. The difference, on the other hand, however, is that if we pay attention to what they've been saying, we find out that there is a metric ton of awfulness there, right? With Sarah Longwell specifically, I mean, I didn't know she had like petitioned or lobbied to make drunk driving legal, for example, which, you know, we can find consensus on that, right? I mean, I'm not antagonistic to that, okay? Or that she played a formative role in Kamala Harris campaigning alongside Liz Cheney. Like, that was a spectacular failure for the Kamala Harris campaign. And now we know who was responsible for it, right? Or at least to some degree responsible for it. So, you know, their advocacy and their past is infinitely worse than someone like mine, you know? All they got is he's vulgar. And Alonzo Germendi says, honestly, the anti-Hassan campaign is only exposing more normies to Hassan the Hun. Gone are the days when he's anti-Israel was received as bad by the public. Israel has made sure of it, and they encounter his anti-Zionism or are drawn to it, Streisand affecting him. Exactly. Yeah, that's it. You can keep crying about people being tankies or whatever all day, every day. Please watch the new Meat Canyon video, bro. Dog, you're in this community for long enough. I think there's a lot of other stuff that we got to watch before we watch the Meat Canyon video on this day, right? Like, please lock in. I mean, there will be a time and place. Hopefully, if I get through all of these, if I get through all of the stuff that I want to talk about, like, we'll get to it. You know, I know, I got it. He made a Kaya Shock joke. Like, it's going to destroy me. It's going to hurt my feelings. And then there will be a million TikTok videos about how, like, Meat Canyon calls out Hassan. Hassan killed himself after watching Meat Canyon video. Like, you'll get all of that, right? You'll get all of that out of your system. I promise. What was the adult drama you mentioned? The adult drama I was mentioning is this. What I'm talking about right now is this. Like, this is the adult drama, right? The Meat Canyon thing is not even drama at all. So it's just a way for people to filter another like 7,000 YouTube videos being like, Hassan is 1,000,000% done, right? Yeah, I like Meat Canyon. I'm pretty sure Meat Canyon is a sympathetic voice. Who gives a fuck? You can't be so serious about memes and shit. You know, this is the most like endlessly memed thing of all time, and I've personally made jokes about it as well. And it's very funny when I make jokes about it as well, and then people get really offended. People are like, wait a minute, you can't joke about that. It's serious. Like, you're a bad guy. You actually did do it. Like, you actually did do it. Why are you joking about it? You fucking bad guy. And it's like, guys, I think you kind of busted your nut by behaving in a totally insane manner. You know, you convinced the people who were, you know, maybe in the margins and were willing to be convinced that I was a bad person. But most people are just going to look at this and be like, yeah, haha, it's funny, myself included. Can you shut Kaya right now? There you go. In any case, the other side of the story is now they're moving into retreat. The same forces that elevated this to the top of the discourse, right? Like, elevated this to an issue that had to be discussed on fucking Meet the Press. Like, I don't think this is important at all. I don't think this is serious. And I'm not saying that in a way that's like, I'm not saying this in a self-interested way because I'm like fearful that like people are coming after me. I don't give a shit. People have been coming after me for years on these issues, right? With those exact same choice quotes out of context. It didn't do anything to me for the past fucking 3 years when the overwhelming majorities were pro-Israel and they were not pro-Palestine. Now it's a fucking 90-10 issue. So whenever you elevate this problem, whenever you elevate my status as like an anti-Zionist and you smear me as an anti-Semite, it's not going to work. It's not going to cause people to second guess what I'm saying. It's actually going to introduce me to a lot of people that go, well, I kind of agree with this anti-Israel stuff, you know? Some streamers dedicated the last two strings to make a list of commentators who didn't support Kamala Harris hard enough law because they want to tell Tim Miller as if he's the kingmaker. Yeah. So now they're retreating. Look, the dumbest thing about all this is that I didn't and don't care about Piker. Piker never comes up in focus groups with voters as someone they're following. the way a Rogan or Tucker or Candace does. I don't think he's singularly making an impact on politics in any way commensurate with the attention he's getting, but I care about Tim. I agree with Tim Miller's original point that using Piker as a litmus test is dumb. Calling up John Ossoff to ask what he thinks about Piker is dumb. It's an unnecessary distraction. But I felt like Tim's discussion of Piker was too dismissive of some of Piker's more toxic positions. And that was the part I wanted to react to. There's nothing I can do about the fact that the internet distortion field has overtaken the whole thing. This is literally using 300 words to say, yeah, okay, it didn't work. Okay. Back to the fucking drawing board, right? It didn't work. Back to the fucking drawing board. It sucks. Yeah, it sucked for us, right? Yeah, she was losing her fucking mind. We watched the video. She was genuinely behaving in a hysterical way. I don't think I have this kingmaker status. I've never said that I have this kingmaker status. I've never implied that I have this kingmaker status. These guys think that. As a matter of fact, for the past 2 months now, or the past month-long discourse cycle, what have I always said? Consistently. I've consistently said, I'm not a kingmaker. You're just using me as a entry point into a battle that you want to have, because I'm just a megaphone. I'm a megaphone for the resentment that a lot of people in the base of the Democratic Party feel, right? I'm just a platform. I've never shied away from saying that. I've always openly admitted, like, we have some impact in this community. We're large enough. We're all over the place. And there are a lot of people in this community that are very interested in politics and obviously are tuning in, day out. And they have a lot of impact. We can have outsized impact on certain issues because we have the door knockers and the phone bankers, right? However, there's never been a moment where I'm like, you come on my show and you're going to fucking win the race. Like, that's not a guarantee at all, right? What? Hey, didn't appreciate the timeout. Just a long-time listener and was just trying to be one of the gargoyles dropping info that just hit the web. What's the info? Let me guess. You probably got timed out by Fawcettbot because you came in and you were like, oh, dude, Meat Canyon made a video, right? We're not talking about that right now. We'll talk about it later. Is it the whataboutism that puts people off? Like, could you make your points without making the majority U.S. comparison to give them fuel to ignore your points? What? It doesn't. Does it turn people off? Do you get turned off? Or are you, or do you still have that, like, American exceptionalism in your mind that causes you to react the way that you're doing currently when I bring up my country that I pay fucking tax dollars to and what they do with those tax dollars? They don't use it on you. They don't use it on me. They don't use it on our fucking roads. YouTuber commenter replied to me that they had pre-ordered Sarah Shortbat book and canceled it after seeing the video law. Like, that's what it is. It's not whataboutism. I'm an American citizen. I'm talking about, like, what my tax dollars are going to. I don't want it to go to developing weapons that Israel uses to blow up schools, developing weapons that America uses to blow up schools in Iran. I want that shit to build schools here in the United States of America. Okay? That's it. That's it. I don't personally have a problem with it. I'm talking about the general public, that it might put them off and undermine your points and make people listen. Okay, well, you don't have to be a fucking backseat campaign manager for a person who's not even running on a campaign, okay? I'm a communicator. This is my job. And considering how much people's attitudes have shifted in even the last 2 years on a key issue like Israel and Palestine, I think I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, okay? Like, no disrespect, chatter. You're treating me like you're my campaign manager and I'm fucking running for president. Like, it's crazy. It's an attitude that a lot of Democrats have. They think that they are campaign consultants. They treat everything like that, and I hate it. Democrats in the primaries will never vote for the guy they think is the best, but will vote for the guy they think will win. And their electability metrics are directly taught to them, are directly communicated to them by these exact same groups that have been fucking yelling, you know? Part of taking criticism well is handling bad criticism with grace, big bro. I mean, what do you want me to say, man? I'm not running for president, okay? And I think I've done a decent job, a lot better of a job than these guys have, these like groups have, right? As far as communicating on an issue that was a 2080 issue in favor of Israel that has turned into a 1090 issue that is in favor of Palestinians over the course of the past 2 years. If I was constantly aware of the bad faith critiques and and leaned into the way that like centrists might not take my message well at a time when they're also still engaging in bad faith smear campaigns that are failing. I would never get across my point at all. I would never get a word in edgewise. This is some of the things that I am critical of with even Zohran Mamdani, like too conciliatory. That's it. What are we doing? We're doing like a defensive tone policing at a time when like the message is penetrating. Hello, Hassan. Today's my 45th birthday and I feel old as fuck. Do not reach this age. Things start to break and your cynicism grows exponentially. However, I think I've been a sub for 8 years. Cheers. What's up, Lib Bizzle? Yeah. They can't explain Plattner's success. Dems ignore him like the plague. Yeah. No, for sure. For sure. I talked about that as well. Anyway, this person then turned around in their retreat. These are two like prominent centrist accounts that have very limited impact on Twitter, but whatever. All the Hassan stuff is downstream of the larger issue that Democrats are captured by staffers and activists that are not only ideologically out of step with the mainstream, but also preoccupied with what is essentially internet stan wars. They're trying to turn this into like, oh, it's actually the Bernie and Warrenite left flank staffers that have kept this issue going, and not fucking dickheads like this. Honestly, can't be overstated how much this is true. The staffer activist class is basically all made up of well-off, hyper-online Bernie Warrenites whose priorities are just completely out of touch with the average worker, even the average Dem base voter, says Centrism fan account. Turns out Centrism fan account, we looked into it, is not a fan of centrism, is just a fan of MAGA. Ironically enough. Very mask off. Yeah. Austerity's theft responds to this and goes, the young Bernie Warren lefty internet pilled staffers that keep making Hassan a trending topic. Andrew Cuomo, Jonathan Greenblatt, Mallory McMorrow, Brad Schneider, Joe Cowan, Jake Tapper, Josh Krauscher, Matt Bennett, Neera Tanden, Shannon Watts. I love the idea that having Jay Insider pump out a dozen articles per week of Hassan derangement and Third Way sending litmus test questionnaires to senators demanding they disavow him is actually being driven by lefty staffers doing too online stan culture. Also, that Gray B guy is literally the husband of Neera's weird-ass German postdoc internet reply girl, and the other dude used to go by People for Chelsea Clinton. So, yeah, that's it has nothing to do with like Bernie Warrenite staffers or anything like that. But I do appreciate how much this movement has turned into something so stupid for the centrists that they have to turn around and be like, oh, we didn't want this to happen, actually. Why is it happening? He's just irrelevant. Stop paying attention to him. The reason why they're saying that is because it fucking backfired. Okay? It backfired. It didn't work. They chose a 90-10 issue. They chose a 90-10 issue and do it in this like very cynical way that most Americans at this point are totally aware of. They don't like cancel culture anyway, and they certainly hate how arrogant Israel defenders have been, especially considering that they see this violence and then they might have an opinion on this violence that they're seeing, that Israel has committed, right, over the last 2.5 years. And all they hear from Democrats and Republicans and people who are just like Israel first is this idea that if you dare speak out about this, you need to get fired. You need to lose your job. You need to be outcasted, like turned into a pariah in polite society. And they look at that and they go, "What the fuck you?" You know, it only breeds more resentment. It has backfired spectacularly, and it will continue to backfire, and it will continue to grow the anti-Israel movement in this country, which is a good thing in general. It's good. It's good to be anti-Israel. Israel's done a whole litany of war crimes. Israel's done a genocide. It operates a fucking apartheid with our political cover and our unlimited tax dollars. It's fucking ridiculous, you know? So, yeah. There's nothing I can do about the fact that the internet distortion field, blah, blah, blah. That's just part of what happens doing this work. The only thing I can do is keep saying what I believe and what I hear voters saying they believe. But politicians can reach voters who are angry about the Iran war and even about America's relationship to Israel without going on the stream of a guy who said America deserved 9/11. But it's also no doubt true that he's being elevated by the whole conversation, and the right answer to questions about him should probably be Piker who? Because that's what most voters would say if you ask them. Yeah, screaming, crying, pissing my pants for 45 minutes straight about a topic. I don't even care about this topic at all. Honestly, like, who cares? Not me. That's for sure. You know? Yeah, I'm vulgar. I'm a vulgar Twitch streamer. You worked with actual war criminals, right? Man, you guys are so high on your own supply. Voters don't know who Hassan Piker is. Try coming back down to earth. Then why have you people been spending the last 2 weeks crashing out over him? You started this. Exactly. Yeah, that's it. And they're trying to do the Bernie method to a Twitch streamer instead of Bernie Sanders now because they know they can't do it to Bernie Sanders. This is an admission of defeat. This is an admission of retreat, okay? You said Democrats are focused on Piker because he's making their life harder. The only reason Dems are talking about him is because a centrist think tank is campaigning against him as a part of his $30 to $50 million effort to crush the left. That's exactly what's going on, right? Kind of funny that this worked less than the Nicki Minaj beef. Yeah, because they don't have a real constituency. All they can do is hit this from an angle. Why are you even entertaining this shit, dog? Because it's on Pod Save America. It's on Meet the Fucking Press, chatters, okay? And it's probably not going to go away either. There's going to be a press gaggle at the campaign rally that I do alongside Abdul El-Sayed. They're going to keep trying to breathe fire back into this fucking argument. And that's what it is. It's unfortunately one of the most idiotic storylines of all time. And it actually ends up giving me more exposure. It's breach containment. But ironically enough, it's not harming me in any significant way, and it's actually helping me. It's elevating our platform and hopefully elevating the platform of the politicians that I'm aligned with, the politicians that I do want to get positive media coverage for. So that's it. I want to hit back on this, and I think it's in our benefit not to actually let this go. These people need to be exposed to Republican plans who have infiltrated the Democratic Party like a fucking virus. I don't even care if they vote for the Democrats at the end of the day. If they just like suck it up, if they suck it up, then that's all that matters. Okay. Who cares? I want racists to vote for my candidates too. You know what I mean? I want every racist person and every anti-racist person to vote for Abdul El-Sayed. The point is, we don't win those voters by becoming racist. We win those voters by convincing them that we present a much better alternative, a much better policy agenda for them, that we will be able to we will be able to fix their material issues. Okay, that's the whole point. I've never been like, oh, dude, what the fuck? You have to disavow racist people that vote for you. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I don't care. I don't care about that at all. They vote too, and if they vote for our candidates, it's great, fantastic. The point is, you're not going to win them over, and you mustn't win them over or try to win them over by being racist. You don't compromise on those issues. You offer them things so they can make a new calculation, right? You offer them things that improve their lives, and you earnestly communicate that you will fight for improving their material needs, their material conditions, and then they vote for you. And hopefully, slowly but surely, when they become a part of this coalition, they shed away their previous opinions about certain races or trans people. That's the goal. That's how you win. That's how you build a movement. Okay? This has always been my mentality. This is also the part of the reason, this is a big part of the reason why I advocate for universality, right? Like universal healthcare. No more means-tested bullshit that creates unnecessary pressure, unnecessary stress, that creates fiscal cliffs, that cause people to recalculate their financial circumstances because like they don't want to fall off this benefits cliff, right? That's it. That's it. Racist people need homes too, right? Racist people need healthcare too. The goal is not to try and win them by becoming more racist, which is what these guys say. Like these centrist right-wingers are like, oh, in order to win these races, God forbid you actually fucking advocate for healthcare or anything like that they might need. You have to become more racist. It's a failure. That's a failure. It's a moral failure, and that's an electoral failure. It has failed. It has failed every single time it's been implemented. It failed in 2016, and it failed in fucking 2024. It failed. What is this? I know this is meant to be a bad thing, but objectively speaking, a Republican who cavorted with Alex Jones won the presidency twice. Yeah, it's stupid. That whole, you are the only Jesus some people will ever see can apply to policy too. We show them the way and they follow. What? Anyway, we want the racists to vote for us in spite of the racism, not because of it. That's how this always works. You weren't always woke. No one is. Opinions change when incentives align. Feed the homeless and allow the space for them to develop social skills. Yeah, I mean, exactly. What? I will log off. Only found us on TYT, but then recently started watch Twitch out of boredom. But shit's pointless anyways. Anyways, good for Hasan if he can make moolah by yapping. I don't know if yelling on Twitch will help you. You're right. I should not do that. I should just quit. Like right now, I should quit instead. I mean, is that all I do? Is that all I do? Like people will say that regardless, but like, you know, I do actually put my money where my mouth is. I actually put my body on the line as well for the things that I believe in. I'm all around the place. I go around the country. I go around the world, visit areas of American impact, and try to do my best as a singular individual, right? Like with the hopes that, you know, you will do the same. All right. Wait, people still on your dick? Yeah, the Cory Booker thing is really funny. Booker admitting that he's never listened to a single minute of Assange's show and only put out a position because Third Way prodded his office. This is exactly the same thing that Elisa Slotkin did, which was really funny, where they're like, I don't really know anything about this guy, but I think he's bad. It's like, why would you admit that? Why? Like, sure, I'm an irrelevant figure, right? I'm not that relevant. I'm not that significant. But like, why would you admit to people that you don't even like care about the shit that you're saying? This is the number one gripe that people have with politicians, is that they're just empty husks that don't have personal conviction, that don't have fucking personal opinions on anything, and are just simply a mouthpiece for whatever fucking lobbyist or you know, campaign consultant is telling them the talking points that they get. It's unbearable. Dude, that is just wrong. Half of our DSA chapter joined because of you. Hell yeah. I mean, great. It doesn't matter. It's you know, good. Great. I didn't say I have no impact whatsoever. You know, I have some impact. Slowly but surely we'll have more impact. But you know, it's not, you know, I'm not like a kingmaker. I'm not a singular person. No one is. No one is a singular force that can change the trajectory of American politics. That's not how this stuff works. It's a movement. We all play a major role in this. All of you, every single individual in this chat that goes out and speaks to their parents, speaks to other people out in the real world, and defends these positions that we all believe in, you're playing a major role here, okay? I'm just one fucking guy. I am nothing without all of you. That's how it works. That's how I've always explained this process, and I will continue to keep, I mean, I'll continue to say the truth, because that is the truth.
Office, you said, and it's just one person, but it's part of a large group of, I think, people that have this point of view, that you wouldn't say go on like Hasan Piker's stream because he's said some heinous and stupid shit in the...
Yeah, I don't like the way John also presented this, because like he's known me for a decade, right? Like, but it is what it is.
Past, but to me, I've
done his show. You know what I mean? Come on, John.
Expect you'd be like chomping at the bit to say, you know what? Of course I'm going to go there because I want to represent this point of view in a place that doesn't normally hear it. And I want to talk about the ways in which I think some of the things he said are offensive. The same way you might want to go confront somebody on Fox News, or you've met with, you know, talk to Newt Gingrich and he said crazy shit in the past too. So maybe part of the way out of this is for someone like you to go to those spaces, even if there have been things that are offensive to people.
Yeah. So first of all, somehow we're having a much more deeper and personal conversation than I thought. So I'm going to be very candid with you.
These podcasts think you're Adolf Hitler. No, they don't. I talk to them every fucking day, pretty much. Specifically, John Favreau, whose show I will be on. You guys stop. Pod safe scumbags are enemies. That's why. Shut the fuck up. They're not. Okay, stop. Thank God I don't fucking operate in the same way that you guys do, because if I was just as like ruthless to people and just as not open-minded to people changing their mentality, I would have zero fucking allies right now. Okay? None of you know how to fucking coalition build. You guys are insane. You have to literally dial it back, brother. Jesus Christ. Pod Save America was formative in the Grant Plattner campaign and in the Abdul El Sayed campaign. Like, they're obviously recognizing exactly what the fuck America needs right now, and they're leaning into it. Stop being so goddamn ruthless to people. Oh my God. You need to be, you need to stop being insane, please. I don't even care that John Love has said this, okay? It doesn't matter.
Gotcha.
Got me, but in a very good way.
I always want to talk to you about deep things.
No, I appreciate that. And that's why I appreciate you, frankly. So here's the candor. I had no idea who this person was until a few days ago. I never heard their name.
That's going around, I think, yeah.
And I still haven't heard him speak even. I haven't heard anything he's done. The man.
That's a crazy thing to admit, by the way. I don't even know if it's true or not. It might be, and it might not be, right? But that's a crazy thing to admit. Like, you're basically fucking saying, like, I don't know anything about this guy. They just fed me talking points, and I said those talking points. And it's like, brother, don't you understand? That's precisely the the thing that people hate about politicians, like you should never, as a politician, you should never admit that, in my opinion, okay? Never admit that you're an empty suit, a husk for a collection of talking points that like lobbyists have given you. Don't do that. You don't have to know who I am, but be honest, right? Don't throw your comms director under the bus in the way that he's doing, right? He's like, well, my comms director gave me these choice quotes, and I thought, wow, heinous, you know? Just be like, this is irrelevant. Why am I fucking talking about a Twitch streamer? Shut up. That's what you would normally do, right? If you don't know who I am, you say, I don't know who he is. I'm not going to talk about this. It's ridiculous. Do you understand? And it's crazy because, like, Cory Booker's supposed to be the guy in charge of social media for the Democratic Party, and he's like, Cory Booker claiming he had no idea who Hassan Piker was before a few days ago, and he'd never even heard his name, is either a bald-faced lie or reveals how stunningly ignorant these politicians are about the online world. Cory Booker's the one leading the Senate Dems on social media stuff. Yeah. And it's so dumb. It's so dumb to be like, I don't know anything about this guy, but also here are all the things that I said about him. He's a bad guy. Why would you fucking admit that? You guys see what I'm saying? I know it's me in the crosshairs technically, right? It's technically me in the crosshairs. So for a lot of people, you think like, oh, this is self-serving. You're just defending your own honor. You're defending yourself. And it's like, no, I'm actually identifying a major fucking problem with the way that politicians are perceived. This is a much broader problem. This is not about me at all, right? I'm removing myself from this equation, and you should too. This has nothing to do with me and something to do with like the way politicians are perceived, okay? You aren't important enough for him to personally know about. He has people for this. Duh. No, brother, how do you not understand? If I'm so insignificant, if I'm so inconsequential, and you're a goddamn senator, the way that you respond to this is, I'm a fucking senator. I got real shit to worry about. What do you mean I'm going to disavow some random guy? I don't know him. Do you not understand? That's the point. Saying this doesn't actually own me at all. Saying this actually shows that he is a mouthpiece for lobbyists. Lobbyists come to him and they issue talking points, and he says those talking points. That is literally the problem with Democrats, the way that that Democrats are perceived broadly, for good reason, because they are fucking mouthpieces for lobbyists.
And sitting over there is my comms director.
It's almost as if there's a bunch of focus on one random streamer, and it's not really the right way to have a big debate. Yeah.
That's my point. Like, so my comms director said to me, oh, you're getting asked this question, would you go on the show? And I'm like, well, who is this person? And all he did, the totality of this person he gave me.
Right there, that guy.
I don't, he's not on camera, so I don't feel like I'm implicating him. Mm-hmm. The totality of what he did to me was show me 4 or 5 of the most outrageous things.
And they're pretty outrageous.
They are. I said, okay, well, whoa.
Right.
Let's give whatever you saw officially coming out of my office. So here's a couple things. And I have this experience, I don't want to say daily. My wife experienced it last night in the airport as somebody was wanting to take a moment as I come off this very long flight and to scream at me. I always tell people, give me a Mother's Day card, please, because I get called you mother often. And it's from people on wings of both parties.
It would really be a Father's Day card in that sense.
Well, but calling me a mother.
Well, you're not the mother.
Oh, you're right. I never thought about that analysis here.
Any kind of card would do, I think.
I appreciate that.
Why does Booker assume you want him on the show? I don't know. I guess, it doesn't really matter. Now, obviously, the biggest problem that I have with Cory Booker is not what he's saying about me. I don't give a shit what he says about me. I don't care about having him on the show at all. My biggest problem with Cory Booker is that he is aligned with some of the most malign forces in American politics, okay? He has linked up with Yoav Gallant, a war criminal, the former defense minister of Israel, who is an indicted war criminal, right? He is linked up with Benjamin Netanyahu, another indicted war criminal by the International Criminal Court, okay, by the ICC. So that is infinitely worse than any number of things that anyone could possibly say. Not just myself, right? This is ridiculous. Like you as a senator doing that is far more consequential than any number of different things that any number of different Twitch streamers, podcasters, or whoever the fuck could ever say. That is unforgivable, right? Because that's real. That has real impact. That says a lot more. You can be as positive and as like optics focused as you want, right? But at the end of the day, you're doing that shit. That's so much worse. That's real harm. You're advancing material harm. Booker admitting that he's never listened to a single minute of Hasan's show and only put out a position because Third Way prodded his office. Then he went on a long, largely unrelated ramble deflection about getting heckled at the airport constantly and the importance of reaching across the aisle on a personal level to ultra-conservative senators like the late Jim Inhofe. And what's really funny about this, by the way, what's really funny about this is that he still gave such a wishy-washy, centrist-ass position when asked. Cory Booker and all these right-wing Democrats cannot have any conviction. Just have conviction. Be like, he's a bad guy. Lie and say, I know him very well. He is a malign force in the party. He is a cancer. We have to purge him. It's unbelievable. Even then, he's still a fucking centrist. It's like, yeah, you know, I said he was a bad guy because someone gave me choice quotes. And, you know, I was prodded by the lobbying arm of the party. But honestly, I don't really know. Maybe we should reach across the aisle. It's like, why would you do that? Why are you such a fucking centrist? Why are you such a goddamn centrist that you can't even have a consistent position on this? You know? Yeah, it's ridiculous that like Cory Booker also is the guy who is claiming he's never heard of me, but like he's leading the Senate Dem social media efforts. Like that's crazy. He should talk to his staffers. They know who the fuck I am. They're probably in here right now. You know? So funny. I can't believe you're criticizing someone who did a record-breaking filibuster that didn't even symbolically deter the Trump machine in any way. I know. That is perhaps perfectly illustrative of the way that Cory Booker and others like him want to have impact, right? That's it. It's me. I'm on Cory Booker's staff. I get paid to watch HasanAbi. Yeah. Anyway, last point on this is going to be 1 year ago, Cory Booker spoke for 25 hours. Here's what it accomplished. Nothing. Yeah. The Haaretz New York correspondent. Since when has Hasan Piker had become some litmus test for politicians? This is the inverse of the moral panic pro-Israel pundits are trying to stir. Absolute brain rot. A malevolent actor should not be allowed to corral the DNC into very bad corners, thus orchestrate a campaign to make fast their equivalent between a podcaster and people in power who are now bombing Iran in the name of Jesus Christ is especially transparent, but apparently not that transparent for other podcast bros. Yeah. No, I know he didn't do anything. I know he didn't do anything. It's zero. He accomplished zero. 1 book tour, 0 votes stopped, 0 bills passed. I know. Yeah, what they also don't want to reckon with, or what they fail to reckon with, is that the average voter is way, way more anti-Semitic, like actually anti-Semitic, okay? I'm not anti-Semitic. I fight against anti-Semitism. Have you seen the average voter? You probably haven't. That's precisely the reason why you think I am not someone who is desperately trying to hold on to a sense of normalcy and combat bigotry, no matter what kind of bigotry exists, including, but not limited to, anti-Semitism. When you launch these fucking attacks against me, you don't understand, like, there are a lot of people out there who think the most significant way of combating Israel is by, being anti-Semitic. It's crazy. Where you are a lot more extremist, sometimes your outward support for groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, Ansar Allah, and Iran, the most extreme view that Americans have on these groups is indifference or dislike. I think that's your worst, most attackable stance. Yeah, except the point that I make always is that these groups have valid reasons to resist. Okay? They have valid reasons to resist. It's that simple. And I'm not going to shy away from my perspective. Okay? Not only is resistance to occupation totally legal, okay, it's not something. I'm not going to lie to you. That's my point. I'm not going to lie to you just because the average American might not be ready to hear what I have to say. Okay, and I've never done that, and I will continue to be honest with you. Okay, that's it. That's it. I know Americans don't want to hear that. They are heavily propagandized. That's precisely the reason why we find ourselves in these fucking endless quagmires where we're seemingly finding unlimited billions of dollars that go to blowing up fucking schools overseas, but no money in the bank to build schools in your fucking neighborhood, right? So who gives a shit? Most people I interact with in real life in the Metro Atlanta are so un-PC they get fired by the most liberal nonprofits within a week. This is why the party needs to stop alienating young men by getting mad at Joe Rogan or Hassan or whatever. Most dudes say something intemperate or slightly offensive on the regular. That's how dudes operate. The Republicans know this and don't go on witch hunts about it. They win men, no surprise. Men and women are on average wired differently. Okay, this stuff is fucking ridiculous, okay? This stuff is ridiculous. Yeah, God, Zaid loves culture war shit so much. But on the inverse, right? He is like the anti-culture war warrior that ends up constantly fucking talking about culture war and even engaging in like gender essentialism. It's fucking ridiculous. Women's brains are wired differently than men. Who cares, man? It's crazy. Yeah. Benjamin Netanyahu's Cory Booker. Benjamin Netanyahu's a horrible person. Also Cory Booker. Yeah. Like, I think Zaid would do much better analysis if he wasn't so hyper invested in fucking Idpol. It's crazy. My people, the Easter Party, stop talking about Iranian people are all radicals. I don't know what that means. Okay. Do average Dems even do culture war anymore? I think the Democratic voters don't. And the Democratic consultant class and the political class only deploy identity politics in a very cynical way to cut out their left flank from the equation. They will look at people like myself who has spent a lifetime fighting against white supremacy and anti-blackness and will cynically take a clip completely out of context to say, see, Hassan is telling black people to shut the fuck up, right? And it's usually the people that stand in opposition. It's often the people that stand in opposition to combating white supremacy that do this. It's so cynical, okay? It's so fucking cynical. It's always a handshake between right-wing forces in the Democratic Party, which get a lot of mileage in mainstream press, and outright neocons and reactionaries and fascists on the right who can so quickly tune up people. But luckily, a lot of the Democratic voters are no longer getting fooled by this. There's still a way to go, right? There's still a way to go. It's always, this hurts your cause by a guy who hates you and your cause. Mamdani's blatant disregard for middle classes put him at odds with black New Yorkers. Funny to see how both the establishment Dems and Republicans are trying the black identitarian angle against Mamdani. That is exactly what they're doing, okay? It's concern trolling, and I don't think people are falling for it as much anymore, and I'm glad that they're not falling for it as much anymore. The voters are done with this shit because they saw it with Bernie. They saw it with every left flank candidate. Okay. I think the average person sees this stuff and go, what the fuck are you talking about? Right. Most people love this guy for good reason. He is a very, very popular politician. He's a very popular mayor. Right. And that's good. It's a good thing that he's a very popular mayor. Honestly, I feel like other leftists and libs fall for the hate campaigns against you more than normies do and the sexism accusations. Yes, I know. It's because they're operating on, unfortunately, a hyper online echo chamber. That's what it is. If they were to go outside and talk to normal fucking people, if they were to have normal relationships with regular ass people, they probably would have a very different attitude. We have our good share of that in our sphere as well. Look at the way people respond to some of these guys, like the Pod Johns, right? Like that's why I always say, just be normal, just be normal, just be normal, be cool, be chill. That plays a major role in convincing people, right? Yeah, just patch up. We need to desperately need a woke 2.0 update, okay? You don't have to compromise on your values. You don't have to compromise on your advocacy, but you don't have to carry that resentment over to the average person every single fucking day, right? You don't have to be duped by people that are very clearly trying to tune you up. Try to figure out who this person is, what their background is, why they're saying these sorts of things, right? Yeah, this is another like incredible fucking take. Opinion. It is time for Mamdani to stand in solidarity with Muslim leaders who eschew anti-Semitic tropes such as genocide and occupation and are committed to a new broader realignment or regional alignment in the Middle East. Yeah, tropes such as genocide, tropes such as occupation, tropes such as apartheid. Okay, that's not what a trope is, buddy. That's just what the truth is. The U.S. State Department is doing a trope. Israel and the occupied territories, Israel and the occupied territories, the occupied territories, right? Yeah, words have no more meaning. It doesn't matter. It's not anti-Semitic to accurately reflect on what Israel as a nation state is doing, okay? You're out of your fucking mind. This is unbelievably off-putting, okay? This kind of stuff is unbelievably off-putting. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of these people's attitude on this issue has been to say, why am I supposed to care about this Twitch streamer? I don't give a fuck. What does he stand for? Is he anti-Israel? Well, I'm anti-Israel too. Fuck you. That's it. For the record, be cool, be chill is much better language than be normal and runs less risk of alienating people. Enfant door, I promise you I'm not getting any optics lessons from you, okay? Come on. When I say be normal, I'm talking about you specifically, okay? You know this. We have a lot of back and forths, okay? Yeah, it's we're not going to have a philosophical debate on what normalcy means, and are you actually engaging in ableism when you say be normal? Are you actually alienating people who are neurodivergent and might not feel normal? What is normalcy after all? Do you think this message is going to have a larger impact in Michigan, in the state of Michigan? You know? Let's say you're trying to have a quick and easy conversation with as broad of an audience as possible. Do you think we should be doing that? The beauty of this statement of be normal is that it's personally different for every single person, right? That's why when I say it, everyone goes, well, okay, that makes sense. That's it. Your normal is different than anybody else's, and it doesn't matter. Archid265, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. All right. Joe Concha, this is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Rokana, looking forward to you explaining how America deserved 9/11. Of course, 9/11 was a terrorist act against America. We were justified in our strikes against Al-Qaeda. I spoke out against that statement forcefully. Do you stand by every statement that Trump has made or every right-wing commentator who you have engaged with? We need to stop with gotcha politics. So yeah, they're trying to cook Rokana with this. They're trying to be like, oh, Rokana, he loves Hasan. He loves 9/11, which, it's tied up. It's a lie about me that then gets advanced as like a truth, right? It's a misunderstanding. And then it's like packaged into anyone that's associating with me. But all you got to do is, this is ridiculous, man. I don't agree with every single thing that he said. It doesn't fucking matter to me. And not only that, but also it's blowback, right? All right. So Rokana went on Meet the Press. Okay. Rokana went on Meet the motherfucking press. And apparently, amidst this major energy crisis that we've caused because we got goaded by Israel into fucking blowing up Iran and doing terrorism and spending and lighting on fire billions of dollars, right? Amidst that crisis, Meet the Press still has time to be like, well, Rokana, as an elected, what do you have to say about this talking point that we got from fucking one of the advocacy groups that is still trying to maintain some semblance of control over the Democratic Party and ensure that the Democratic Party is a right-wing corporatist party, even though that is what has precisely led to their defeat over and over again, right? The world is on fire, and they're still going, what about Hasan? No, but appealing to normalcy in reference to a white supremacist genocidal state and society is fucking crazy. No, it's not. It's not. It's not even, you're absolutely wrong. You got to go where people are at and talk to them in a language that they understand. I'm not saying compromise on your values. I'm saying talk to people in a way where you're pleasant. Talk to people in a way where they'll be more responsive to you. If you talk to them crazy style, they're going to go, everything that you fucking represent is disgusting. I don't care about it. Fuck you. Okay. You're an insane person, right? Don't be an antisocial fucking weirdo just because you understand that you have the morally correct position, the morally righteous position, doesn't mean that's how you end up convincing people, okay? Most people think their position is the morally righteous position. Do you understand?
I do want to ask you, here we are in the midst of the midterms. You're someone who's been quite outspoken. You have made several appearances on a show hosted by socialist commentator Hasan Piker. Some of your fellow Democrats, though, have raised alarms about his views. Here are two members of a left-leaning think tank. This is how they put it. They wrote, quote, "No left-wing agitator is more influential and extreme than Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. He's referred to ultra..."
I was asking in good faith what door-knock campus you funded or organized. I know some other creators who have done, but I'm not aware for you. I'd eager to have that information. Could you please respond, bud? Please respond to my question if you don't mind, bud. I'm eager to have that conversation. Do you see what's on the screen right now. Okay. The reason that that's on screen right now is because not only has my community fundraised actively and also is currently in the process of door knocking actively for a candidate, I'm actually going out to stump with that candidate. And that's why the story is actually imploded. If you pay a little bit more attention to what's in front of you, I think you'll probably figure it out. Right. Do you understand? Like, I mean, hopefully this is a sincere question and maybe you'll understand what's going on. But, you know, there are a fuck ton of candidates that I have elevated, that I have, worked with leading up to this primary season, but certainly before it as well. I mean, I'll give you an example. I've worked privately with like the John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock campaigns behind scenes. I'm a bit unsure, to be honest. Okay. Well, do you see what's on screen? Like, why do you think that's happening right now? Why do you think these guys are yelling about me? Like, what do you, anyway, whatever. Let's continue.
Orthodox Jews as inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty, violent pig dog against an anti-Hamas.
Yeah, go take it up with Zoran, who got yelled at quite a bit. That's a Destiny fan, by the way. He said the thing that got debanned in the first place in other chats. Oh, nice.
Hamas viewer of his stream compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis and said Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state. Now, Hasan Piker says some of his comments have been taken out of context, but he largely stands by them. Do you have any regrets about appearing on his show?
None, and I would go again. But I, of course, condemn those comments. I mean, I've described Hamas as a terrorist state. And we need to unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism. But Hasan Piker was at the DNC in 2024 covering,
like, even like the condemnation in and of itself is like, we don't have to entertain this stuff. You know, I don't think we have to entertain this stuff at all. We can just be like, look, man, like, what are we doing? Israel's done a genocide. Like, people are going to resist against that. Like, it's unbelievable that this is like being presented as like the major point of contention here. Right? It's ridiculous.
Vice President Harris, what should the standard of the Democrats be? Should we not go on Theo Vaughn? Should we not go on Sean Ryan? Should we not go on Joe Rogan? Should we just have these purity tests of canceling folks? The lesson of...
It's also really funny because, like, unlike Theo Vaughn, unlike Joe Rogan, unlike Sean Ryan, I don't harbor any reactionary points of view. I'm opposed to reactionary ideology, which is precisely the reason why people are doing these sorts of attacks. Okay? But in any case, let's continue. The last
election is we've got to be out there. We've got to engage. It's a complex, messy, multiracial democracy. I will defend my views, but the people who are saying don't engage will cost us future elections.
Do you run the risk of legitimizing some of those views by appearing on his show? How do you answer that?
He's got millions of followers. He'll have millions of followers whether Ro Khanna goes on his show or not. The point is that we should go on and have tough conversations. You know, actually, I respect Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel says he'll go on, and if he makes a comment that I disagree with, then I will push back right there. So I think the test should be what you say. If someone is going on these programs and not pushing back against anti-Semitism, fine. But you know, I haven't done the background check on you, Chris, and I'm sure there are no crazy comments.
I have not said anything like that. I can assure you that. Where do you draw the line, Congressman? Would you appear on, for example, a right-leaning show? Alex Jones, for example, who has made controversial comments that have enraged people, hurt people deeply in some instances.
Look, there is obviously a line, and I probably wouldn't appear on Alex Jones. But the point is, I don't think that line should be with Hasan Piker, who has millions of followers, and largely what his view has been critical of the blank check that we gave Netanyahu in the war in Gaza. Now, I don't agree with every one of his statements, and it's a judgment call. But here's what I will say, Kristen. The Democratic Party has been too reluctant to get out there, to mix it up, to engage.
Yeah, by the way, let's see who legitimized me in the past, because this is NBC News' Meet the Press. Oh, that's right. It's NBC News. Behind the scenes with Twitch streamer HasanAbi. Here's NBC News. Twitch is transforming into a political arena. Hasan Piker is at the forefront. That's why it's so ridiculous. That's why it's so ridiculous. It's like, you knew all this back then too. You brought it up. I gave you my opinion on it, right? Like, that's what's so crazy about it. These are because all the quotes that they're utilizing that like the ADL has sent around, right? All of those quotes are from before these interviews were conducted. Okay, some of those quotes are directly addressed in these interviews. Okay, that's what the problem is. It's so inconsistent. It's so ridiculous. Did Meet the Press give you a heads up? No, of course not. Of course not. That's what's so funny about it, is that like every single one of these outlets is now doing this. They've all done these sorts of videos. They've done these sorts of press coverage. They've done this sort of press coverage, which a lot of people unironically think is like is something I paid for. Like there's a lot of people on Twitter that are so hysterical and so insane about this that they legitimately think like I paid for this shit. It's so stupid. Democratic consultants clearly don't actually want to win elections. They want to cling to a pastime of respectability policies that requires them to boycott any objectionable figures. Trump talks to Alex Jones in 2015 and won. Talked to all sorts of characters in 2024 and won. Democrats need to get a fucking grip and snap to reality. Yeah. And the other side of this, of course, is that I'm not even like Alex Jones at all. Like, I'm not like those people at all. I'm not like Joe Rogan at all. This is part of the reason why I was annoyed when people were like, oh, we need a Joe Rogan to the left. I was like, and you're the Joe Rogan to the left. I was like, no, I'm not actually. And I don't even think that you can win by developing a Joe Rogan to the left. That's not how this works, right? Just advocate for good policies that actually materially improve people's lives, okay? That's what you need to do. And you need to be earnest about it. And you need to be bold. And you need to not worry about the way that people are going to attack you. You need to be a little bit more shameless, right? They want someone like you without your views and glaze of the DEMS. Exactly. That's not how this media environment works at all, right? That's not how this media environment works at all. It's frustrating that people are just like not cognizant. There is no waking up. They aren't in some sort of stupor. They cannot let the left wing of the party that will tax the billionaire donors win. Exactly. Last sentence. Khanna defends engagement with Piker. The Hill has reached out to the White House for comment on Piker's post. Uh-oh. Donald Trump is going to fucking snap into play. You absolutely need to be sending out response to NBC calling you an anti-Semite, quoting the Jewish insider David Frum, Claude analysis, and comparing you to Alex Jones. Buddy, that's not how that works, okay? I'm a very accessible media figure, an accessible media figure that they've literally interviewed in the past. Obviously, they have access to me if they choose to reach out for comment. They are actively choosing to speak over me rather than speak to me. This is a deliberate attempt to play. This is a deliberate attempt to, play into the smear campaign, which is fine. I'll take it. I'll take it because this kind of like media coverage doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt at all. It actually helps. Gearing up for a big week of discussing Hasan Piker's role in the Democratic Party. The supreme leader of the DNC. Yeah, I'm the Ayatollah of the DNC. Ayatollah Hasan Piker. Attacks are coming from all angles. Lamouth's is so desperate and showing. Yes, but this is the position that I've been in my entire career. If you're on the left, you sometimes have a lot of friction with the right-wing forces in the Democratic Party. Okay? And if you're on the left, you absolutely draw so much enmity, so much ire from the right. All of the right-wing forces, from center-right figures all the way to neocons, reactionaries, Israel firsters, and neo-Nazis. This is just the position that we've always been in, okay? I'm very aware of this. That's why I always say, look, man, being a left is about taking L's gracefully. You're going to take a lot of L's. We live in the United States of America. A lot of people are completely oblivious to our worldview or outright antagonistic to it because of their social conditioning, okay? And that's it. So get used to it. Get ready for it. You have to be able to receive this kind of blowback all the time. And I have for years. I've had for decades, right? This is something that I try to explain to people. You have to be endlessly empathetic. You have to be endlessly empathetic, no matter, how repulsive someone's worldview might be. If you're trying to convince them, obviously I have my weak moments. I'm speaking for 10 hours every fucking day. There are going to be plenty of opportunities. Not being antisocial for explaining patiently the curious, not fucking Nazis, but is that what you simply mean by be normal? Not being antisocial is a fucking crazy world. How are you supposed to be normal about it? How would one go about this in Nazi Germany? Yeah, I mean, there was a shit ton of resistance in Nazi Germany, right? The communists were actively, once it got to that point, they were actively fighting. They were actively engaging in like street battles, okay? But how did they reach broad awareness? They looked at the social forces, they looked at where the masses were, and they worked to organize. 800,000 people were sent to camps in Nazi Germany. 800,000 Germans were sent to camps in Nazi Germany for resisting against the government. Okay, 800,000. And I'm sure that, leading up to create this movement, they were being fucking normal, right? They were being normal and organizing. And when the situation changed dramatically, when the conditions changed dramatically, they even rose up in arms and tried to resist militarily, right? Anyway, so let's finish this video and then we're going to move on, obviously.
And we should be on doing more of these things. We should have done more interviews during 2024. Vice President Vance was on like 3 Sunday shows in a row. I was like, where are our folks? We've got to be out engaging in the media, out engaging in podcasts, out engaging in communities, and offering our vision going forward.
Okay. We thank you for watching. And
a second American.
Okay, we're now going to move on to the U.S. airman that was found safe and sound after the F-15 was shot down in Iran. This was a very complex combat search and rescue operation that took place. There are a lot of details that have been revealed. There was a lot of inconsistency in the reporting early on yesterday. This took place over the entire day yesterday during nighttime in Iran. And I'm going to parse through some of the information that's come out and hopefully offer a little bit more clarity, even though it's outright confusing what actually took place.
American airman has been rescued in Iran. It was a risky mission with hundreds of special operations forces deployed deep in a mountainous region. Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz has been tracking the mission all through the night. She starts us off. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, George. This was an incredibly complex and dangerous operation for the rescue team and for that missing Air Force aviator who had evaded capture behind enemy lines for days. But in the end, the news we had all been hoping for, that the second crew member is now out of Iran, seriously wounded, according to the president, but he is safe. Overnight, that stunning announcement. The second Air Force officer from the downed U.S. fighter jet in Iran, rescued by U.S. Special Operations Forces and now safely back in U.S. hands. President Trump posting on social media saying, over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history for one of our incredible crew member officers. This brave warrior was behind enemy lines in the treacherous mountains of Iran, being hunted down by our enemies, who were getting closer and closer by the hour. The Air Force colonel was the weapons systems officer, or WISO, the airman in the back seat of the aircraft. It was a Herculean effort to bring the colonel to safety, and an extraordinary effort for him to evade capture for nearly 2 days, following the rescue of the pilot of that F-15 fighter jet in the hours just after the crash on Friday. A senior administration official telling ABC News that prior to locating the WISO and the Department of War's daring rescue, the CIA first launched a deception campaign, spreading word inside Iran that U.S. forces had already found him and were moving him on the ground for exfiltration out of the country. Retired Commander John Hilt was a Navy FA-18 Super Hornet pilot who flew combat missions in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria, and was a rescue mission commander and forward air controller trained to oversee these types.
It is kind of crazy that that as far as like manpower and as far as like competency goes, I still stand by my statements from before that like the American military, when it really needs to, is probably the only competent organization that we have. Obviously, there's still a lot of issues with like contractor bloat and whatnot, but this operation in and of itself that we fucking lost a shit ton of gear in, that has inconsistencies in the way that it's being reported, absolutely is one of those instances, right? Obviously, the people in leadership roles are using one of the only competent tools that the American government has to do maximum violence for no real discernible reason. But it's crazy to me that like when it needs to be pulling off like, crazy fucking feats, they are able to do that. Okay. The reality of the matter is, as far as a technical operation goes, a combat search and rescue operation is unbelievably difficult. Okay. It's unbelievably difficult. This is not glaze of the imperialist war machine. This is just regular analysis of all of the events that have unfolded. Okay. So that's one aspect. Like, the reality of the matter is, like, and I've said this before, I said this yesterday and the day before as well, parajumpers are like some of the, like the combat search and rescue operators, and the parajumpers are some of the fucking bravest dudes in the military in general, some of the best trained dudes in the military in general. And like pararescue operators are, they do objectively crazy shit, right? And at least like that's how they're treated by people who are much more knowledgeable than someone like myself, and medics as well, combat medics in particular. Some of the details, however, is pretty wild from the way that this has been presented and the way that this was reported on initially. Okay. There are a lot of inconsistencies. Okay. There are a lot of inconsistencies with like how they are how this thing played out. They're obviously trying to show their best. They're trying to do the best to make it seem like this was a total fucking success with like very little friction whatsoever. That's obviously impossible, right? They're trying to increase the valiance and the bravery while simultaneously, talk about how incompetent the Iranian defenses have been. So I'll tell you from what I know and what I've seen and what I've read thus far on this mission. First, I'll give you the national political reporter for Spectrum News, Taylor Poplar's, and their assessment from CENTCOM. Tampa, Florida, on April 4th, U.S. forces successfully completed the rescues of 2 American service members from Iran after their F-15E fighter jet was shot down April 2nd during a combat mission. The service members were safely recovered during separate search and rescue missions. U.S. strikes into Iran continue as U.S. Central Command forces dismantle the Iranian regime's ability to project power beyond its borders. That last part is obviously bullshit. The 2 crew members of the F-15E Strike Eagle, the first lost to enemy fire in the month-long war, had both ejected from the cockpit on Friday after Iran's military struck their plane. The jet's pilot was quickly rescued, but its weapons systems officer could not be found, setting off an urgent search and major consequences for Mr. Trump and the war that the United States and Israel launched on February 28th. The mission was to save the crew member and employed hundreds of special forces troops and other military personnel, dozens of U.S. warplanes, helicopters, and cyberspace and other intelligence capabilities. The airmen evaded Iranian force for more than 24 hours, at one point hiking up a 7,000-foot ridgeline, a senior U.S. military official said. So what's interesting about this is like every single thing that you hear from mainstream media will be deliberate. Every single thing that you hear from the New York Times about this operation is deliberate, even down to the last statement in this operation, which is, I think, one of the most interesting parts of this. The CIA often also plays a role in making contact with civilians willing to help vulnerable troops stay alive, a process known as unconventional assisted recovery. Okay? That could very well be the CIA reaching out to Iranians who played a role in the unconventional assisted recovery, or it could very well be the CIA saying that so that they create some instability when the Iranians see this and they go, what the fuck? We have moles amongst our ranks, right? Or it's a way to make the Iranian government more paranoid while simultaneously greatly propagandizing their capabilities. Whether or not this is real, it doesn't matter, right? Like, they're saying it's real. They're leaning into it as though they have that capability, right? God is good was the first radio signal. Yeah, exclusive. Trump told me that the U.S. feared Iran trap after the first radio signal from the F-15 crew member was God is good. or there was no fucking pilot to be saved. I don't think that that's the case. I think that they did recover the weapons officer, the weapons specialist on board. I think they did do that. So the competing interests and the statements on this from the Iranian side is the idea that Iran actually successfully either killed this person or kept him as hostage. But the reality of the matter is, if the Iranians actually did do that, you would see him, right? So once again, regardless of what the IRGC or whatever like Tasnim says, if they did do that, you would see it, right? They would show you because it's a major blow to the confidence that the American military has. An Air Force officer whose fighter jet had been shot down in Iraq was rescued, rescued by U.S. Special Operations Force in a risky Saturday night mission that took commandos deep into enemy territory, President Trump said on social media early on Sunday. The rescue followed a life-or-death race between U.S. and Iranian forces that stretched over 2 days to reach the injured airman, who was a weapons systems officer, current and former U.S. officials said. In the end, Navy SEAL Team 6 commandos extracted the officer in a massive operation that involved hundreds of special operations troops and other military personnel. And I do think that they probably deployed, from what I understand, they sent in the first search and rescue. The first search and rescue was able to find where the guy is, right? And they set up a cordon, like they cordoned off a 3-mile line around where the pilot or the weapons officer was, right? And they literally lasered any civilian that was in that 3-mile radius. Clearly, like they set up loitering. They set up Reaper drones, MQ-9 Reaper drones, around a 3-mile or a 3-kilometer line, and created a cordon sanitaire, and they just mass murdered whoever the fuck was near it, right? Whether you're a shepherd or whether you were like a civilian going home to your village, or whether you were actually, you know, a Basij paramilitary force member or a part of the police force, or even a civilian who took up arms to go and try and find where this guy is, and they just lasered them, right? U.S. MQ-9 Reaper drones protected the rescued F-15E crew member by striking Iranian military-aged males. This is an admission that they killed civilians, by the way. When they say Iranian military-aged males, they're literally openly admitting that they set up a cordon sanitaire on Iranian soil and killed people in their own fucking backyards, basically. And it also includes like children as well. Also includes people under the age of 18. That's what they say when they say military age male. That doesn't mean they're over the age of 18. That means they most likely killed people that are under the age of 18 as well. Believed to be a threat who got within 3 kilometers of the airman, a person familiar with the operation told Air and Space Forces magazine. So they did that. 13 to 55-year-olds. So they did that. They lasered all these people, right? They set up a safe zone, which is not a very safe zone for people that just like live in the neighborhood, right? Obviously, live in the mountainside, and then the pararescuers came in, but they got stuck. They were able to get to the person who I think walked like 5 kilometers up a mountainside and trekked after ejecting. And was able to light up that beacon, the emergency beacon, and hide, right? And they tried to clear out the area of any kind of anti-air defenses with the A-10 that was then destroyed in the process, right? Obviously, as we know. That was day 1, by the way, not even day 2. And on day 2, they set up a forward operating runway behind enemy lines. At least they claim that it was behind enemy lines. I have no reason to disbelieve that, but it is a mountainous region on the western side of Iran that's close to the Iraqi border. But they basically set up like a refueling runway, a makeshift runway, which is just dirt, right? They found a FARP. Yeah, they created a FARP. That's what it's called. A forward arming and refueling point, because helicopters are necessary to maneuver around, but obviously they have fuel restrictions. So what they did was create a runway for these planes that have the necessary fuel and munitions to land in. Okay, Fox News confirmed second crew member to down F-15E fighter jet has been rescued, and the members of the rescue team extracted him from behind enemy lines in Iran and are all safely out of Iran. That according to two senior U.S. officials and multiple well-placed sources in the region. The weapons system officer ejected along with the pilot when the F-15E Strike Eagle they were flying was struck Thursday night, early Friday local time in southwest Iran. The WSO used CSAR, Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape training to evade capture, hiding on an elevated ridge after hiking away from the wreckage and putting out an emergency beacon. U.S. Special Operation Rescue Force, including PJs, United States Air Force pararescuemen, and many layers of elite rescue forces, which I suspect is also Delta Force as well. You're parroting Pentagon propaganda? No, dude. I'm telling you what I have read thus far, and I'm going to tell you what parts of the operation are abject lies. Okay? The C-130s are also able to load up MH-6 Little Bird helicopters in the hull and deploy them once landed. That's almost certainly how that Little Bird helicopter had to be scuttled. Got there. Exactly. Complex layered mission to find both the crew member and also keep the Iranian forces who were hunting the American weapons system operator at bay. There are videos that have appeared from local eyewitnesses that show what appeared to have been injured and dead Iranian members of the IRGC in Basij who were looking for the downed American crew member. Fox has learned there was fighting on the ground, but no Americans killed during the operation. So I don't know if this is the case. Okay. I don't believe that this is the case, for the record. I don't believe that this is the case. And I think that they're most likely lying about that and also lying about exactly how the two cargo jets and also potentially one helicopter was destroyed in the process. Okay. It was a very complex operation to retrieve the downed service member. A well-placed source briefed on the operation told me many different branches of the U.S. military were involved in the rescue. Fox News confirmed the A-10 Warthog that crashed Friday was involved in providing cover for the rescue team searching for the pilot. That A-10 crashed in Kuwait, first reported by ABC Friday, but the A-10 pilot managed to eject safely and was rescued. There was destruction of aircraft which have sensitive equipment on board, I am told, all a part of the complex CSAR combat search and rescue mission. The F-15E was pretty much destroyed on impact. Two rescue helicopters were hit by enemy fire on Friday, and the crew members on board were injured by enemy fire but managed to make it out of Iran. There were a lot of elements to this rescue, I am told. So the destruction of the aircraft is the part that I think is inconsistent, and they're lying about it, right? I've seen images. It definitely was destroyed on the runway. The images of the destroyed aircraft are not consistent with an aircraft that was downed. Okay? It's not, for sure. So whether the Americans themselves or Delta Force themselves actually destroyed the aircraft in order not to let the Iranians get these, in order not to let the Iranians have access to this, like, you know, like special parts that it has, because these aren't like regular C-130s. They are they're specialized C-130s. The technology itself is obviously proprietary. They don't want the Iranians to get a hold of it, right? They don't want any of the foreign adversaries to get a hold of it. But I don't think it was the Americans that blew it up. They're claiming that it was the Americans that blew it up. But here are the confirmed losses with the current tally for this F-15 that was downed over Iran. There was one F-15E Strike Eagle that was destroyed, two HA-60 helicopters that were damaged, one MH-6 Little Bird that was destroyed, one A-10 Thunderbolt II was destroyed, two C-130 Hercules were destroyed, two MQ-9 Reapers were also destroyed in the process. And possible and unconfirmed damage was one F-16 Fighting Falcon, did an emergency squawk. One KC-135 shuttle tanker also had an emergency squawk. This was all on the first day. And one A-10 Thunderbolt II, possible emergency landing, which is dubious. So you believe this bullshit wholly? They were all shot down and Trump authorized Hannibal directive to end it? No, I don't. I don't know why you are dude, listen. If that's the case and you're not coping, then you'll see. That's it. Okay? You'll see. You'll see. The reason why they expended so much on saving this one pilot is because they did not want a major fucking L that the Americans would take here if the Iranians were able to secure the prisoner of war. Okay? That would have given Iranians tremendous leverage. Okay? Instead of like killing every single person, that that was in and around the area and destroy it. They tried to do an extraction. That was a very complex mission, and clearly they lost a lot of tools in the process, a lot of tech in the process as well. Many of that, in my opinion, was actually downed or destroyed, even if they're on the runway, by the Iranian defenses, for sure. And they're just simply saying that it was actually the United States that destroyed their own gear. But we'll see. We'll see. Because if it was the Iranians that successfully destroyed everyone and killed everyone that was trying to do this extraction mission, you would have bodies. There would be bodies in the wreckage, and they would show those bodies, because once again, that's a major counter to the way that Americans have presented this mission. Right? That's it. And the fact that they still don't. They still don't have bodies to show means that it's most likely a successful mission for the Americans. Most likely a successful extraction mission for the Americans. So I know it's protocol to blow up anything you leave behind. Either they sent in Delta Force, because the pararescuers do not have explosive munitions that they can deploy that blow up their own fucking tools. That must mean that they most likely sent in the Delta Force alongside a second rescue mission so that they could rescue the first rescue mission that was looking for the second pilot or the weapons specialist. Okay? That's my assumption. Lol, where did you get that info? Wait, what do you mean? Is it wrong? Now, the thing here, however, is that because Delta Force operates under, it was reported it was DevGru SEAL Team 6, some of these special forces operators, even if they actually do get fucking shot or killed, are they're not going to have the same reporting system that like a regular active duty, like regular forces have, right? Obviously, the military still has a duty to inform the next of kin. So even if it's like super classified, there are still leaks that take place. Okay. But the reason why you won't hear like actual casualty numbers from events like this is because they'll hide it in a training incident or something like that later down the line. And all you'll get, if you're under the CIA, especially like the Delta Force would be, is a star, and that's the only record of your KIA that will ever exist. Okay, you'll just get a star in the fucking CIA base. The idea that like 0 wounded is also bullshit. That's what they said, but that's obviously not the case, because they've already admitted that the pilot is like really fucked up, or not the pilot. Sorry, the WSO was actually wounded gravely. So what is this? Look at those health cares. It would have been such a strong diplomatic bargaining chip for prisoner of war. A lot of our money. Double ply rescue missions. They cite their sources. You can go evaluate. Okay. So Iran is obviously still rejecting openly the U.S. proposal to open the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for temporary ceasefire. So that should tell you what they think. Okay, that should tell you what they think about like what their position is. Okay, that's not true of DoD. They do get acknowledged as being KI as a part of military operations. We can look back on multiple instances of Dev and SFOD guys being killed during the global war on terror and prior that were acknowledged. Okay, so the fact that the only thing that we've seen from the Iranian side are the carcasses of blown up fighter jets. Or not fighter jets, sorry, blown up cargo planes and a mini chopper, a mini helicopter, implies that they most likely intercepted these jets while they were on this impromptu made runway, like a field that they were flying in and out of. But there were no U.S. casualties among the rescue team. Mr. Trump said all the commandos and the weapons officer returned safely. A senior U.S. military official said rescue planes flew the injured airmen to Kuwait for medical treatment. We got him, Mr. Trump exclaimed in the social media post. This brave warrior was behind enemy lines in the treacherous mountains of Iran, being hunted down by our enemies who were getting closer and closer by the hour. Mr. Trump said that the rescued officer, an Air Force colonel, had sustained injuries, but he will be just fine. The 2 crew members of the F-15E Strike Eagle, the first lost to enemy fire in the month-long war, had both ejected from the cockpit on Friday after Iran's military struck their plane. The jet's pilot, yeah, I got the IRGC statement. I'm going to show you. Some accounts cite this damage as proof it wasn't abandoned because of the sand. No. The planes were shot at for sure. Okay. But this wreckage is not consistent with a downed plane at all, because a downed plane would have actually a downed plane is flying at a specific altitude, and it would actually dig into the fucking ground. Okay, that's it. The fact that this plane or the helicopter did not actually bring up any of the fucking ground at all implies that it clearly was on the runway. People are actually saying, like, oh, as an aviation reporter in the past, this means that, high RPM during a crash impact is textbook dynamic. It's bullshit. No, that just melted, okay? That's all this is. This guy is wrong. The propeller blades in attached pick are bent backwards exactly in the way they do when they're spinning at high RPM during a crash impact. That's a textbook dynamic. If that was a high RPM altitude drop crash impact, okay, then there would be a fucking crater. You're ridiculous. Okay, you have to, you have to understand. Like, look at the soil. The soil is not disrupted. It's crazy. Please be a little bit, be a little bit more normal about this. Yeah, it's clear that there are pics also. Yeah, I saw this as well. There are pics that it was on the ground as well. The different lighting in these 2 images suggests that they're real. Sunrise in Iran is at 5:49 a.m., which was just over 2 hours ago. The second image shows the C-130 burning with the sun fully up, which is largely in line with the timing of the Al Jazeera reports on the rescue operation. Okay, they most likely got shot at, and they had to bail. The IRGC now issued a statement claiming that they were the ones who destroyed the U.S. C-130 south of Isfahan, contradicting the New York Times claim that the U.S. forces blew them up to prevent the aircraft from falling into Iranian hands. So they emergency landed? No, I think they didn't get to take off at all. Okay, I don't think they got to take off at all. The claims are that they got stuck. Okay, I don't think that's correct. I think that's just them coping. I think that they got shot at, they were surrounded, and they had to fucking bail. As reported previously, Iranian state-linked Tasnim News claimed U.S. forces were bombing areas in the southwest Iran near the missing pilot believed to be located. That reporting now appears to have been borne out. The New York Times reported this morning that U.S. officials confirmed they deliberately destroyed 2 of their own aircraft identified as MC-130J transport planes at a remote site after they became stuck to prevent them from falling into Iranian hands. Either they fucking lasered it personally, or they were getting shot at, and then they decided to blow up the equipment. The search centered around rugged Khokhiliyeh and Boyer Ahmad province, particularly Kul El Sia area. The New York Times also reported, citing a senior administration official, that the CIA ran a deception operation to convince Iranian forces that the airmen had already been evacuated by ground convoy. Iran state-linked Tasnim News had earlier suggested the situation was not unfolding as publicly presented in Western media. Okay? And if you look at the wreckage, because there's plenty of image on the wreckage now, the fact that there are no bodies in the wreckage, the fact that there are no bodies in the wreckage, the fact that there are, dude, shut up. God, I'm like covering some shit, and this guy's like asking me about sex pestiny. Shut up, please. Jesus Christ, who gives a fuck? Oh my God. Lock in, please. No, when multiple planes are down, they fall, they all land in the same spot to make cleaning up faster. Okay. I have not seen bodies in the wreckage at all, for the record. I did see a fake RT.com tweet with a skull going around and looked like a burnt car instead of a plane. I haven't seen any bodies that they pulled out of the wreckage at all. There would be bodies if they were if they actually if the rescue operators did not bail on this before it got blown to bits. Clearly there would be bodies in the wreckage, and there are none. So that implies that they're, they didn't, that implies that like the pararescuers actually bailed on these, on the aircraft when they were most likely surrounded, and either the Americans blew it up or the Iranians blew it up, but it doesn't matter. Like they blew up on the ground. It's clear. If you look at the undisrupted soil, that's consistent with like an explosion, that might have been an explosion that might have blown it up deliberately rather than a plane that crash landed. In any case, the U.S. account is that two MC-130J Commando 2 Special Operations Transport aircraft landed at a makeshift forward airstrip during the rescue, but became disabled and unable to take off. U.S. forces evacuated personnel and deliberately destroyed the aircraft on the ground to prevent capture. The recovered crew member had evaded Iranian forces for more than 36 hours in mountainous terrain before extractions. Reports and imagery indicate U.S. forces also destroyed at least one MH-6 Little Bird helicopter left behind on the site. President Donald Trump said the pilot was safe and sound. Iranian account says Iranian military linked sources, including Khatam al-Anbiya, command and state-affiliated outlets, claim the operation resulted in significant U.S. losses under combat conditions. They say the Iranian forces engaged in U.S. aircraft and ground elements, leading to the destruction of multiple assets, including two C-130 MC-130 transport aircraft, two Black Hawk helicopters, drones, including an MQ-9 Reaper and a Hermes 900. Iranian media also reported intense ground clashes in the area during the rescue attempt. Fars news agency said 9 Iranians were killed and 7 wounded in Kokhiliye and Boyar Ahmad province during the overnight operation. State-linked commentary drew comparisons to Operation Eagle Claw in 1980, the failed U.S. rescue mission in Iran, framing the latest operation as a similar or deeper setback. An advisor to Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf described the mission as a historic failure, claiming U.S. forces suffered losses across multiple aircraft types and suggesting the scale of the operation had been downplayed by Washington. Earlier, Tasnim News Agency reported that U.S. forces were bombing areas where the missing pilot might be located, a claim that aligns in part with the U.S. acknowledgement that the aircraft were destroyed at the site, though broader Iranian assertions about intent and losses remain unverified. Images circulating online show the burned out wreckage of what appear to be a U.S. MHC-130 transport aircraft at the forward base in southern Iran. Separate images showed an apparent wreckage of an MH-6 helicopter. Okay. Sorry, just got here, but was the IRGC in the region or was it just police and armed citizens? I think the most sober analysis here is that the IRGC, first of all, they blew up the roads leading into this area. They blew up the roads specifically so they could disrupt transport. Okay. So that was number one. And I saw videos, if you remember, there were a lot of videos of like cars that were trying to get into the area and were just like stuck in a 100 car pileup basically, where they were just like waiting bumper to bumper traffic. They also then created a 3-kilometer cordon around the pilot and eliminated anyone, civilians, military-aged males, as they say, children, whoever the fuck was in the region, in an effort to preserve the safety of the American asset. The reality of the matter also is that it's clear at the very least that like they could not take out the MQ-9 drones that were like they don't have enough. They don't have the capacity to mobilize enough anti-air systems, at least in this area. Okay, that's just the reality. Or rather, they were too predisposed elsewhere, but they clearly were not able to intercept any of these. They were clearly not able to deny or intercept any of these, planes, and were only able to get to them when they were, when they were staged on the ground. Okay, this still means that they have a hard time staging inside of Iran. They can't create a successful forward operating base. They can't create a FARP without having without meeting significant resistance from the ground forces. By the U.S. description of events, they basically fucked this up with no help from the IRGC. That tells me that if the IRGC is marginally more competent the next time this happens, good chance that all of the Americans die. I think the fact that the IRGC is not competent enough to mobilize in that quadrant says something, though. It says something about their capabilities. Okay? That's just the reality. Because the IRGC is supposed to be everywhere. I know Iran is a massive fucking country, but they have these decentralized systems of defense, and that means that they should be able to mobilize specifically in this region and be able to fight back against, be able to push back against these drones and destroy whatever like defensive corridor that they're trying to create. Because if you can't do that, that means you're also having a hard time combating the terrain. You're also having a hard time getting through in your own terrain where you're supposed to have significant advantages. Okay? Because, like, yes, the American military has superior air power. This is true. Okay? They do. But we know that already. This gives, in my opinion, a lot more confidence in Donald Trump to conduct a special operation in the future. It will most likely be even more devastating than this one. But at the end of the day, the disadvantages on the Iranian side are obviously not knowing exactly where the weapons specialist is, right? They don't know where the weapons specialist is. America does know where the weapons specialist is. But when you have a fuck ton of drones that you can just like send out there and loiter in the vicinity and just like laser people, that obviously disrupts whatever military operation you have. If you can't take out those drones, then that's going to be a consistent problem. They are being baited, Hassan. That's cope. I think that's cope. Okay. I think that's a face saving from Iran. Like the idea that they're baiting the Americans to try to invade through that quadrant is a total cope, because the reality of the matter is, let's be real. This would have been a major point of leverage for the Iranians if they were able to successfully extract the prisoner of war and refuse Americans the combat search and rescue operation, regardless of the unbelievable damage that they were able to do to the mission, regardless of all the destroyed equipment in the process. The fact of the matter is they didn't get the pilot. Okay. So while the Iranian strike capabilities have not deteriorated, Matthew Petticoat tweeted a good analysis of Iran's internal take on the situation. Can't link it. Yeah, you'd be able to link it if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, of course. The IRGC priority will be prepping for the ground invasion, so they'd have minimal assets available for this, which is a lower priority. I wouldn't read too much into it other than what we already know, that their anti-air capabilities greatly diminished. Not securing the WSO is one thing. Why didn't they just torch the area with drones and missiles, though? That's actually a great question. It's one that I'm wondering about as well, but I suspect it's because it was like danger close. Their units were far too close to the area, so they couldn't reliably blow up these assets, because there's civilians that live there, right? Like they don't want to fucking laser. They don't want to send lob missiles internally on Iranian soil and potentially kill a bunch of Iranian civilians. So yeah. Spoke with President Trump. He told me the conflict should be over in days, not weeks. But if no deal is made, he's blowing up the whole country with very little off the table. Obviously, we're going to get to that in a second. We're still working through this operation. Here, I'll find the Matt Petty tweet. But, you know, this is not like a spectacular W for America in the way that the Americans are presenting it, but it's certainly not something that is looking too great for Iranian capabilities as far as like being able to quickly mobilize in this massive country, in this mountainous region. So that is the reality of the matter. If we're being real about it, Iranians were not capable of mobilizing fast enough and extracting this, mobilizing fast enough and then extracting the pilot so they could take him as a prisoner of war. Anyway, following the desperate attempts, this is the new spokesman for Central Qatam al-Anbiya, says, following the desperate attempts by the American terrorist army aimed at carrying out a rescue operation for the pilot of its down fighter jet, a number of enemy aircraft entered the airspace of our dear country Iran at the dawn of April 5th, 2026. With God's help and support, thanks to the vigilance and readiness of the Islamic fighters in the armed forces, the use of electronic warfare, modern air defense systems, the implementation of land mosaic defense plan, and the establishment of a military and security cordon, several of these aircraft were targeted, including 2 military transport aircraft of the C-130 type and 2 Black Hawk helicopters, forcing them to make an emergency landing in one of the areas south of Isfahan. This is what I believe, for the record. I think that what ended up happening is they took on fire and they had to do an emergency landing, potentially, and then either they blew it up themselves after bailing, or the Iranians blew it up. I have seen some footage that I can't make out that is of like it looks like it would be a manpad or something that is just like flying around and then just hitting a target on the ground. I don't know if that's actually from the cargo planes that were blowing up, but likely referencing this analysis from Levant Kemal, successful SAR mission could embolden the U.S. to pursue further special ground operations in the coming days, potentially to broader objectives beyond rescue. Yeah, that's what my assessment is too. That's what I think as well. I think that's what is going to happen. Like, I think that all of the troop positioning, like the numbers that they're sending out there, the hardware that they're sending out there, is still not consistent with like a full-blown ground invasion of Iran, but instead is consistent with offering support for special forces operations that they might try to conduct here and there, whether it be like trying to take over a fucking island and then using that as a point of leverage, or whatever the uranium extraction mission that they have, which is unbelievably stupid. Both of these missions are very stupid. Okay, they're very stupid. They will be very difficult to pull off, and most likely will not lead to success. But having said that, I think with the W that they think they receive from this, even if the generals are like, this is going to be incredibly difficult, we can't do that. Please, let's not try anything crazy. The president might have a different opinion. After the completion of the enemy encirclement operation by the heroic fighters of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the cowardly enemy, in order to avoid scandal from the American President Trump and the false prestige of his army, resorted to intensively bombing its downed aircraft, equipment, commanders, and soldiers. The ignorant president, mired in the swamp of war and aggression that he himself started, along with the helpless and cowardly generals in the defeated American terrorist army, have realized that any aggression or ground operation or infiltration into any point of the proud Iran will be met with divine force and the iron fist of the fighters of the armed forces, the heroic Basij, and the brave people with a decisive and humiliating defeat. The scandal that has befallen the beleaguered American president and his defeated army cannot be repaired through hollow statements or media warfare or psychological operations. There is no doubt that all these victories and achievements for dear Iran have come under special divine care, and we are certain that the divine promise of achieving the final victory for the front of truth over falsehood will be fulfilled. And victory is not but from Allah, the exalted in might, the wise. So it's Matthew Petty quote tweeting Hamid Reza Azizi, good analysis of Iran's view, I believe. Okay, does anyone have the link? Anyone that's a subscriber to the Piker Broadcasting Service have the link that I'm looking for? Maybe I'm a dumbass. I am, but I would say the most logical way to look at it is not about a lack of manpower, firepower to defend the region. It could have been them using it as an opportunity to test out their firepower against tech manpower using the rescue efforts, but like there's no way to prove. No. Post with map of what you are explaining. Yeah, details about the rescue offered the U.S. Weapons Systems officer via a U.S. military official. The mountaintop area on the left is where the WSO was hiding. He ejected 5-ish miles northwest of there. The right area is the makeshift landing strip where they landed 2 C-130s and had 4 MH-6 little birds. One little bird flew to that mountaintop area and rescued the WSO and brought him back to the landing strip. And of course, the 2 C-130s nose gears got stuck in the dirt. So after a few hours, they had to bring in 3 AFSOC-8s to fly out the 2 rescued WSO and the 100 or so personnel involved in the op. The op basically cost $300 million because they had to abandon the 2 AFSOC C-130s and the 4 MH-6 little birds. Then the U.S. Air Force had to use multiple bombs to blow up all the aircraft they abandoned at the airstrip. And the Iranians shot down 2 Mark 9 Reaper drones. Luckily, the U.S. suffered no casualties. And we had to use multiple bombs and missiles to blow up IRGC vehicles that tried to drive up the mountain, and also those that tried to drive to the airstrip. No, this is 220 kilometers away from the WSO, from where the WSO ejected. There are geolocation discrepancies too. I'm guessing Iran was concerned there were too many eyes on the area and didn't want to expose tunnel entrances. That's why they didn't put too much of a fight. I mean, it could be a number of different reasons, but the reality is Esfahan is not in the northwest. No, the landing area was Esfahan. I don't know how that makes sense, but the plane absolutely blew up in Esfahan. That is true. That is consistent with the Iranians. That's consistent with what they're saying. And I don't know how close to Esfahan. Esfahan province, not the city. Isfahan, sorry. Anyway, does this operation increase or decrease the likelihood of a future U.S. ground operation in Iran? There's no clear consensus yet. I can tell them what their consensus should be if they want to survive. Hamid Reza Azizi reports, how is Iran interpreting the U.S. rescue operation? Reactions inside of Iran have been mixed. State media have framed the operation as a clear U.S. failure, pointing to the reported loss of aircraft and helicopters and questioning whether the second airman was actually rescued. In this narrative, Washington is seen as concealing both material damage and possible casualties. Particular attention is focused on Donald Trump's public messaging. Iranian commentators argue that the absence of any acknowledgement of losses reflects an attempt to construct a narrative of success and distract public attention from the material cost of the operation. At the same time, reports suggest that clashes did occur during the mission. Individuals on the Iranian side, particularly local people involved in search efforts, were reportedly targeted. This complicates the picture and suggests the U.S. operation was not as clean as presented by U.S. officials. Yeah, it's true, right? That's true. Beyond the information war, some Iranian analysts have focused on what the operation reveals about Iran's defenses. The fact that large transport aircrafts and accompanying helicopters are able to penetrate deep into Iranian territory raises concerns about gaps in airspace security. This is true. The depth of penetration reaching areas south of Isfahan is seen as particularly significant. It suggests that under certain conditions, the United States can insert forces far inside of Iran, even if only temporarily. Again, true. Okay, remember that. These are important points of consideration. Okay, this is the reason why America will feel more emboldened in spite of the losses that they incurred. This is absolutely true. From a military perspective, analysts emphasize that countering such operations requires rapid detection and response. However, the presence of U.S. and possibly Israeli air cover complicates direct engagement and raises the risk of casualties. As a result, some experts are calling for expanded use of drones for surveillance and portable missile systems for targeting. The argument is that more flexible, distributed capabilities are needed to address the vulnerabilities exposed by the operation. This is the Iranian side making this assessment, which is also a correct assessment. There is also strategic concern. Even if the U.S. incurred losses, the successful extraction of an airman could reinforce perceptions of American effectiveness. In a highly curated information environment, that may incentivize further high-risk operations. These could go beyond rescue missions. Some analysts warn that such precedents might increase the likelihood of more ambitious actions, including strikes on sensitive facilities or even attempts to secure high-value assets like the stockpile of the highly enriched uranium inside Iran. At the same time, a counter-argument exists. Some analysts believe that the cost, particularly aircraft losses, may have been acceptable for Washington in this case, but could limit the feasibility of repeating similar operations under more contested conditions. This has fed into a broader debate. Does this operation increase or decrease the likelihood of a future U.S. ground operation in Iran? There is no clear consensus yet. Some Iranian experts frame the episode as a part of a learning process. Despite setbacks, they point out that Iranian forces have previously managed to target advanced U.S. platforms and inflict damage, including during this operation. From this perspective, Iran's failure to capture the airmen is a setback, but also a source of operational lessons that could improve Iran's response in future scenarios. Others urge a more cautious assessment. They note that compared to other cases where the U.S. has rapidly extracted targets with minimal resistance, particularly in Venezuela, this operation took nearly 48 hours and involved significant friction and losses. In that sense, they argue, the episode reinforces the idea that Iran is not an easy operational environment. Any similar mission would likely involve complexity, resistance, and real risk. This is totally up to Donald Trump, okay? Because Donald Trump likes a fast and easy, successful mission, right? Donald Trump loved the Venezuela operation. Very little friction, very little resistance, except for like the Cuban special forces on the ground that were a part of Maduro's personal guard. They were able to basically take out the electricity grid, in and out, boom, 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 right? This was not easy. They lost a fuck ton of assets in the process. They lost a fuck ton of assets in the 48-hour operation. The first day, assets that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. That is an indication that even the fact that the F-15 was destroyed in the process implies that Iran still has significant air defenses that they can mobilize in a moment's notice, right? So they do not have the complete air superiority that they claim that they have. If Trump thought it went well, he wouldn't be melting down over social media overnight. He would be gloating. I mean, true. Finally, some commentators draw parallels with Operation Eagle Claw. In Iranian discourse, such comparisons are often used to reinforce the narrative that the U.S. military operations against Iran are repeatedly frustrated. For more ideological voices, these parallels are framed in symbolic or even religious terms, presented as evidence that Iran has historically resisted external intervention and that there is divine support for Iran. Overall, the episode is being interpreted in two ways at once, as both a sign of vulnerability and a demonstration of resilience. That tension will likely shape how Iran adapts its defenses and how it anticipates further U.S. actions. Okay? The thing about the rescue operation where only one pilot got out and the first wave of helicopters got shot up by local boys with 1920s Mausers and the U.S. had to blow up its own planes and helicopters on the ground is that it's going to be presented to Trump as a kick-ass success. And there's enough footage of U.S. Air Force Special Forces blasting Basiji on the ground and drone strikes on military-age males that the sizzle reel Trump gets every day will look cool. But this is going to be spun as a reason for doing the uranium heist, not a lesson against it. That is my suspicion as well. I think Donald Trump is unreliable, and he knows that he hasn't received the military successes. He has to recognize at this point that he's not getting the military success that he wanted out of this process. Strait of Hormuz is still closed, obviously, and Iran is still striking Israel and the Gulf nation states, and even their extraction industry, as well as like American companies in the region. So obviously, he is looking for a W wherever he can, and like the smart thing in this circumstance would be, here is our W. We showed our military dominance. We showed how much we value our service members, our brave, valiant heroes, right? So it's time to retreat, right? You got a good W here. It's a good point of de-escalation, but that's not going to happen most likely. Let's be fucking real. This is where you cut your losses and you fucking bail, right? It's a good opportunity for face saving. I don't think they're going to do that. I think he's going to look into this and say, sure, we lost some of our assets, but who gives a fuck? Our forces were so dominant for 48 hours. We were able to literally land inside of Iran, operate inside of Iran, and we were able to successfully extract this guy that was like lost in the mountainside, and therefore we can do it again, and we can do it in an even braver and bolder way. And I do worry that this will embolden the Trump the Trump administration into moving in a direction where they'll do the uranium extraction mission, which will be infinitely more complex than this, and will most likely have, considering that it's a military position that they're trying to advance, will require excavators, will require specialists that come along with the special forces, will require creating a FARP in the middle of a contested area, and will require significantly more tools in a much better guarded area, where they will have anti-air defense systems, and it will require them to hold a position in a known military position, right? Deep inside of enemy lines. It's very different than being able to figure out where this guy is in a fucking mountainous region and very quickly creating like a drone cordon that lasers whoever civilian or enemy combatant that comes near it, right? So that's that in that instance, it obviously the situation favors Iranian defenses, right? Breaking news from the Kobeissi letter. Breaking. President Trump's advisor reportedly texting Iran's foreign minister Arakshi in an attempt to continue negotiations per Axios. Two sources involved in negotiations said the talks are also taking place through Pakistani, Egyptian, and Turkish mediators. Paradropping excavators and forklifts? Yeah, no, literally. Why aren't you reading the IRGC statement with respect to the extraction, or do you think that they're full of shit? I did read it. And I did explain that they are obviously, just like the United States of America is making this seem like it's a fucking fantastic success, the Iranians are doing the same. Of course, both parties are going to lie and embellish and make their position seem much stronger, okay? Because war is not just being fought on the battleground, it's also being fought in the information space, right? But Levant Kemal also says he's a Middle East Eye guy. He says a successful search and rescue mission could embolden the U.S. to pursue further special ground operations in the coming days, potentially for broader objectives beyond rescue. Despite Pentagon and CIA risk warnings, the WSO rescue and testing Iran's response speed may push the Trump administration towards missions targeting nuclear inventory, key figure extraction, or underground facility raids. We shall see.
Who ultimately...
Here, let's take a look at what Trey Yingst had to say. There was also another moment of HasanAbi vindication where Trey Yingst also revealed on Fox News that Donald Trump told him that they had armed the Kurds, which is what I told you before, because I'd seen the videos in the Kurdish regions of Kurdish militants like straight up assassinating police chiefs and shit like that. And a lot of people yelled at me at the time. This was obviously in the buildup where there was a tremendous amount of state repression from the Iranian from the Iranian side in the protests that were put down, and a lot of people were killed.
News can report that on Saturday morning, the CIA was able to locate and confirm this U.S. service member in a mountain ridge south of the city of Isfahan, and that is when the appropriate calls were made to relevant parties, including the Secretary of War, the Joint Chiefs Chairman, and the President himself, who ultimately ordered this operation. And within 12 hours, we can report there were U.S. Special Forces on the ground inside of Iran rescuing this U.S. service member.
Yes. Behind enemy lines. Incredible reporting. Yeah. Trey Ying's live for us in Tel Aviv. Trey, thank you.
Thanks, Trey. Thank you so much, Trey.
And with that, let's bring in...
News can report that on Saturday...
No worries. That's why it seems unlikely they came under heavy fire at the FARP. The ground conditions were clearly known, and they weren't landing on an airstrip, improvised or otherwise, so it's believable that the heavy C-130s got stopped on soft ground after landing. If under heavy fire, they wouldn't have been able to land on other... they wouldn't have been able to land other fixed wings. No, I don't think they got hit in the air. I think they got resistance from the ground while they were on the ground. So I don't think that, I think they were under fire when they landed. Not necessarily you can land fixed wing on improvised landing strip. You can also conduct free fall insertion with CCT and JTACs in order to assist in landing the fixed wing. Yeah, I don't think they crash landed. Like, I think that's bullshit, because if you look at the actual footage, look, guys, no matter how much you want to do propaganda, okay, no matter how much a state wants to do propaganda, whether it's the Iranian state or the American state, at the end of the day, there's things that you can look at with your own two eyes, okay? If the C-130s actually fell, right, or if they were dropped, you would see it in the footage, okay? Not like directly in the footage of like a C-130, falling out of the sky, but you would see it on the soil, right? There would be an impact site. There would be a crater that is consistent with a plane falling from high altitude, okay? That doesn't exist. It's very clear that they were on the ground, whether they were stuck or met resistance from conventional forces on the ground. Doesn't change that dynamic. They were clearly not. The plane did not fucking fall out of the sky. The bent propeller indicate a gear up landing. They 100% had a forced landing. If they had a forced landing, you would see it on the fucking soil, man. This is a very heavy plane that is like crash landing is what you're saying. Okay? It's not consistent with that at all. If you look at the impact site, it is not consistent. And this is from the Iranians, right? Iranians have shown the blown up planes. Okay? The Iranians have openly shown the blown up planes. Okay? And when you look at those blown up planes, none of us are experts. It's a waste of time. You don't even have to be an expert to look at literally what's in front of you. What are you talking about? You just have to have a little bit of knowledge about how gravity works and how physics works. What do you mean? Here's another C-130 crash similar from 2020. Note the clear impact visible from any angle. Where is it? Yeah, see? And this is from high up too, so you can't fully grasp like how much ground that it disturbed. Like it's like a huge skid mark on the ground. That prop damage 100% indicates that the plane was damaged on landing and was not going to take off from there. This claim has several problems. First, most major Iranian Kurdish parties have denied receiving any weapons. Okay, well, whatever. Important context, there were 100 personnel on that landing site. Yeah. So, but that's a crash. We're talking about a hard landing without the vehicle disintegrating. It may have had to land hard and be abandoned due to small arms causing failures. That could be the case. Okay? Not a crash landing, but a hard landing that got the front of the plane stuck, that caused them to ditch the equipment and then blow it up. But again, I didn't see any disturbed debris at all near the impact sites. So near where the plane was blown up. The Iran war has eroded faith in the U.S.'s role as a protector of high seas and raised growing doubts about Washington's ability to manage the consequences of the war, according to a Bloomberg report. This is still obviously, this is one of those like you won the battle, but you're losing the war moments as well. Because like, the reality of the matter is this was a successful search and rescue operation, which certainly delivers a blow to Iranian capabilities as far as like denying, aerial operations to the American and the Israeli side. But it still doesn't change the dynamic of the war the overall war goals, because at the end of the day, the Strait of Hormuz is still under the control of the Iranians. And also on top of that, they are still incapable of successfully destroying all the anti-air systems that the Iranians have, clearly, which means that there's not full-blown air superiority. And last but not least, they're not deteriorating the missile launching capabilities as well, because Iranians are in for the long haul. Okay? IRGC also says the Strait of Hormuz will never return to normal for the U.S. and Israel, adding that its Navy is preparing operations for a new order in the Persian Gulf. Yeah, a Pyrrhic victory for the Americans in this battle. But yeah, Trey Ying says there was concern that despite the crew member's beacon signal, it was an Iranian trap, a senior U.S. official told Fox News. By Saturday morning, the CIA was able to locate and confirm as the U.S. crew member using advanced capabilities. At the time, the CIA informed all relevant parties, including Secretary of War, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and ultimately the president. Within 8 hours, we had planes in motion. Within almost 12 hours, we were on the ground in Iran. So yeah. Meanwhile, as as we've looked at here, this doesn't look like it was. This doesn't look like it was like a crash landing in any way, shape, or form. Obviously, could have been a hard landing where they were stuck and they met with resistance either pre or post. But the idea that this was like a trap is not the case, right? It was not within their capabilities. That much is clear, right? It was serious because Trump wasn't truthing OPSEC like he normally does. Also true. Also fucking true. What is this? Greg Abbott posted something. What the hell did he post? Wait, what is the AI image? This is so awesome. Here's a photo of the honorable colonel being rescued yesterday. God bless him. Our soldiers are all doing God's work. Happy Easter. This is so awesome. God, we are... This country, unironically, is led by some of the dumbest fucking boomers, dude. God, right-wingers love AI slop so much. We're not going to make it, dude. We're not going to fucking make it. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Vijay Prashad says the gap between Europe and the United States at this time is not strategic but tactical. Do not misunderstand Macron's disagreements with Trump. They are disagreeing about how to subordinate Iran, not whether it's appropriate to subordinate Iran to the West. Okay, fair. Please send a rescue mission to Texas for all of us. HasanAbi heads in the state, bro, please. Yeah, true. I feel if there was heavy... What is this? What is this? Look to see why the official story is bullshit. The rescue of the second pilot gets so much more interesting when he realized he walked 110 miles in a single day to get to his location from crash site and another pilot. I don't know if this is correct because the crash site is obviously going to be far away from where the fucking landing, where he ejected to. Like this person is it's not 110 miles. Like it with one canteen of water, guys. This is ridiculous. Yeah, they're like the crash site has nothing to do with where he ejected and landed. You know, the ejector seats don't follow the fucking plane. He was on a fucking parachute. Like he was in it. He was I don't have reason to believe that like the story as far as like where he was able to trek to, which is I believe like what 3 kilometers or something from where his seat landed. I don't believe that that's incorrect. I think that's probably correct. There remains one unsolved riddle in the F-15E shootdown. I'm currently not satisfied with the answers. In my breakdown, there's a clear focus of activity around the province of Kokhliye and the Boyar Ahmad. Even the regime called for handover of the pilots. There was significant activity around the FARP, southeast of Isfahan, for the WSO. Pilot eject with a parachute, now with a paraglider, so they cannot cover significant horizontal distance in the air. Both pilot and the WSO usually eject within less than 1 second, with the WSO ejecting first. Means that there could have been a couple of kilometers between both, especially with some winds, but not this distance. I.e., the Isfahan FARP would not have been required for the WSO inside of Boyar Ahmad. This leaves us with various options. The pilot was recovered from south of Isfahan. The intel around the province of Kokhliye and Boyar Ahmad was intentionally seeded by the CIA because to get to the south of Isfahan, they have to fly there anyway to distract Iranian efforts. The WSO walked 80-ish miles, 120 kilometers in 24 hours in the wrong direction. The WSO and the pilot were both recovered from Kokhliye and Boyar Ahmad, and the FARP was something else. For something else. I tend to go with A plus B, and I think C and D are not true. What do you think? I don't know, man. I just like, what is this? Is it suspicion that like, why are you guys sending me these things? You're sending me this shit to be like, what? It was actually secretly to extract the uranium? Is that what it is? Is that why they sent up a FARP in Isfahan? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. I think there is a cope on both sides on this. The cope coming from the American side is that this was like a total clean in and out operation, which it clearly wasn't. It took 48 fucking hours, and they lost a lot of assets in the process. And the cope coming from the Iranian side is that like it's actually this was a phenomenal success. They took out the pilot, they took out everybody, but there's no bodies to show for it, right? If you don't have bodies to show for it, then it didn't happen. That's my assessment, right? It's that simple. If you're saying that you blew up these planes yourself, and you're showing the wreckage, right? But you're not showing any bodies, that means you didn't blow up the planes while there were people in it. Or even if you shot at the planes, they were able to successfully bail on the equipment. It's that simple. Finding the downed airman who'd been hiding behind enemy lines with little more than a pistol as defense had been the U.S. military's highest priority over the last 48 hours after ejecting. It's not even a pistol. They have like a foldable AR-15. After ejecting from the F-15E, the officer hid in the mountain crevice, his location initially unknown to either Americans trying to rescue him or the Iranians trying to capture him. CIA initiated a deception campaign to try to confuse the Iranian forces to convince them that the airman had already been rescued and was moving out of the country in a ground convoy, a senior administration official said. The agency also ultimately, it's an AR pistol. They mean a Cali-compliant pistol? Fistal. Whatever. Which mounted the rescue operations senior administration official said. Mr. Trump's exultant post celebrating the Air Force officer's rescue contrasted with his threat on Saturday morning to strike Iran's power infrastructure if the government did not open the Strait of Hormuz to cargo traffic. Time is running out, 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them, Trump wrote. The downing of the F-15E and the crash of another U.S. warplane, an A-10 Warthog, a short time later on Friday, raised questions about how much capability Iran retained after a month of attacks. Mr. Trump hailed the rescue as evidence that Iran's defense had been badly damaged, if not destroyed. The fact that we were able to pull off both of these operations without a single American killed or even wounded just proves, once again, we have achieved overwhelming air dominance, superiority over the Iranian skies. It's obviously not true. The Black Hawks were clearly met with strong resistance from the ground, and they openly, in the initial reporting, suggested that the people did receive some fire, for the record, and were injured. The mission to save the crew member employed hundreds of special forces troops and other military personnel, dozens of U.S. warplanes, helicopters, and cyberspace and other intelligence capabilities. The airmen evaded Iranian forces for more than 24 hours at once. At one point, hiking up a 7,000-foot ridgeline. A senior U.S. military official said U.S. attack aircraft dropped bombs and opened fire on Iranian convoys to keep them away from the area where the airman was hiding. As U.S. commandos converged on the downed airmen, they fired their weapons to keep Iranian forces away from the rescue site, but did not engage in a firefight with the Iranians, a U.S. military official said. The airman was equipped with a beacon and a secure communication device for coordinating with forces mounting the rescue, but the airman restricted the use of his beacon because Iranian forces could have detected his signal as well. A senior U.S. military official described the mission to rescue the airmen as one of the most challenging and complex in the history of U.S. special operations, given the mountainous terrain, the airmen's injuries, and Iranian forces rushing to the location. In a final twist, after the weapons officer was rescued, 2 transport planes that would carry the commandos and the airmen to safety got stuck at a remote base in Iran. Commanders decided to fly in 3 new planes to extract all the U.S. military personnel and the airmen, and they blew up the 2 disabled planes rather than have them fall into Iranian hands. The F-15E fighter jet. So that's the part that also doesn't make sense. How the fuck did they land 3 additional planes and then fly out safely with 3 additional planes, basically extracting, or rather rescuing 100 or, less than 100, whatever. However many were on the ground already. How the fuck did they fly them out? Just in, RGC publishes footage from the 100 million U.S. aircraft crash site. There's one photo that indicates there was a fatality of a U.S. soldier, but no confirmation from CENTCOM at this time. The Special Operations MH6 helicopter Little Bird was spotted among the wreckage of the destroyed aircraft. Some are saying it might have been on board the MC-130J transport aircraft and was destroyed and disabled after the transport aircraft was damaged. I've not seen I don't think there's any people in the wreckage. They would have shown it if that was the case, for the record. So I don't know if this is like supposed to imply a person or something. I don't want to like show something that's like TOS or whatever. But yeah, there's a lot of guts of a plane and perhaps a helicopter, but no human beings. Okay. There is a photo that they have of like a burnt guy for the record. There's a photo that they have of like a burnt person, but that's not. I don't think that's from this crash. Like I've seen one photo of like a burnt skull, but like a charred guy. I'm not going to show it to you. I'm looking at it right now, but I don't think that's from this crash. I think they just like kind of snuck that in there to be like, this was one of the guys. It's the back seat of a Peugeot. Iranian ground forces are said to be in full alarm and are spread across the country. They also closed all schools and universities. I've deleted the image containing the alleged skull of an American C-130 crew member. The remains resemble the car frame of a Peugeot Pars, an Iranian car. In order to stay truthful, I've deleted the tweet. Yeah, that's, I'm not going to show you, but that's Arya Yadegar, who is like very pro-IRGC. And even he's saying that's bullshit. Okay? Anyway, so what is Trump doing this morning? I woke up to some unbelievable statements from the motherfucking president. Now that we've covered extensively what took place in this special military operation, the search and rescue operation, and hopefully you were able to get a little bit more clarity about what took place. Again, some of this is going to always be speculative. It's hard to piece this information together, both looking at the American side and what they're saying and what the Iranian side and what they're saying, while still obviously being critical of both sides and the information that they're revealing, given the interest that they have in presenting their side as the stronger side. Lying to everyone about saving the stranded weapons specialist. Ugh. Okay. I need you to understand, once again, if this is an abject lie, why has the Iranian side... This is the same as like when people were saying in the 12-day war that Iran had taken out an F-35 fighter jet. Okay? Remember when people were saying that the IRGC had taken out an F-35? Do you remember? In the 12-day war. Okay? And at the time, I told you, if they successfully took out an F-35 fighter jet, you would see it. Okay? You would see it, as we saw with the F-15, right? There was wreckage. There were pieces of the tail that you could identify, right? Obviously, I found them. Dirt. Trump's not holding back his words. He's straight unraveling because he doesn't control the situation. Yeah, I think it's more the latter rather than the former. Okay? So, here's the thing. If the Iranians actually were able to kill American soldiers, okay? If they were to kill American soldiers, you would see it. Unless they did actually kill some American soldiers, but the bodies, the casualties, the wounded, and maybe even those who were killed were extracted alongside the rest of the forces that were on the ground. Okay? It's that simple. No body means no body in the wreckage means they didn't kill any of the bodies or create a big enough security issue for the Americans to not be able to extract their forces out of the region. Because if they did, they would show the bodies, the charred bodies in the wreckage. Okay? That's it. Anyway, let's get to Donald Trump. Need a serious investigation on this, but it's going to be tough to do so. Anyway, you have to be realistic. You have to be realistic about it. So Donald Trump came out and said something totally fucking insane. I guess it's somewhat expected. But this shows that he's definitely not in control over the situation. Okay. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. That is unfucking believable, dude.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
I don't even know what to say about this. Like, down to the praise be to Allah side of things. It's just the nuttiest fucking possible situation. He's threatening to do maximum terrorism to the state of Iran and destroy its capabilities of, destroy the lives of 93 million people. Okay, that's what terrorism is. Like, he's saying we are going to do war crimes. We're going to destroy the energy grid. We're going to destroy the bridges. We are going to disrupt the lives and livelihoods of 93 million fucking people. Okay? These are all human beings. That's what he's saying on Easter, while also simultaneously saying praise be to Allah. Okay? Anyway, going back to the Al Jazeera assessments of what took place. Sorry, I do want to cover this.
An American Air Force officer who was missing after Iran downed a fighter jet has been rescued. President Donald Trump confirmed that the mission was successful and that the officer is injured but safe. The operation lasted 2 days, with both U.S. and Iranian forces looking for the missing airman. He was extracted from Iran after what was described as a heavy firefight. Donald Trump posted to social media saying, "We got him." Over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history. Trump added this brave warrior was behind enemy lines in the treacherous mountains of Iran, being hunted down by our enemies. At my direction, the U.S. military sent dozens of aircraft armed with the most lethal weapons in the world to retrieve him. He sustained injuries, but he will be just fine. This miraculous operation comes in addition to a successful rescue of another brave pilot yesterday. Well, Tawhid Asadi is in Tehran. Nida Ibrahim is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and John Hendren is live in Washington, D.C. That's where we start. John, tell us what you know about this rescue operation and how it unfolded.
Well, sir, we know a surprising amount just shortly after the operation. And the reason is because President Donald Trump tweeted about this or posted about it just 3 hours ago. And we were getting live updates from a U.S. official as it was going on. As a matter of fact, at one point, that official said that the operation was in the middle of a firefight, that could still go badly, that the colonel might not make it out. It was an operation with many dangers. It did not go as planned. It involved hundreds of troops, dozens of aircraft. And before that, for 2 days, we had American aircraft scouring Iran looking for this person. Now, we are told from a U.S. official that they actually had the location of that airman. But as they began this operation in darkness, it ended in light. And that means it took longer than they expected it to because they wanted to get out of there in darkness. And we're told that as they were closing in on that airman, a firefight broke out. They managed to pull off the rescue, but they left the country, finally secured a place for that airman in an aircraft, got him out of the country, but not in the way they had planned to do that. So this was a complicated operation that ended up avoiding a situation where a U.S. airman would have been held as a prisoner of war in Iran.
John, stay with us. Let's get what the Iranians are saying. Tawhid, you're in the Iranian capital. So Iran and Iranian forces were trying to capture this American soldier at the same time that American special forces were trying to rescue him. What do you know about what happened?
Well, not just the Iranian forces, but the local residents, as from the very first hours in the province of Kokiluya and Bor Ahmad, located in the western parts where this fighter jet was down. The Iranian state TV came out with a report even setting an award for a person who can catch or provide any information regarding these pilots. And obviously, so far, we don't have any reaction to this recent statement by the U.S. President Donald Trump, but still, we've got this report from the same province about 9 people being killed, and that might be associated with the any sort of obviously confrontation between the U.S. forces trying to rescue and the local forces who were trying, in a sense, to capture the pilot. Of course, we also know that Iran is saying right now that a C-130 fighter as well as 2 Black Hawks are downed in the central areas of Isfahan province, and that is something that we heard from the Iranian side. And also we've got the statement from the spokesperson and other military officials, a clear message of resilience and retaliation in that regard. And obviously this is a very important development, not just related to the pilot, but the Iranians are trying to depict it as a sign of victory when it comes to the capability of the air defense system inside the country. Previously, we've got it from the U.S. officials and the U.S. President Donald Trump in particular, criticizing and downgrading the capabilities of the defense capability of the country. Right now, Iranians are saying that they have been able to have a functional defense system, air defense system, and that is in line with other claims that they are putting forth regarding the downing of drones and missiles over the past few days.
John, back to you in Washington, D.C. So the last 2 hours, if we take everything in, has been a mixed bag for the U.S. They've had 2 successful rescue operations. Obviously, that's a win for them. But it also, before that, they've had several of their planes now shot down for the first time in this conflict.
That's right. So we've got not only were these Black Hawks hit, there was an A-10 Warthog plane that on Friday was shot. That pilot had to eject and did so safely outside of Iranian airspace and was rescued as well. But you're right. I mean, over the past 48 hours, there were 2 rescues. First of all, you have the pilot who ejected from that plane in Iran. Somehow, we don't know the details of this, that pilot was extracted from Iran, seemingly without a lot of drama. But then you had this weapons specialist, this colonel, who apparently evaded Iranian forces on the ground for 2 days, hiding as the Iranians scoured the ground, the hills and valleys, and the Americans scoured from the air, racing each of them to try to find that airman. And then you had this, this rescue operation overnight that ends up in a firefight, which was obviously something the Americans were trying to avoid. So definitely a mixed bag, complicated, but in the end, they ultimately achieved their goal, which was to ensure that they didn't leave a prisoner of war inside of Iran. And of course, the U.S. has a memory of 1979 when the embassy was taken over.
There's a much bigger story here that's not being talked about, and is that they haven't been flying combat missions over Iran, have been using drones and cruise missiles, because every time they do, this happens. Yes, you fucking nailed it, chatter. That is a very important part of this story. And that is, if America had complete air superiority over Iran, they wouldn't be lobbing as many standoff munitions from very far away. Okay? Not only have they been doing this, they've been depleting their offensive capabilities, in spite of the fact that much of the missiles that they're using, they actually developed specifically against Russia and China. Okay? That is a huge part of this story, because as far as what happens, okay, as far as like what takes place in these, like in the way that like America is comfortable conducting air operations, okay, they go in and they successfully diminish the anti-air systems of the country that they are going to develop, a no-flight zone over, okay, to maintain air superiority over. And then after that, it's much cheaper for planes to just fucking fly over and directly strike targets. Okay, they have more weapons that they could deploy this way. They have more munitions that they could deploy this way, but they have been shying away from it. Okay, they have been using and depleting their far away offensive striking capabilities, some of which they might not be able to re-up in the necessary time period if they were to, go into war with another country. Okay. Yeah, they have a fuck ton more gravity bombs, but they can't use them because they can't fly over and use the gravity bombs, right? HasanAbi, bro, we're bombing Tehran daily. That is air superiority. I don't get what you're saying. Oh my God. Dog, if we had air superiority, they would not fucking lose a fuck ton of planes in the process of doing a combat search and recovery mission, combat search and rescue mission. And on top of that, there wouldn't have even been an F-15 that was downed over Iranian soil to begin with. They also would not be they also would not be consistently utilizing Tomahawk missiles. You look at the bombs that are dropped on Tehran and you assume that's because American airplanes and Israeli airplanes are flying over Iranian airspace and dropping those bombs. Sometimes they are, okay? Sometimes they are. But many of those bombs that you see, both in Tehran and elsewhere, are not precise strikes coming from airplanes. They're not dropping gravity bombs. They're actually lobbing missiles. Yeah, they're using the JSSM missiles. Just because a couple planes got down doesn't mean USA doesn't have air superiority. Iran is a mountainous region. That's why other utilized like missiles can be used for simplicity. Okay, you're right. Instead of using the much more precise equipment that they have literally infinite ammo on, pretty much, okay, they're expending almost all of their fucking standoff munitions for no reason because they just felt that would be more fun to do. Gravity bombs, is that the latest buzzword? So many Twitter tabs, you just turn off Twitter, man. It would be so good for you to do that for a week. 24-month subscriber said, gravity bombs, is that a buzzword? I've never heard the term before today. That's all. Am I the only place that you get information from? Do you read? Yes, I read. Clearly not enough.
When hostages were held there, and that became a serious problem for President Jimmy Carter, who ended up being a one-term president. And while the stakes here are lives on both sides, politically the stakes for President Trump and his party are enormous. It's an unpopular war, and he is, by all outward signs, trying to get the U.S. out of there. And this is really just continuing a complicated situation.
I've never heard it either. You're an asshole. Buddy, if you haven't heard it before, then why are you being... I'm not getting upset at that person for asking me what a gravity bomb is. I'm getting mad at that person for being contentious. Okay? How is this hard to fathom? That chatter came in with a negative energy for no fucking reason and made it seem like I was just like throwing around new buzzwords. Like there's a difference between being like, hey, I don't know what a gravity bomb is. Okay? And I don't want to Google it right now. Can you please explain it to me? Right? Versus, oh, you're just saying that as a buzzword. Like if you're, look, what I do here is try to educate people to the best of my ability. Okay. Having said that, if you're going to come in here with this like weird negative energy, obviously I'm going to fucking, if you're coming in here with critiques and you don't know something that I'm in the process of explaining, just ask, be kind. You're using the most obscured language for unguided munitions. Buddy, who cares? Like, what do you mean? You're too sensitive. It's okay, but it happens. Please move on. Okay, we're moving on. Anyway, the U.S. is deploying most of its long range. We read this yesterday. Its long range JSSM ER stealth missiles for the Iran war, pulling them from global stockpiles. Only about 435 remain available worldwide out of the 2,300 pre-war. These missiles have been heavily used. Over 1,000 in the first month. Reducing reserves meant for other conflicts. Replacing them could take years. Some of them will not be replaced. There's newer versions of these that they specifically created for Russia and specifically created for war against China. The fact that they're using these missiles from afar, lobbing them from, a very long distance, rather than using the much cheaper munitions that they have that is readily available, that you can only drop from planes, guided and unguided missiles that you can utilize in this circumstance, rather than the limited stockpile that you have of these long-range missiles, implies that they are not confident. They are not confident in the air superiority that they claim that they have. Okay? What's crazy, the first thing they did was to say you're wrong without fact-checking themselves. They can just Google. I know. If America and Israel had already established air superiority over specific quadrants, they would be utilizing a lot more fighter jets, and there would be no contest against said fighter jets. But it's very clear that Iran still has the capability of dropping fighter jets, including the F-15E that they dropped on Iranian soil a couple days ago, right? Anyway, that's it.
That's made the U.S. Have difficulty trying to extract itself.
Yeah, the situation might get even more complicated.
Meanwhile, we have some breaking news to get to. President Trump making his first comments this morning on the daring rescue mission. He just posted moments ago to Truth Social saying, "We have rescued the seriously wounded and really brave F-15 crew member officer from deep inside the mountains of Iran. The Iranian military was looking hard in big numbers and getting close. He is a highly respected colonel. This type of raid is seldom attempted because of the danger to man and equipment. It just doesn't happen." The second raid came after the first one, where we rescued the pilot in broad daylight. Also unusual, spending 7 hours over Iran. An amazing show of bravery and talent by all. We'll be having a news conference with the military at the Oval Office on Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern. God bless our great military warriors. So there's the president speaking out for the first time, confirming what we knew about the daring, bold, dangerous level that this rescue, both of them, entailed.
Yeah, you know, this administration, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and of course our president have set the bar very high for daring rescue missions. I mean, here we are just off of the Maduro, you know, impeccably executed capture.
Yeah, this is a little bit different than that, don't you think? You know, they lost 0 asses in the Maduro mission. There was a little bit of ground resistance, but obviously it wasn't anywhere near as significant as like losing a bunch of fucking planes in the process. Come on, man. An A-10 Warthog was dropped in the process. Like, that's insane. These people are fucking, they're out of control.
Then we had the pilot who was rescued, again, under very unusual circumstances, as you said, in daylight. And then this one lost pilot who found his way into the mountains there in Iran, in the heart of enemy territory, with the Iranian regime placing a bounty on his head of up to $60,000 with all these Iranians searching for him, looking for him. He hides in these crevices. And somehow our amazing military is able to go in and capture him. And we have to thank our president for this Easter miracle, because he has not left the Oval Office. He is just clued in and determined to get him out. And boy, it happened.
It happened. And what's interesting, you heard Brent Sadler, if you're watching earlier, talk about the debacle in the desert, lay those, 46 years ago. All the way back in 1980. And so, you know, these things can go south, obviously, very, very quickly. And we had great concern here on the couch, as I'm sure millions of Americans did. What would happen?
Oh, there's going to be a fucking movie about this. They're going to be like, this brave pilot was on his way to fucking bomb an orphanage. And he was unjustifiably attacked by the daring Iranian terrorists who dared to fight back against the American fighter pilots that were trying to bomb another civilian facility. It's really fucked up. That's the way they're going to cover it. Top Gun Iran, brother. Top Gun Iran is the last Top Gun. They already did that. Okay, they already did the Top Gun Iran. It was the last one.
If the Iranians happened to catch this particular Wizzo and then paraded him out for the world to see, and instead we wake up this morning to fantastic news that the American military, and I thought Trey Yanks really nailed it in his last report. The coordination, the collaboration that it takes to pull off something like this is nothing short of extraordinary, and it is fantastic news and indeed an Easter miracle.
Yeah, and you mentioned Trey Yanks. With that, let's go to Trey live in Tel Aviv with the very latest. And Trey, we understand you have brand new reporting from a senior official. What can you tell us?
Hasan kind of soft on Israel lately. Yeah, famously, I'm so soft on Israel. That's why every fucking mainstream outlet is just like reporting me as a dangerous anti-Semitic terrorist to every fucking politician that has ever appeared next to me or talked to me.
Yeah, guys, good morning. I just spoke with a senior U.S. official who provided new details on the intelligence behind the scenes to rescue this U.S. service member. The official telling Fox News it wasn't until Saturday morning that the CIA was able to confirm the location and that this was the individual they were trying to rescue. There was concern among the American government that this was an Iranian campaign to try and lure in U.S. forces and ultimately attack them. I understand, according to this official, that on Saturday morning, the CIA was able to locate and confirm the individual, at which point the plan went into motion. The CIA director made sure that the U.S. Secretary of War The Joint Chiefs Chairman and the president himself were aware. And I'm told that within 8 hours, U.S. planes were on their way to Iran. And within 12 hours, there were boots on the ground to rescue this U.S. crew member. As all of this was taking place, there was a deception campaign behind the scenes. I'm told by this U.S. official that the CIA leaked through multiple sources. They were trying to move a valuable package out of the country through a maritime exfil. This was meant to draw the Iranian army away from this area where the U.S. crew member was located. Ultimately, this was successful, and as a result, this was a historic operation that combined both U.S. intelligence and the military ability on the ground to get this U.S. crew member out of enemy territory. As all of this was taking place, remember, the Americans understood what would happen if the Iranians were able to close in and capture this U.S. service member, a crew member in the F-15 that was shot down on Friday. They know what happens when prisoners are taken in Iran. They are paraded through the streets. They use them for propaganda purposes. And it spoke to just how sensitive this operation was and why it was so important to get not only the intelligence right, but also to have the special forces prepared and in place to enter into enemy territory south of the city of Isfahan and ultimately conduct this operation that led to this U.S. crew member being safely evacuated from Iranian territory. So again, a lot of...
Yeah, the IDF does not have the capability to destroy the missile cities of the Revolutionary Guards. Israeli media quoting an Air Force source. I mean, we already know that, though.
Moving parts here, but Fox News can...
Like, they have to do either a crazy operation where they just do, like, on the ground special forces trying to get into these fucking missile cities and just, like, blowing and trying to blow them up from within. And they're deep underground. And I don't know how like heavily guarded they are, obviously, but like the only thing they can do, as I've told you over and over again, since the beginning of this now 36-day quagmire, is that they can just like shut off the entrance points, which is what they've been doing to limited success, and maybe blow up a couple TELs on the along the way. But that obviously doesn't successfully diminish their capabilities because they just dig themselves out. And they still, turn around and send out more TLs to launch missiles at both Israel and also all the Gulf states. Saying you ran a decoy campaign successfully after doing so is fucking brain dead. Just point to Iran where they got the intel so it never works again. Complete morons. I mean, a lot of this stuff that they're revealing is also going to be information warfare as well. The CIA saying that they took advantage of like... an unconventional assistance by tapping into like locals to help out the guy, the weapons officer. That is most likely a lie.
According to a senior U.S. official, that on Saturday morning, the CIA was able to locate and confirm where the U.S. service member was just south of the city of Isfahan. And that is when this plan got into motion with those U.S. forces headed into Iranian territory to successfully evacuate their colleague. Guys?
Trey, you mentioned, which I found fascinating, that at one point they weren't sure if whatever that beacon was in his that was signaling to the United States that this was indeed the person, that it could. I mean, you can imagine you find a body or a live airman, and you could take that off and put, just make people think it's an American, but it's actually Iranians who have captured him. There's a lot of Americans right now waking up this Easter morning just hearing about this miracle. Could you break down for us a little more the operation, where they think he was in these mountains, how they found him, just the whole complex operation that it took to get this man out of there?
Yeah, Fox News has learned that this U.S. crew member was on the side of a mountain ridge, and despite having this beacon that all pilots and crew members have in case their planes are shot down, again, there was concern in the U.S. government and intelligence apparatus that this was an Iranian trap. And that is why it took time to confirm not only the location, but that this was indeed the U.S. service member who was lost inside enemy territory. Once that confirmation was made by the CIA, I am told it was communicated to all relevant parties, including the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, the Joint Chiefs Chairman, and the President himself. And again, Fox News can report that within 8 hours, planes were on their way to Iran. Within 12 hours, there were boots on the ground with hundreds of special forces taking part in this operation to locate and then safely exfiltrate the U.S. service member who was in that plane that was shot down on Friday. Remember, the pilot of the F-15 was evacuated by U.S. Special Forces on Friday. I'm told that the president was closely involved in this entire operation, and ultimately he was the one who ordered these special forces to go into Iranian territory south of the city of Isfahan and ultimately rescue their colleague. It was a very complex operation. It didn't go perfectly, but there were contingency plans in place, and that is the reason that U.S. forces were able to get in and successfully get out. Again, understanding that there were real concerns that the Iranians could have been trying to lay a trap to lure in U.S. forces. But once that confirmation was made, ultimately the decision was ordered by the president himself to send in these special forces and rescue their colleague. We should also talk, though, again about this broader deception campaign. There were many moving parts here, and we know, according to Iranian state media, that a reward was offered for Iranian civilians to try and capture this crew member. And there were conversations, I am told, in Washington about what could happen if ultimately this man was captured by enemy forces. And that really led to the pressure and the concern. This official telling me there was a lot at stake here, because they know that if they were not successful on an intelligence and a military level in this operation, ultimately it could have led to disaster. There could have been a U.S. service member in the hands of the Iranian regime who would have been paraded through the streets, used for propaganda purposes. And that led to just how high level this operation was and just how precise the U.S. intelligence and military operation behind the scenes had to be to ensure that this was a successful military operation.
Or you could have lost more men.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't underestimate the danger. We're talking about perhaps 100. We don't know exactly how many operators are actually on the ground to affect this particular rescue. So that's also an important element of the story. I also want to ask you about the collaboration between
Bro, they were watching you to see how you move and react on a success of the test run? No, you guys are wrong about that. That's cope. No, it is a tactical failure for the ground forces, for the conventional forces that Iran has. They were unable to mobilize, and they were unable to take out the defenses that America was able to set up, the aerial defenses that America was able to set up in and around the downed the downed officer. Obviously they had a tracker. The Americans had a tracker, so it's like they had the upper hand there. They very quickly knew exactly where he was. And the IRGC was not able to figure out exactly where he was, or the Iranian government was not able to figure out exactly where he was fast enough. And the people that were mobilized got killed.
The U.S. military and our partners in the region, Trey, I think a lot of people don't understand the importance, not just in terms of airspace, but again, that intelligence sharing that makes a massive difference to affect a rescue like this.
Yeah, earlier today I spoke with a senior Israeli official asking about the involvement of the Israelis in this operation, and they once again credited the United States military and the intelligence apparatus that led to the successful exfiltration of this U.S. service member from Iran. But they said also in part, quote, when you watch an operation like that unfold in real time, the distinction between their pilot and our pilot becomes less relevant. The expectation is the same. You bring him home. And I think, again, that speaks to the reality on the ground. U.S. and Israeli forces are flying side by side over the skies of Iran. U.S. and Israeli intelligence are working hand in glove to ensure that Operation Epic Fury is successful. And again, there were contingency plans in place for something like this happened, with the F-15 being shot down on Friday. And there will be difficult days ahead. We've heard from the president himself and from the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. But the reality is that the United States is decimating the Iranian regime. They are systematically taking out military targets day in and day out. Each and every hour, there are U.S. fighter jets over the skies of Iran.
Don't know if that's the case.
And despite the fact that you hear Iranian officials trying to claim that they have control over the skies of their country, last night is a great example showing how they do not have that control. hundreds of U.S. special forces on the ground inside of Iran conducting this high-level operation. And this is in addition to the thousands of sorties flown by U.S. and Israeli jets over the skies of...
Bro, they literally continuously are losing aerial assets. That's, you know, both on the ground and also in the air. That's not, you know, that's not exactly confidence-inducing.
Iran that continue not just to target Iranian leadership, air defense systems, production lines, and many of the military structures that are allowing the Iranian regime to attack U.S. forces and allies across the region. And so while Iran may continue to launch missiles and drones at Gulf countries and at Israel, the reality is they no longer have the production capabilities that they had before Operation Epic Fury. And even if this operation were to end today, they are set back decades in their ability to threaten U.S. interests across the Middle East.
This operation will be studied for decades to come at war colleges here in the U.S. Let me just ask you quickly, for our viewers just waking up, learning all these details, you mentioned earlier it didn't go 100% to plan. I think you're referencing the fact that one of our aircraft had issues and then had to be destroyed so that technology would not fall into Iranian hands?
Reports do indicate at least one American transport plane malfunctioned just south of the city of Isfahan and was ultimately destroyed. But again, this was part of a larger contingency plan that the United States military had. When you're sending hundreds of special forces deep into enemy territory, it's never simple. And we have seen that around the world when you look at the ability of the U.S. military on an intelligence and military front. It is unmatched. And the official that I spoke with earlier in the United States indicated that this operation could not have been done by any other military in the world. It took, according to this official, the leadership of President Trump, the CIA, the Department of War, and others working together to ensure that this U.S. service member was safely extracted from enemy territory, understanding that if this operation was unsuccessful, it would have been a disaster. And this U.S. service member could have fallen into the hands of the Iranian regime. And so, again, this just speaks to the coordination that was happening behind the scenes. And again, Fox News can report that on Saturday morning, the CIA was able to locate and confirm this U.S. service member in a mountain ridge south of the city of Isfahan. And that is when the appropriate calls were made to relevant parties, including the Secretary of War, the Joint Chiefs Chairman, and the President himself, who ultimately ordered this operation. And within 12 hours, we can report there were U.S. Special Forces on the ground inside of Iran rescuing this U.S. service member.
Yes.
Behind enemy lines. Incredible reporting.
Yeah.
Trey Yanks live for us in Tel Aviv. Trey, thank you.
Thanks, Trey.
Thank you so much, Trey.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
And with that, let's go now to Trey Yanks back in Tel Aviv, where he has the latest. And Trey, we understand you have brand new reporting from the White House. What can you tell?
All right, wait 1 second. They're definitely making a movie about this operation. Absolutely. Absolutely, they will. Yes. Also,
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I'm Brian Kill myself. He's noticeably absent, but I guess he's not on the weekend team. That's probably what it is. New Call of Duty, all of that stuff. That is if we have a fucking Hollywood industry that remains after, the price of an oil barrel is like $200. I'm sure America will still figure out a way to pull through and make something out of it. But the reality of the matter is, when Donald Trump is talking about like blowing up everything in Iran, Iran is talking about retaliation in kind by blowing up the entire oil and gas industry in the Gulf, which means destroying 20% of the entire planet's energy supply. Okay, 20% of the entire planet's energy supply. Now, there's a reason why oil is a global market. There's a reason why it's set as a global market, because it's a consistent need, right? It's a universal need. So when there's 20% reduction in supply while the demands are the same, okay, it doesn't fucking matter if it's like only the Strait of Hormuz. Some countries will be devastated by this a lot faster than others, like Japan, Asian markets that get most of their oil and gas from the Strait of Hormuz, okay? But destroying 20% of the global supply will absolutely destroy the energy markets altogether, okay? It will cook Every country. Because what are they supposed to do? Not have a fucking working energy grid? We're talking about jet fuel. We're talking about diesel necessary for transport, okay? For transporting goods inside of countries. We're talking about oil and gas that's necessary to power the energy grids, okay? What I experienced in Cuba will happen everywhere, okay? Will happen all around the world if 20% of the entire world's energy supply is destroyed. Because the reality of the matter is, no matter what happens, okay, no matter what happens, people still need this energy, okay? People still need the oil and gas, so they will get it. They will get it elsewhere. This will reflect on the prices, okay? Fuck it, rip the Band-Aid and stop all oil and gas? Hell yeah, dude. Fucking hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Absolute fucking green anarchist psychopath in the chat. Yeah, fuck it, bro. Rip the Band-Aid off. Let's kill 2 billion people, dude. Like little babies in hospitals. Fuck it, dude. Insanity. Yeah, let's kill 2 billion people in some of the poorest countries on the planet, by the way. Incredible stuff, chatter. Thank you.
Yeah, guys, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for 15 minutes. He gave me some new details on the negotiations behind the scenes with the Iranians and what's going to happen if Iran does not make a good faith deal. The president tells me if they don't make a deal and fast, I'm considering blowing everything up and taking over the oil. The president went on to say you're going to see bridges and power plants dropping all over their country. Now, I asked him about the possibility of an agreement with the Iranians. He says those who are negotiating on behalf of Iran have been granted amnesty at this time so they can continue the talks. And the president tells me he thinks he'll be able to get a deal by tomorrow. He says, I think there's a good chance tomorrow. They're negotiating now. All of this following the president's post on Truth Social, where he talked about these negotiations with the Iranians. We'll pull this up. He says, quote, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. The president posting there on Truth Social about this ongoing operation and his new red line for the Iranian regime. Now, the president also provided new details on what happened earlier this year as the Iranian regime took to the streets and slaughtered what the president tells me is 45,000 civilians in their own country. After that took place, President Trump told me the United States sent guns to the Iranian protesters. He tells me we sent them a lot of guns. We sent them through the Kurds, and the president says he thinks the Kurds kept them. He went on to say we sent guns to the protesters, a lot of them. And so a number of headlines here from my conversation with President Trump. All of this taking place more than a month into Operation Epic Fury and in the aftermath of that successful U.S. operation overnight to rescue that stranded U.S. service member inside Iranian territory. The president himself ordering that operation after the CIA came on Saturday morning and confirmed that they located where this crew member of an F-15 that was shot down on Friday was located.
He admitted the war crimes? Yeah, he did. He did. And this is like very disruptive. People are actually very upset that Trump once again leaked like somewhat confidential information. Yeah.
Again, the president making that decision to send in hundreds of U.S. special forces deep into Iranian territory and successfully retrieving that U.S. service member. Guys?
I want to make sure I got this correctly. Are you saying that the president told you that he sent guns, the U.S. government sent guns to the protesters via the Kurdish, that the Kurdish kept some of the guns?
Correct. The president tells me that the United States sent guns to the Iranian protesters earlier this year. He says we sent them a lot of guns. We sent them through the Kurds, and he thinks that the Kurds kept them. Remember, the president made a commitment to the Iranian protesters who were in the streets of their country earlier this year. Those images were circulating online of thousands of people who were slaughtered at the hands of the Iranian regime, the current regime that is attacking U.S. forces as we speak. And the president made a commitment on Truth Social to those protesters, and he said help is on the way. And we are learning as a result of this call with President Trump that he attempted to send guns to these protesters in order to fight back and defend them. Remember, these were peaceful demonstrators who were protesting against their government, and they were met with live ammunition from the Iranian regime. in the streets of their country. They were slaughtered. And Fox News was talking to people in Iran who were using Starlink, and they were describing these horrific scenes in the streets of their.
CIA made the boss call. Some Kurdish factions have responded to the remarks of President Trump. We did not receive any weapons during the time the demonstrations in Iran. Hajar Barenji, PDKI representative to the USA, told Fox News. Fox also reached out to additional Kurdish parties for comment. Here's what the Kurdish Komala party leader Abdullah Muhtadi told me about U.S. support last month, unrelated to what the president has said about weapons. Only letting this out to up the fear of the Kurds to create a state of panic. I mean, I don't think it's incorrect, but I think the reason why Trump is not smart enough to do this kind of like sophisticated messaging campaign to foment instability inside of Iran. Okay, I think he's a fucking idiot, and he was trying to make it seem like, you know, we helped them out. We tried to do our very best to liberate Iran. He's not doing fucking 12D chess. Okay, he's just not capable of that sort of thing. I think he just felt pressure to make it seem like he's helping the Iranian population to the best of his ability. And he just fucking straight up, boom, leaked some shit. There were not nearly enough armed demonstrators during the protests for this to be true. Trump is just making shit up to make it sound like he was supporting the protests and make our intelligence capabilities seem stronger. Yeah, I think whether how much of this is true or not, whether it's Trump leaking like real intelligence in a moment of panic, or whether he's just like trying to make it seem like he helped out or not, it's obvious that it's not for some other sophisticated messaging campaign purpose. You know, do you understand? Like, it's not nothing that Donald Trump says or does is for some kind of sophisticated 4D chess maneuvering purposes. It's ironic because Trump doesn't even understand. It's ironic because Trump doesn't even fucking understand that this literally undermines the previous argument that they were making, which was that like these weren't armed protesters, like the Iranian government was like slaughtering them. It gives more, it allows the Iranian government to quite literally say, see, we told you, you gave these guys weapons. That's why we had to kill them. Classic Trump. Doesn't help anybody, doesn't even help himself. And just a moment of weakness where he just fucking came out and said it, right? Yeah, he just wants to. So not only is the U.S. admitting to having armed separatist groups in Iran months ago, confirming what Iranian officials have been saying, but indirectly also that despite all the meddling, decapitations and bombings, it has not led to civil war. What a dumpster fire of a coup. There were legit protesters early on, but they were the ones that were Mossad and CIA backed. This has been proved and assisted by the Mossad. Yes. I mean, that is true. It still doesn't fucking justify the unbelievable numbers that we saw. And I'm not talking about like 45,000, okay? And none of that justifies American and Israeli military action on Iran regardless, okay? Due to popular demand from the press, President Trump's news conference tomorrow will now take place in the White House briefing room at 1 p.m. Eastern. So Donald Trump's going to be live early doing a press conference. He doesn't do it as frequently as he used to in the first term. So it's interesting that he chose to do one tomorrow, sorry. And I think, this is where he will say things like he's going to fucking bomb Iran back into the Stone Age and all this other stuff. I just think it's incorrect assessment to take what Trump said at face value. This man makes up everything. Why would we just trust his claim, which was not borne out on what we saw on the ground? No, in the Kurdish areas, there were a fuck ton of assassinations, for the record. There were. I mean, they could have already had guns to begin with, but they're definitely, I mean, I've saw videos of them doing drive-by hits on like, the police chief and shit like that. That was during the major incidents that took place on the ground where the Iranian government came in and killed a bunch of people. Yeah. Israel's Channel 14 reported foreign actors back in January. Yeah, that's the other side too. Like, there was confirmation from the Israeli side. Now, I don't know if the Israeli and the American side were saying that they were backing these protests and they were deliberately involving themselves in protests in an effort to foment instability inside of the country and to drive up the paranoia of the government so that the government was even more heavy-handed in their approach to dealing with the protests. That much I do not know, like, how. I don't know how to weigh what these guys are saying with like what took place on the ground, right? Because I think obviously the Iranian government is lying about the way that they dealt with this and you know what led to conflict. But I also think that the United States government absolutely, as they do alongside Mossad, absolutely a hand in infiltrating the protests as well. The genuine protest movements that took place with the Bazaris that were frustrated by the economy, which once again is also a direct consequence of American intervention in the Iranian economy, as we know. So America's hands are all over everything that happens in Iran, obviously, right? Damn, dude, glad we have you to read Twitter to tell us what's real and true, real journalism. I think I've described this on numerous occasions, but we'll go through it again. This is a Channel 14 broadcaster. It's being reported by Dropsite News, very reliable news outlet. This is Caroline Levitt, the press secretary. I know that you think, oh, this is Twitter. He's looking at Twitter tabs, but like this is the current assistant to the president and the 36th White House press secretary, Caroline Levitt. Like these are primary sources. Okay. This is a video of Jake Tapper. It's a funny video. Reacting to shapes and sizes shapes and colors is you know, it might make you feel like you're an intelligent person, but it's actually not a serious argument at all. Twitter is very difficult to navigate nowadays. It's a shithole filled to the brim with misinformation. But it is also still a place where journalists break their stories, right? Although it's very difficult to navigate, I still try to do my very best. So hopefully you understood what's going on here. Probably not. I don't suspect that this was a sincere statement. Was that helpful? Winged Zilla? Oh, he unfollowed already after saying that, so he won't be able to respond. Why do they still use Twitter at this point? There's no other alternative, unfortunately. In any case, we already covered that. Another, Barack Ravid, obviously. More Barack Ravid. It's insane how much people crash out over you sometimes. Yeah, it's very strange. Barack Unit 8200 Ravid. Why nobody uses Reddit? I mean, Reddit is infinitely more difficult to navigate. And at least I know where the biases are and where the fake bullshit is on Twitter. And I can avoid it. And I can go to direct sources on Twitter. No such thing exists on Reddit. Reddit is just like unbelievably biased, either in the left direction or the liberal direction in most circumstances. It's also very easy to manipulate Reddit. Going to Reddit is kind of like reading the replies, the botted replies on any post, right? Like, this isn't to say that Twitter isn't botted into oblivion. Of course it is, right? But so is Reddit, and Reddit actually makes it much harder to distinguish. It's like if I got my news from the reply bots on fucking Twitter. That's what it feels like to go on Reddit and get your information.
Just opening.
Here's Manu Raju of CNN talking about Trump on Wednesday about the Strait of Hormuz, and then Trump today on the Strait of Hormuz. Let's take a look.
Was really in the U.S. interest, opening that back up, and whether that was a chief demand.
The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't. The countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves.
I mean, so what is it, Zolan? I mean, is that the objective now? Because he's been saying we don't need. He said.
What is this video, bro?
We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. And now he's saying open it, or there'll be a living hell.
The president has been delivering and showing conflicting.
This was really in.
Great video. Yeah. Now he's like, open it now. I just spoke briefing with President Trump on the phone, says Julia Manchester, White House correspondent for The Hill. He said he is not ruling out sending ground troops into Iran if they do not make a deal. He also said no infrastructure targets are off the table for the U.S. strikes if no deal is reached. He is trying to do, he's trying to utilize war crimes, okay, and making Iran unlivable for 93 million people as a bargaining chip, okay? He's basically saying we will turn Iran into Gaza. The Dahiyya doctrine that we saw in both Lebanon and Gaza, Donald Trump is saying he will do to Iran. So far, Iran has retaliated in kind. Trump has also extended the deadline for Iran by an additional 24 hours. In a post on Truth Social, he wrote, Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. This doesn't spell a lot of confidence. Donald Trump has extended his deadline approximately 10 times at this point. Themasius says this is his 5th extension of the deadline. That's probably the real number. I'm exaggerating. Which once again shows that perhaps he is not as confident in his ability to get a deal. Okay? It's once again an unstoppable force against an immovable object. Okay? Donald Trump keeps saying, oh, we're just going to keep blowing your shit up. And in the process, we're going to make life uninhabitable in Iran. So you better recognize, you better learn your lesson, and you better come to the table, or else we're going to do maximum terrorism, right? A timeline of power plant day deadlines. March 22nd, Trump issues a 48-hour deadline. March 23rd, deadline is extended to March 27th. March 26th, deadline is extended to April 6th. April 5th, deadline is extended to April 7th. So this is, I guess, the 5th time. Yeah. He added an additional extension. Or the 6th extension, sorry. Breaking for the 6th time, sorry. For the 6th time since March 22nd, the U.S. President Trump extends his deadline to obliterate Iran's power plants unless the Strait of Hormuz is fully reopened. The deadline has now been delayed by 34 hours and goes from Monday 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Tuesday. Okay? Things are going well. Now, obviously, the reason why he's doing it is because he thinks he can threaten Iran. But for Iran, their response is always the same. If you blow up our shit, we will blow up the entire world's shit. Okay? You blow up our power plants, we will blow up Israeli power plants, we will blow up the Gulf power plants. We will destroy the refineries, right? So they have still a ways to go on the escalation ladder in retaliation to the American and Israeli escalations. That's where we're at.
Country. And the president, again, told them that support and help was on the way. And so it appears that was the help the president was talking about. And again, as all of this is taking place, now that we zoom out 3 months later, the president is offering the Iranians a diplomatic solution to end this conflict. The same offer that he gave the Iranians before Operation Epic Fury began. Exactly. And remember, we know that at the negotiating table before this operation began, the opening position of the Iranian regime is that we have 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, enough to make 11 nuclear bombs. And the president, understanding the country's ballistic missile program and their nuclear aspirations, ultimately ordered this operation. Well, more than 35...
Yeah, this stuff is propaganda, 100%. Iran said that they would... concede on the nuclear enrichment. Iran said that they would concede on everything, according to the Omani negotiators and other mediators that were in the room when these conversations were taking place. Iran has already conceded on this stuff before to Barack Obama. All this, it shows exactly what the Trump administration's goals were here, right? They wanted to engage in perfidy, just as they did in the 12-day war. They wanted to utilize the negotiations process to do a first strike, while the Iranians were unaware that America would or Israel would strike them at all. That's it.
Days later, the president once again is offering the Iranians a diplomatic solution. And again, he tells Fox News in a phone call earlier today, he thinks he'll be able to get a deal with Iran by tomorrow. He says he thinks there's a good chance tomorrow. They are negotiating now. But again, the president goes on to tell me you're going to see bridges and power plants dropping all over their country if they're unwilling to make a deal.
So incredible reporting, Trey. But it's interesting because President Trump told you that he was thinking optimistic, it sounds like, that there could be a deal tomorrow. But did you also sense a frustration in his talking about the negotiations? Because Iran has never changed their tune. They so far have yet to show any inkling of good faith negotiating, but maybe something has changed in the last 24 hours?
The short answer is no, it doesn't.
I'm going to be honest. Trump is consistently the least reliable orator. Okay, if Iran and Iranian officials, not about like the IRGC statements about the operation that took place recently, but like in general about the negotiations, if Iranian officials are the most reliable, Trump is literally the least reliable. Okay, there are like I would trust Steve Witkoff, even though I don't trust him at all, but I would still trust Steve Witkoff a lot more than I would trust Trump, and only because he just doesn't fucking know what's going on, and he just consistently says contradictory shit, sometimes in the same sentence. Okay? Sometimes he's saying things specifically to manipulate the market and have some of his immediate family members make a lot of money. And in other instances, he's just deranged and saying totally inconsistent shit with regular frequency. In one moment saying negotiations are going great, and in the next moment saying, if you don't open the Strait of Hormuz now, I'm going to blow up your power plants. Okay? He is like the worst guy to listen to get a decent understanding of what's going on. Genuinely.
Doesn't appear anything major has changed.
And it sucks because he is the one guy that millions of Americans listen to and take his word as though it's fucking the gospel.
Changed as it relates to the way that the Iranians are negotiating. What's changed is the increase in pressure that continues. President Trump ordered, remember, a strike against the B-1 bridge, a new bridge in Iran that the Iranians, according to intelligence officials here, were going to use to transport military equipment. And he told me on the phone that as he was trying to get a deal, the Iranians were trying to push off the negotiating timeline, saying next Tuesday we'll meet, for example. And the president said, no, next hour, because this is a president who wanted to get a deal. He wants to get the job finished. And ultimately, the Iranians were trying to stretch out that negotiating timeline, and the president ordered the strike against this critical infrastructure in Iran, again, to send a message that the United States is not playing games on the battlefield or at the negotiating table. And so the sense that I got from President Trump is that he is very serious as it relates to these threats against the Iranian regime when it comes to their unwillingness to make a good faith agreement, despite the fact that the president has given them multiple off-ramps. And again, he tells me that he ideally will take Iranian oil if they are unwilling to make an agreement. And so that is a major development in this conflict. And the president making very clear in his post on Truth Social that Iranian power and energy infrastructure will be targeted in the days ahead if Iran doesn't make a deal tomorrow.
Based on your conversation then, Trey, especially when you consider there has been no evidence whatsoever that the regime is trustworthy. They make deals all the time. They say things all the time, and they never, ever, ever follow through. Was that your sense in listening to the president? And if that's so, it seems to me like 24 hours from now, we're going to hear a lot more about bombing.
Yes, the president understands the deal very well, based on what I gathered from the conversation. And he said primarily we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz.
Talk we cut out the middle of the negotiations to bomb Iran. What are you talking about? I mean, what do you think? I mean, they're fucking doing regime propaganda for a guy who is unimaginably, unbelievably inconsistent. It's not a very easy thing to sane wash. Okay, sane washing terrorism is a brilliant tactical move. Yeah, Israel's systematic bombing of Iran's key industrial infrastructure, steelworks, petrochemicals, pharmaceuticals, is designed to destroy Iran's economy, prevent post-war reconstruction, setting the country on the path to become a failed state. That's all this is. That's precisely what they're doing. They can't win. They can't win like their stated military objectives. They can't win on that. So they're just trying to do maximum damage to the Iranian population. This is exactly how Israel operated in Gaza. Okay? Exactly how Israel operated in Gaza. It's exactly how Israel operated in Lebanon. When they can't achieve their stated military objectives, just fucking kill as many people as possible. Do maximum damage to the civilian infrastructure, do maximum damage to the civilians. It's an insanely cruel way to operate. And unfortunately, there is very little pushback from even America and Americans towards this kind of endeavor. It's cruel. It's dumb. It doesn't even deteriorate their striking capabilities, ironically enough. All you do is just destroy the lives and livelihoods of 93 million fucking people. It's completely psychotic. Israeli veteran war correspondent argues that Israel's likely and most decisive plan now in Iran is to enact the Dahiyya Doctrine, exactly, in areas where regime supports and their families live, supporters and their families live, ordering them to evacuate and blowing up those neighborhoods. Israel and America only does this when they're losing, for the record, okay? And they can't do regime change. They can't actually balkanize the country. They can't actually deteriorate Iranian strike capabilities. So all they're doing is fucking terrorism, okay? It's insane. And no one ever turns around and says, hey, can you stop doing this shit? The only reason why people are at least a little bit more critical this time around is because Iran is a sovereign state and not like a paramilitary force comprised entirely of occupied peoples, right? Or a paramilitary force that's like the only standing conventional forces that can try to push back against Israeli incursions, like in Lebanon with Hezbollah. So they're just doing maximum terrorism without even sending troops. At this point, we're basically doing Hiroshima and Nagasaki for the sake of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. No threat of like actual ground movement, ground mobilization at all. We're just doing it for fun. Felix described Israel's military strategy in Gaza as the equivalent of throwing a tantrum with nuclear armed states military. It's the same with America and Iran now. Yeah. And for that reason, it's more so a game of attrition. It's like, will Israeli defenses diminish to such a significant level that Iran is more successful at striking both military targets and strategic targets inside of Israel before Israel decides to apply the Dahiyya Doctrine on Iran? And at what point, I mean, I worry that Israel will escalate up the nuclear ladder if they're, openly threatening to do the Dahiyya Doctrine in Iran anyway. And this has been the calculation from the start.
Hormuz being opened.
That's
and
right.
Again, the Iranians have these small vessels where they use mine laying vessels, for example, to try and disrupt billions of dollars worth of oil trade through the Strait. And it's something that they can continue to do, and it's very inexpensive for Iran, but can be very expensive for the international energy markets. And the president understands this. And so the primary thing that he talked about was the Strait of Hormuz. He also said there are 15 other points, but he does believe that he'll be able to get an agreement with the Iranian regime. I think the important part here, too, is the negotiating team that the president has. We're talking about U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. If you think back to last year, the entire region didn't think a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas was possible. And ultimately, the president was able to send his special envoy to the region, send Jared Kushner to the region, and go to Egypt and get a deal that everyone said wasn't possible. And I think that that is the sentiment now. Ultimately, there will be some sort of negotiated settlement. The president's really just giving the Iranians a chance right now in order to stop things right here, because the United States has more U.S. forces in the region. The president's been very clear he's willing to move more forces to the Middle East if needed, but there are already tens of thousands of U.S. forces currently in the Middle East. And as we saw last night, U.S. Special Forces have the ability, hundreds of them, to go into Iranian territory to conduct operations and successfully leave the country without anyone being killed or very serious injuries happening to those forces. And again, this is also a message of deterrence, I am told. I spoke with a senior U.S. official earlier today who said only the United States of America has the capability to do what is being done right now in Iran. And the president has a variety of options on the table to choose from as it relates to how this conflict is going to move forward. And as we talked about earlier, it appears the president is giving the Iranians until tomorrow to make a good faith agreement, or there will be a price to pay, according to the president, and that will be Iran's power grid and bridges. And he even described it to me as Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, because he said this will be a concerted effort to strike at the heart of the regime and their infrastructure if they're unwilling to come to the table and make a good faith deal.
Well, Trey, your report gives me a lot of hope. I mean, we've all been praying for peace and hopefully a negotiation, a way out of this. Did the president give you any indication as to who is leading these negotiations? My understanding is that last week the Iranians said, we want to deal with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance was beginning negotiations with somebody on the Iranian side, and then that person we killed, and I think, or injured, and then some of his family was killed, if I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. So who is leading the negotiations, and who are they negotiating with? Because part of the problem is if you kill so many of the leaders, you're not left with a lot of people to negotiate.
Yeah, I want to be careful with my reporting here, but I can tell you I spoke with President Trump both on and off the record. We talked for about 15 minutes.
I understand.
And he told me that the current negotiators from the Iranian side have been granted limited amnesty right now. They're not going to kill them as these negotiations continue. And that's something that the Iranians requested, and the president was willing to grant, given the fact that he is controlling the scope of these negotiations right now. But I think the president also talked about how the Iranians are negotiating. And this was the thing that I drew from the conversation, is that the Iranians like to drag their feet in these negotiations. And the president, basically through that strike on a key bridge in Iran last week, was trying to send a message to them that they're either going to make a deal or they're going to face consequences for not making a deal.
Dude, sane-washing Trump in this regard is so dumb, too, because it's like, yeah, you're talking about negotiating with a guy who has a fucking gun to the head of your family and has like killed a bunch of your family members already and is going down the line and just like shooting them one by one while simultaneously saying, come on, let's have a good faith negotiation. Come on, let's have a good faith negotiation. It's like talking to a psychopath. This is not a negotiation. This is a president threatening to consistently do war crimes in the process of doing war crimes. And they're doing this because they can't. Like, they're doing this because, again, they cannot actually achieve any of their fucking military objectives.
And so, again, the president told me that the Iranians were trying to push off the negotiations an additional week and a number of days ahead. And the president said, no, next hour you're going to negotiate. Because, again, this is a president who is directly involved and speaking on a daily basis with U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, with his son-in-law Jared Kushner, because they understand the framework of this deal. They also understand how the Iranians negotiate. And they're not negotiating in good faith, despite the fact that the United States is giving them this off-ramp. Right. We have seen this in the past. We saw this during previous administrations. And the difference with this administration is that the president is not willing to let them drag it out. He's saying, if you're going to make...
Joe Kent, predictably, we're seeing the Iran war cheerleaders, most avoided the global war on terror, aggressively push Bush-era war propaganda because they know there's no legitimate justification for this war. Patriotism is doing what's best for our nation, keeping our troops out of foolish wars. Yeah.
A deal, you need to make it, as he told me, tomorrow, not next week.
So the clock is ticking. Trey Yingst, great reporting.
Excellent.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Trey.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Yeah, the mini dog is out. I know. We're going to watch it later. But you can go and watch it if you want. The American War Against
Right now,
Cuba.
as we speak.
Okay, it's out. It's finally out. 34 minutes. Lots of great interviews in there. Yeah. Only 8 views you fell off. It's true. We'll watch it. We'll watch it in a little bit after I finish some of this stuff. Here's an exclusive interview with Iran's Baghai, who warns of swift retaliation against the U.S. after Trump threats.
Iran's reaction would be one of reciprocating any such attack. Our armed forces have made it clear that in case Iran's infrastructure is attacked, we would react in kind. Our armed forces would target any similar infrastructure that is owned or in any way or manner related to the United States or contributes to their
Share it with your loved ones, by the way. Go like the documentary on YouTube. Share it with your loved ones. Watch it over and over again. Boost that shit, okay? Boost that shit, please.
It's not something that we will do it voluntarily or by willful decision.
Here it is.
This is something that is as part of our defense measures against their
watch it all the way
act.
through. Watch it all the way through, by the way. Watch it all the way through to make sure you get that algorithmic boost, and comment on it and subscribe to the channel after watching the video and like it. Yeah, what it with us in a week. Otherwise, if you watch it first, there's thousands of views counted as one. It doesn't matter.
Yes, the American people have come to understand that this is not their war. This is a war of choice by the United States administrations, perhaps on behalf of a genocidal regime in our region. The fact that they poured into the streets of different states and cities of the United States indicate the fact that they're not supporting this war of aggression by their administration against Iran, everyone, not only in our region, but also globally, including in the United States, recognize that this war is illegal. This is a war imposed on a civilizational state for no reason. This is a war based on a lie that Iran is pursuing nuclear weapon, something that has never existed, a lie that there was an imminent threat on the part of Iran against the American people. That's simply untrue. They know that there was no such threat from Iran to the United States. The lie that they simply wanted to help the Iranian nation. Yes, they are helping Iranians with death and destruction. They killed in one single incident, as they call it. It was not an incident, it was a deliberate attack on elementary school in the city of Minat, the same day that they also targeted a sport hall in La Mer Fars, killing 21 persons. So in a matter of less than 1 hour, they slaughtered more than 200 innocent girls and boys. So these are the conduct of American administration. And I think these war crimes are recorded in the name of the United States people. I think the United States people do not favor, do not approve of these atrocities. They are against these atrocities. The American administrations have been threatening Iran for the past 48 years. Iranians have shown maximum steadfastness and determination to continue their rightful path, which is safeguarding their right to self-determination, safeguarding their sovereignty, as well as their dignity. These threats are simply an indication of a criminal mindset. This is an express public incitement for war crimes and crimes against humanity. And I would say for genocide, because threatening to attack a country's critical infrastructure, energy sector, it would mean that you want to put at risk the whole population. And this is nothing less than war crimes and crimes against humanity. But apart from that, because it seems that this administration doesn't care about law or logic or basic tenets of morality. As far as Iranians are concerned, we are determined to defend our national security and sovereignty with all might. We have shown, not only during the past 37 days, but also throughout this whole almost 5 decades, that Iranians are very patriotic and are prepared to fight back their enemies. Everyone got their lesson from this brave act of defense against the aggressors. For 35, 36 days, they propagated the idea that Iranians' defense capability has been neutralized. After 35, 36 days, our armed forces showed that our enemies are facing another miscalculation.
Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot by America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror. This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind. This is a shared value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries.
Classic dead guy, dude.
As a nation that repeatedly carried out daring rescue operations, and as someone who was wounded in such a mission and lost a brother in the Entebbe rescue,
oh my
Israelis
God.
and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend, once again, Your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America. I salute you. We all do.
Through Washington, D.C., Donald Trump took a Sunday morning drive after the mission the night before. Iranian capture of a U.S. airman would have been for him a political crisis. His own reportage of the rescue read as relief. "We got him," he posted on Truth Social in the middle of the night. And he spoke of an operation without U.S. casualties involving dozens of aircraft. He didn't mention this. These are pictures from Iranian state media, filmed south of Isfahan. U.S. officials said they'd left behind and destroyed 2 aircraft following a technical malfunction. Tehran's version was that 8 shot down 2 American C-130 planes and 2 helicopters involved in the rescue.
Following prior information, further investigations by experts present at the scene determined that 2 C-130 military transport aircraft and 2 Black Hawk helicopters of the US Army were destroyed, with the fulfillment of the divine promise, the help of Almighty God, and the sacred fire of the anger of the soldiers of Islam within the powerful armed forces. This action increased the level of repeated failures of the US Army.
As the US raced the Iranians to find the missing airman, details have emerged of his ordeal. US media are reporting that after he ejected, he hiked up a 7,000-foot mountain edge and hid in a crevice. He used a piece of technology unique to the CIA to tell the agency where he was. Reports then say that US military began dropping bombs in the area to keep away Iranian forces, though they didn't have to engage directly. After his F-15 was shot down, the CIA had used a deception technique, spreading word that the airman had been rescued, when in fact the hunt was still on. American officials believe that lured away some of the Iranian forces. The UK knows the experience of aircrew used as propaganda. It happened to the RAF's John Peters and John Nichol during the first Gulf War in Iraq. Such a repeat for Donald Trump could have cemented a public mood against the Iran conflict. Politically, the president has dodged a bullet. As the White House woke up on Easter Sunday, Trump was back on Truth Social, threatening like we've not heard a U.S. president threaten before. He appeared to shock.
Yeah, the thing is, there is already a public mood that's against it, right? The war is already super unpopular. Trump is already super unpopular. And it's only going to get worse as the energy crisis worsens. Some commodities traders are saying in the next 8 days, Europe is going to start feeling the impact of energy shortages, and then America will follow shortly thereafter. There's obviously countries in the Asian markets that have already experienced a tremendous amount of setbacks. They're rationing. They are demanding to the public. Travel less, right? Places like the Philippines, Thailand. Thailand actually restarted their coal-powered reactors, their coal-powered power plants. There's long lines of gas rationing taking place already. So I believe a couple days ago was the last day that the UK received jet fuel. So you will see less air travel, less deliveries, more expensive deliveries. There are a lot of hardships that are coming. And obviously, because our worldview is limited by just the Western world, specifically Europe and the United States of America, we haven't felt the full brunt of it yet, but we will. It's worth it for Israel. Don't be anti-Semitic. I agree. Of course. I would never say anything but that. Am Israel Chai. UK to receive last tanker of jet fuel from Middle East this week. The last known shipment of jet fuel to the UK from the Middle East is expected to arrive this week, pointing to the fast approaching impact of the Iran war on airlines and travelers. The shipment on the Libyan-flagged Maytiga vessel is due to arrive in the UK around Thursday from Saudi Arabia, data providers Kepler and Vortex has said. Would you happen to know what China is telling its citizens? China in the interim is best positioned to not only withstand the energy crisis because they have contingencies, but also develop a significant point of leverage as far as soft power initiatives, as far as influence over its own backyard. So not only do they have tremendous control over their productive forces, obviously, but they also have they've already made tremendous gains in electrifying their energy grid. Okay, like down to the massive trucks, for example. This is a huge problem because like trucks need diesel, right? A lot of commerce, a lot of the logistics require diesel. In terms of transport, they have a lot of electric vehicles, right? So for them, they are unimaginably well positioned, especially because they have massive stockpiles and they can now trade these massive stockpiles in exchange for favors from the countries that are in the region, whether it be Taiwan, where you can develop significantly better relationships with Taiwan at a time of desperation, moving towards peaceful reunification step by step. But also on top of that, given their refinement capabilities and given what they have in their strategic stockpile, not only could they wait this out, but they could also trade. They could also trade the existing stockpiles they have for better relations with countries that have not been as cooperative as others in the Asian security cooperative agreements that China has tried to set up. I'm, of course, talking about the Philippines. China has done a decent amount of soft power initiatives on the island. Obviously, they sent in Sinovacs, for example. America tried to disrupt that distribution process by doing unlimited anti-vax propaganda on the island, which led to massive vaccine hesitancy in the island. Okay? Dude, I'm not anti-China, but you got to stop talking about peaceful reunification. Taiwanese people don't want it. Buddy, you're operating with yesterday's mindset. Okay? Remember what I told you about Israel? Things can change. Okay? Just remember. That's why I said this aids in the effort towards peaceful reunification. Every step that America takes as far as undermining Taiwan's position, hurting Taiwan's economy, hurting the global economy, as China is a factor of stability, makes that argument for Xi Jinping. Okay? It's not the case currently, but that doesn't mean it can't change. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I don't know why you get so resistant. Like you're so reactive to what I am explaining here. That's it. It's very strange whenever I bring this up, when status quo is obviously the overwhelming majority position, approximately 68% want status quo, permanent status quo, 1 foot inside of the mainland, 1 foot in the Western world. Okay? When I describe the situation and what the People's Republic of China is doing, right, as far as attempting peaceful reunification in spite of the status quo attitude that the polled Taiwanese population have, a lot of people turn around and go, "What the fuck are you saying? What do you mean? How dare you say this?" It's very strange. Chinese bonds are by far the best position. Global capital is moving to China as a safe haven. When Western capital starts seeing China as a safe place to place assets, it's over. Middle East war pushes up borrowing costs, except in China. Indeed, nationalistic fervor is immaterial. Chinese government bonds have sidestepped the global debt sell-off since the start of the Iran war, emerging as a haven for soaring energy prices and rising global inflation. What's behind Chinese bonds' resilience? It's because China provides stability in a world that is increasingly unstable. These are the powers of, these are the immediate powers of a centrally planned economy, for the record. These are also benefits of not engaging in instability with regular frequency in the way that the United States of America has, for example. And we're not alone on this. I mean, this is, back in the day, this would be met with tremendous resistance. Okay? Look. This is incredibly fucking annoying that people do this, okay? And I don't do this to make an argument, so neither should you. 2025 National Chengchi University poll shows 63% of Taiwanese identify solely as Taiwanese and only 2.4% support unification. Did you notice that I was being fair and I gave you the most popular poll? I know the percentage of people that support reunification and the percentage of people that support independence. Okay? You're not trying to be a dick, but you are being a dick because you know that I know that poll because I'm giving you the position that is the most popular. Okay? I'm telling you from that exact same poll what the most popular position is. You, on the other hand, are trying to make it seem as though I'm making an argument that I'm not. Okay? Please stop doing this. It's very frustrating. I never said overwhelming majorities of the Taiwanese population are in favor of reunification. I did not say that. Okay? I didn't say that at all. I said the overwhelming majority and the most consistent position from the Taiwanese population is status quo. Okay? That's it. It's status quo. But for some weird reason, we look at the same poll and everybody turns around and immediately goes, oh, well, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that people want status quo politics that could change potentially. What matters is all these other things. Like here, I'll give you another example. People talk about the DPP. Voting for the DPP implies that Taiwanese people want independence, right? And the reason why they say that is because DPP is like the CIA-backed party and is the pro-independence party. So people literally will turn around and say, oh, they're voting for that. That means they want that means they want independence. They don't make such an argument for when the KMT wins. If KMT's working towards reunification now, in the modern version of the KMT party, obviously, okay, or at least some of the people in that party structure are working towards reunification, they never present that argument in the same way because it's a stupid argument to make. These parties literally don't just represent reunification or independence. They support a bunch of different things. When you talk about peaceful reunification, I think it sounds to a lot of people that you're promoting unification against the wishes of the people of the island. People hear peaceful reunification and just hear Chinese state media. They don't actually look into what you say. Exactly. Yes, there's a KMT opposition party leader that is pursuing talks with Beijing ahead of the Trump visit. This is Cheng Li-won, who is a unique figure in the party, okay? But regardless, even when there was this attempt to have a conversation with Beijing that I reflected on, people yelled at me, okay? People were just so fucking unbelievably contentious. KMT was pro-reunification, right? No, initially the KMT was pro-reunification because they said that they were the one true China. The Republic of China was the real China, and the PRC was fake China, and that KMT wanted forceful reunification that comprised of the entirety of China, including Mongolia. That's obviously gone. That's not a real position at all. Okay? Yeah, you can think of it as KMT wanted China, all of China, to be Taiwan. But of course, that died anyway, especially in the Kissinger-Nixon era, where America decided to recognize the People's Republic of China as the real China and Taiwan as a part of the People's Republic of China, right? While implementing a process known as strategic ambiguity, which is also known as lying, where they would still funnel arms to the KMT forces and would mount defenses and basically have Taiwan exist there as a island 100 miles off the coastline of China that they can always use to posture against China. Okay, but the modern KMT obviously doesn't reflect that old school mentality at all. I can't believe we've gotten into this conversation because I was talking about like China being better positioned than the United States of America due to the way that people reflect on China, due to the way that the Chinese government operates amidst this Strait of Hormuz crisis that America brought about to the rest of the world at the behest of Israel. Okay? But yeah, Financial Times, Chinese government bonds emerge as lone war haven. Yields on China's debt are down marginally since the start of the conflict, while those of other major economies have risen. Chinese government bonds have sized up the global debt sell-off since the start of the Iran war, as the world's second biggest economy emerges as a haven from soaring energy prices and rising global inflation. The real question is what Japan will do. Japan is the largest foreign owner of alongside China, ironically, of American debt. We are destroying their economy. They are going to experience an unprecedented energy crisis directly because directly because we decided to fucking blow up Iran and force Iran's hand to do what they've never done before, which is close the Strait of fucking Hormuz, which is where Japan gets all of its energy from. And it's an island. They don't have oil and gas. They're fucked. Okay? Yeah, last time Japan didn't get their petroleum needs met by the United States of America, let's just say they reacted with the original 9/11, okay? Also known as Pearl Harbor, which Donald Trump brought up to Takaichi, the current leader of Japan. Not saying that they're going to do another Pearl Harbor, but like, you know, they would be understandably disturbed, right? They would be understandably frustrated that American actions have caused them to experience an unprecedented energy crisis. Things might change quite a bit. China is certainly better positioned to deal with this, but it will still hurt. Over 300 million Chinese rely on gas-powered vehicles, and gas prices have gone up 30% over $4.50 a gallon. Even though this war hurts America more, I doubt they will want it to go on too long. Of course, China doesn't want the war to go on too long, because the worst aspect of the war going on too long is America destroying Iran, and then Iran, in retaliation, destroying 20% of the entire globe's fucking energy supply, okay? Which, you know, is where China gets its fucking petroleum needs from. Now, Iran has allowed the refineries, or Iran has allowed Chinese flag tankers to pass through for the time being. Iran is sending its own oil to China as well. However, that's not the same as allowing the Strait of Hormuz to be to remain open. And it's certainly not the same as if Iran were to retaliate and go up the escalation ladder in retaliation to destroy and potentially destroy the entirety of the refineries in the GCC. That would not be good for China. That would be good for nobody in the world. Obviously, China doesn't want that to happen. So we now wait for Tuesday to see what takes place. We now have to sit here and wait for Tuesday to see if the world will change dramatically. Okay? Post Tuesday, we might be looking at a very different world. Much less commerce taking place, deliveries no longer getting delivered, energy crisis imminent, shortages all around the world, depending on what Donald Trump does and how Iran retaliates. Iran is only allowing Chinese tankers with Iranian oil through the strait. Oil from GCC countries is not allowed. Yeah, I mean, China has a bunch China has even more before this war. China even got more oil from the GCC countries. One minor correction, Japan's reserves in terms of barrels per day used are actually pretty similar to China. It's the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam that are fucked. Yes. I'm stupid. I'm trying to understand what the strategic ambiguity regarding Taiwan means. Could you please elaborate? Yes. The American government recognizes Taiwan as Chinese Taipei and as a part of Chinese territory. The American government officially recognizes Taiwan to be a part of China. Okay? They do. That's in their official communiques, in the official documents. As a matter of fact, much of the world also does the same. However, strategic ambiguity implies that they publicly recognize Taiwan as a part of China, but privately, and not so privately, they don't recognize Taiwan as a part of China. They have consistently built the defenses of Taiwan and have engaged in arms shipments, weapons shipments, and have always been a big advocate for Taiwanese independence on the island as well, by way of, I guess, more secret initiatives. What is this? Is this good from the markets? Futures markets open up for the week and show the markets are unpersuaded by Trump's latest claims of potential deals. Each time the deadline moves and each claim he makes of a deal, the pop has been less. This is the first time it's declined on a day where he made such a claim. Well, he also is literally saying he's gonna blow up Iran on Tuesday, so it's kind of hard to hear what he has to say about how a deal is imminent. Don't know if you saw this or broke much earlier, but New York Times, no firefight in Iran. U.S. commandos fired their guns but did not engage in any firefight with the Iranian forces while rescuing the F-15 weapon system officer, New York Times reports. It's not clear how close Iranian forces ever got to the officer. Yeah, I covered this. Will Trump pull the trigger? I don't know. Strategic ambiguity is also used sometimes to refer to the question of whether or not the U.S. will militarily defend Taiwan. The U.S. position has been ambiguous except for a few times Biden's brain leaked. Yeah. Can you help me understand why U.S. gas prices are so high if we don't get most of our oil from the Strait? Because gas prices are determined globally because it is a resource that every country needs unconditionally. So it's a collective pooled resource, and therefore scarcity anywhere around the world. Oil is a global commodity, so scarcity anywhere around the world impacts the supply and demand regardless. Why is Taiwan so important to the U.S.? Why is Israel so important to the U.S.? It's a consistent thorn on the side of our number one foreign adversary. It's a impenetrable fortress island, basically. There's also obviously chip production as well, but it has a lot of strategic importance. The U.S. also exports a significant amount of oil, so not all the oil we produce is used here. Even though our gas prices are going up, they're still not nearly as high as Europe because of our strong domestic industry. Yes. There's also that as well. All right, where was I? All right, let's continue.
Up in his warning of attacks on Iranian infrastructure when he posted, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing Strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, he wrote. Trump followed that up with Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It is the foul-mouthed rant filled with foreboding. And for a US president who's failed to control this conflict as he would like, it asks questions, not least, when control stops, what chaos ensues.
Here's my take. Well into the second month of the US-Israeli war, it is worth taking stock of where things stand. Here's what things look like in Iran and its neighborhood before the war.
Jay Mershon, stop spamming the Cory Booker clip. We already watched it on the stream. You weren't here. All right, let's see perhaps one of the worst takes of all time. I don't know what Fareed Zakaria said, but I know what he has said in the past. And oftentimes he has this tendency to find the absolute worst possible position on any issue, especially issues that pertain to foreign policy, especially issues that pertain to Israel. So I suspect this will still be bad, but who knows?
War began in late February. In June 2025, Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities had been, in President Trump's words, completely and totally obliterated by a 12-day bombing campaign by U.S. and Israeli forces using American stealth bombers and 30,000-pound bunker-busting bombs. The head of Israel's defense forces agreed with Trump, saying, "We have set Iran's nuclear project back by years, and the same goes for its missile program." That conclusion was reiterated by Israel's Atomic Energy Commission, which added that the achievement can continue indefinitely as long as Iran did not get access to nuclear materials, and that access was actively being denied. Iran's military capabilities had been substantially weakened by separate Israeli air campaigns in 2024, which killed key Revolutionary Guard leaders, destroyed air defenses, and struck ballistic missile facilities. Israel also heavily bombed Iran's most deadly militia ally, Hezbollah, killing several layers of its top leadership and, by many analyses, crippling the military strength of the organization. It had already taken apart Hamas in Gaza. Finally, Israel's campaign against the Iran-backed militias that supported the Syrian government played a part in the collapse of that regime.
One thing that I always notice with commentary like this is that it's virtually identical to what Fox News is saying, right? Cope and see this on. The gay Ayatollah is dead, Lamount. Hell yeah, brother. The analysis is damn near identical to what you heard from Trey Yingst over at Fox News. Now, is that because this is truthful analysis, or is that because this is pure pro-Israel and pro-American government propaganda? I think it's because it's propaganda. Obviously, if what they're saying was correct, they wouldn't be successfully closing the Strait of Hormuz and also continuously bombing Israel with greater efficiency. Your stream has 33,000 people, but the Cuba doc only has 3.7 likes. The math isn't mathing here. Yeah.
Right now, as
two reasons. One, most people don't go and fucking like it when I say go like. Two, both the likes and specifically the views are not correct. It takes time for it to update on YouTube when you first release a video. Those are the reasons. Okay, fine. I'm clicking on it. Yes, please click on it.
In December 2024. In other words, Iran was in very bad shape militarily. In addition, its economy was a mess, destroyed by the tightening of sanctions and its own corrupt regime. Hardly anyone could argue that Iran posed a threat to its neighbors, let alone to the United States, which sits roughly 6,000 miles away. Donald Trump effectively admitted this on Wednesday.
We don't have to be there, but we're there to help our allies.
It's worth noting that none of America's European or Asian allies were consulted, and many have spoken out against the war. In fact, reports suggest that Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu sold Trump on this war not because Iran was an imminent threat, but because its unprecedented weakness provided an opportunity to strike hard to effect regime change. Why else would Trump have closed his brief announcement at the start of the war by urging the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow the regime, a call echoed by Netanyahu in his own message? So far, aside from devastating Iran and crippling its already weak military, which was predictable in such a one-sided contest, few of the desired results have been achieved. The regime has not fallen. Key leaders have changed for the worse. The 86-year-old Ayatollah Khamenei, who famously banned the development of nuclear weapons, was killed and replaced by his son, who is said to be more hardline than his father. In general, the Revolutionary Guards, who have always been more militant, seem to be ascendant, which makes sense in times of war. The Strait of Hormuz, which was free and open despite many threats through 47 years of U.S.-Iran tensions, is now blocked by the new leadership, whom Trump terms much more reasonable. President Trump says that after a few more bombing runs, the strait will open naturally because Iran will want to export its own oil. This misreads the situation. The strait is not closed. It is open to Iranian oil, which is flowing freely, especially to China. The net result of the war is that Iran now makes about twice as much on its daily oil sales compared to before the conflict. In addition, if it continues to charge a reported $2 million per passing ship, Tehran will make hundreds of millions of dollars in additional revenue every month, enough to rebuild its military and more. America's Gulf allies now face a far more unstable and tense environment than they did before the war. Their business models require peace, stability, and economic integration. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman had mended ties with Iran in 2023 because he wanted to calm geopolitical waters to pursue his ambitious program of modernization. Today, all that progress is in jeopardy as oil exports are crippled and the region has gone from having a path to be an oasis of stability rather than a cauldron of conflict. The obvious winner is Russia, which will make billions of extra dollars every month as the price of oil rises and America waives sanctions against it. Ukraine loses as weapons it needs are diverted to the Middle East. Europe loses as it faces crushing energy costs, and Trump demands that NATO fight his war and threatens to pull out of the organization if it doesn't. It's worth noting that NATO is a defensive alliance and did not fight in the wars in Korea, Vietnam, or Iraq. China gains as America gets mired in another Middle Eastern conflict and loses its focus on Asia. Meanwhile, Beijing's massive investments in green technology shield it from many of the costs of this war, and it appears to the world as a more responsible, less disruptive superpower. Of course, things could change.
I mean, it doesn't appear that it is that.
Wars are unpredictable, but so far, has any American military action ever racked up so many costs for so few gains? I'm joined by Richard Haas, the President Emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations, and Zanny Minton-Beddoes, the Editor-in-Chief of The Economist. Richard, the American forces were able to do something extraordinary, really quite spectacular. But what the president is now asking them to do next appears to be to bomb the basic energy infrastructure, power plants that provide civilians with energy. That is traditionally been considered a war crime, and it certainly on plain reading is a violation of the Geneva Convention. What do you think of this idea, and is it possible U.S. military personnel who are told not to follow illegal orders might have some qualms about actually executing an order like this?
Well, several things there, Fareed. First of all, you're right.
He got me in the first half. I'm gonna be honest. At first, I thought he was gonna be a dickhead about it, but it seems that America's failures are America's failures are so flagrant, so apparent that it's like, you know, Fareed is actually cooking. At least he cooked Trump. Even though, if you notice, he still soft pedals this bullshit where he's like, well, it kind of seems like it might be a Geneva Convention violation to hit the civilian energy facilities, to which I suspect this dipshit on the left, potentially, maybe I'm wrong, or one of the panelists is going to say they're dual use. They're going to lie, and they're going to say it's technically dual use. It's obviously not the case. That's bullshit. That's complete and utter nonsense. And they are just doing terrorism. They're just doing terrorism for no reason other than the fact that they can't achieve, as Fareed Zakaria also correctly pointed to, any of their serious military goals. And this has turned out to be devastating.
The rescue mission was operationally extraordinary, and it's consistent with this war, where the operational capabilities of the U.S. military have been phenomenal. But all that said, it doesn't necessarily mean the United States is winning the war strategically. There's a strong argument we are not. What you raise is the idea of going after infrastructure. I think it does raise fundamental legal questions, also raises real policy questions, because what Iran has shown is its willingness and ability to respond in kind against the water plants, the energy infrastructure of all of its neighbors. Whether individual soldiers would balk, I think that's unlikely, simply because there are those making the argument that because energy, for example, somehow contributes to military activities or leadership activities, my guess is it's in something of a gray area. But this is the responsibility of the commander-in-chief.
I told you, see?
And the kind of post that the president put out on Truth Social, which really raises fundamental questions.
President says, bomb them back to the Stone Age, okay? And then openly says they're going to target civilian energy infrastructure. And you still got a guy who's like, well, you know, maybe it's not. Maybe it's a war crime. Maybe it's not. You know, what if some of these power plants are powering the weapons? It's not a gray area at all. How is it a fucking gray area? It's a direct violation of the Geneva Convention. That's all it is collective punishment, which is something we've done to the Iranian people in perpetuity anyway. So I guess it's a little bit more of the same, right? Collective punishment is a war crime unless it's economic warfare by way of sanctions, which then is a gray area, right? According to these fucking guys. And now we're just directly bombing their energy grid.
Questions about his judgment, and then urging these kinds of attacks. Again, I would think this does the opposite of reassuring our partners and allies, and I don't think it intimidates Iran.
Let me just read for those who have missed it. This is a Trump tweet that Richard is referencing.
It's a gray area because you can make an argument? No, it's not, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Is it a gray area when Russia makes that argument? Or do you only understand certain things as black and white when it's your fucking foreign adversaries conducting direct crimes against humanity and war crimes? It's the same principle behind talking about Israel's hospital strikes. It's Israel's hospital strikes. Oh, well, maybe these are dual use hospitals. No, the fuck they're not. It's ridiculous. Anyway, it doesn't even matter. There's no international law anyway. We've obviously dropped that completely.
And it says, and I'm now quoting, and there is explicit language, but I am quoting the President of the United States. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. Zanny, when you listen to this, the question I have in a way is the problem Trump seems to have found himself in is anything he does to punish Iran is almost certainly going to raise the price of oil, because Iran will respond to energy infrastructure in the Gulf, because they will keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. that is close to non-Iranian oil. So it feels as though Trump has sort of backed himself into a corner, assuming the Iranians will absorb pain, which they seem willing to do.
Absolutely. I mean, the first thing to say is I was as shocked hearing you read that post as I was reading it myself. And it is, I mean, and I use this word advisedly, it sounds unhinged. That is the President of the United States is just profoundly shocking. And I think we've all become somewhat inured to statements by the President of the United States, but even by his standards, that was very shocking. And I wasn't surprised when I looked on my phone just a few minutes ago to find several people asking whether this was actually real. So I think, you know, let's just take a breath about the kind of language being used by the president. But yes, you're absolutely right. I think this is a mark of his frustration, and his frustration with a situation where Iran clearly has the upper hand in strategic terms, because he has no good options, President Trump. If he tries to escalate, it is likely that Iran, which has already shown that it will escalate itself, will damage more oil installations. The price of oil will go higher. If he somehow declares victory and moves away, then the straits are likely to stay closed. And so right now, this is a very, very difficult situation, and one where I think the President of the United States is showing us just how frustrated he is. But if those threats were to be carried out, I don't for a second think that it would do anything other than...
I'm sorry. No matter which way you cut it, you will never convince me that the motherfucking president saying, just open the fucking straits or else I'm going to do terrorism, is coming from a place of strength, right? Like, that's never in the history of mankind. No one has ever, no leader has ever behaved that way when they're, you know, arguing or bargaining from a position of leverage.
Increase Iran's resolve to maintain the straits being closed.
Hi, I'm Steve Clemens, and I have a couple of questions. President Trump keeps saying he wants more time, maybe just 2 or 3 more weeks, to finish the job in Iran. But what is the job, and what does finishing it look like? Let's get to the bottom line. U.S. President Donald Trump.
You aren't on this list? It seems weird. I am. I'm just tiny. Wait, maybe I'm not. I thought I was here. But yeah, I mean, it's very obvious that this is like, I thought I was, but I guess it's HasanAbi. I will say this is a clear-cut indication. This is a clear-cut indication that like the right is so fucking dominant on the platform. I mean, we knew that already. You aren't on the list. Go check your Twitter engagements. I bet you have hundreds of millions of engagements. I have 4 million. This is Tiny Creators. How do I see my engagements? Like, where do I see it? Is there like an analytics thing? I don't fucking know. Yes, there is. I don't know. I don't know how I see my engagements. Creator Studio tab. Is there a studio tab? Where is it? There's a articles, profile, more, list, communities, business, ads, create your space, settings, and privacy. Click premium. Where is the premium? Grok. Oh, premium. My brand impressions is 17 million. Is that what it is? Food and beard. You got jizz in your beard on? Yeah. No, it's engagements and it's for the full year. Anyway, this is fucking irrelevant. We got the GOAT. This is GOAT Talk with Mersheimer.
Trump is threatening to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages if it doesn't make a deal in the next few weeks, despite seeing many of its key political, theological, and national security leaders killed. Iran has been able to absorb wave after wave of Israeli and U.S. bombings, which are also killing civilians, as in the case of 168 schoolgirls killed on the very first day of the conflict, and destroying the country's industrial and energy infrastructure. Iran has hit back at Israel and U.S. military bases across the Arab world and shaken the global economy by blocking access to the Strait of Hormuz. So are we heading to a quick resolution? Or are we heading to a long war of attrition? And is the war on Iran triggering something much bigger, a very new and different global world order? Today, we're talking with U.S. political scientist John Mearsheimer.
Can you just mock them by doing a modicum of effort? I just don't know where to fucking find the analytics, and I don't really care. I don't know. How do I find it? I can't find it. I got articles, creators. Oh, is it Creator Studio? Analytics, Creator Studio. And then you want me to look at my yearly engagement? Is that what it is? Creator Studio Analytics? Like engagement for the entire year? Is that what you want? Yearly engagement for 1 year. I clicked on it. Account overview, 1 year. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Engagement rate 6%. Engagements 85.9 million. Reposts 2.7 million. Profile visits 6 million. There it is. Impressions. I don't really know what this means. I don't know what this proves for people. But I guess it does show that I have a lot more engagement than a lot of these other accounts, I guess. Is that right? 1.4 billion impressions. You're a billionaire, bro. This is just for 2026. Okay. You have to do a YTD. It's so far, 2026. Okay, I'll do that. Can everybody fucking calm down? I don't know how this stuff works. Okay. Chill out, chatters. From April 5th till December 30th, right? Old ass motherfucker. Okay, the number went down. It's now 37 million engagements. Oh, did I go to... Oh, I went to November. Oops, sorry. Wait, I thought it was the December 30th. My bad. My mistake. My mistake, goats. Fuck. No. There we go. 30.6 million. All right. Are you happy? Is this good? And what is the number that they're showing here? 30 million puts me above Laura Loomer. Still way more than most people on this list. He intentionally left you out. Yes, you're bigger than Barack. Well, Barack doesn't post that much. I am bigger than Ed Krasenstein, Lincoln Project, Harry Sasson, Tennessee Holler. I might actually... Wait, what the fuck? I might literally be the biggest... Wait, at 30 million engagements, am I... Other than Brian Allen, I'm literally the biggest fucking blue dot on this list. This is why I wanted you to do this. What the hell? I'm bigger than the White House account. You don't even do engagement farming? Tweets like Brian Allen does? I don't know who Brian Allen is. Time to cut all that. I'm just a Twitch streamer. Chud shit out, buddy. I mean, Twitter engagements don't mean anything, I think. This is why Third Way's after you? Yeah, I guess. Oh, you met him? I did? Allen analysis. Just shook Hassan the Hun's hand at Zoran Mamdani rally. Hassan, if you see this, let's collab. Hell yeah. Let's go. Bro, you're 35, not 65. Why are you acting like tech is beyond you? I'm actually pretty good at certain things and not so good at others. Advertisers learned long ago that Twitter engagements are meaningless. I think so too. But I do find it strange that like Nate Bronze did not include me in this. These are the Twitter X accounts with the most engagement so far in 2026. I suppose I had some intuition for how bad it was, but geez, this is what you get when the ecosystem is broken. Yeah, I mean, he didn't put everything on here. Check the community note on Nate's original post. It's only on some selected accounts. Yeah, I mean, I can't see the community post, but engagement rate is not a real metric for serious advertisers, but influencers cling on to them as some sort of measure of success. Yeah, I don't really care. I'll be honest. I've never... Mike wants you to ratio. Now go quote retweet that with the image I just DM'd you. Why are you making me do this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. Why not? Now you have to own them. Sometimes you gotta mog them, Unk. Alright, sure, whatever. I need to like and share the post. Wait, why didn't it fucking download? What the hell? Desktop. Oh wait, I already got it. There it is. Okay, boom. Do you ever take a fucking day off? No, I don't. Chat making HasanAbi beef with Nate Bronze. It's not even chat. It's literally Michael directly doing this. It's just Mike. He just wants to fucking own him. And he had it in his mind to own him. So he's like, please own his ass. That's what he's doing. It's a classic Michael from Taiwan activities. Oh, getting peer pressured. Yeah. How are you like mentally? Very sound. Very sound. Very good. I feel more confident than ever before. I feel like our movement is winning. I feel like a lot of the things that I've advocated for years. I feel like the values that I have held on to and positions that I've advocated for years is now becoming much more popular. People are infinitely more charitable to that perspective. Like, as I've described to you already, I never thought that I'd be able to make a convincing case that showcased the humanity of the Iranian population as the American government is bombing them. You know, it's genuinely unbelievable. I've never, like, even the fact that like Mersheimer is going crazy, putting up wild numbers on YouTube, Jeffrey Sachs as well. Like all of these guys that have been cast aside as analysts, they never go on CNN. They never get like an opportunity to speak in mainstream media, are getting millions and millions of views on independent, on the independent side of media. And that to me implies that people are desperate for alternative media. People are desperate for hearing a different perspective. Same with Chris Hedges, right? Now, of course, for every Mersheimer, there is obviously a Professor Chiang, right? For every HasanAbi, there is a Nick Fuentes, right? There's a Tucker Carlson, and it's not great, but you know we're trying to do our fucking best. Let's see what I've had ladies had to say.
So these morons in the Democratic Party that think for the third time they can demean the far left part of our party and try to play patty cake with fascists and that they're going to win again is such a fool's errand. So I was really curious about this. So I researched. I remembered during Zohran Mamdani's mayoral campaign that Cuomo was sitting there talking about Hasan Piker all the time. And I was like, what is he doing talking about Hasan Piker? And let's just remember, Cuomo lost the mayoral race twice. He is a back-to-back loser on that race. And he used this whole thing that Zohran pals around with Hasan Piker. So I was just curious, is the person working on Mallory McMorrow's campaign the same person that worked on Andrew Cuomo's campaign? And it was just a gut instinct I had. And I'll be goddamned if it's not the same person. And the people who lose these Democratic campaigns, who operate on hubris and think they're 10 foot tall and bulletproof. And they think that they can say, on the one hand, we need a Joe Rogan of the left. And then you have this guy who always platforms universal human rights. He is not an anti-Semite. He will not leave one group aside. And why Hasan is so important, the reason I even know who Hasan is because my sons listen to him. And he has a massive network of engaging young men away from this horrific Andrew Tate, Joe Rogan. I want to go triple Trump, quadruple Trump. I want women to be submissive. Hasan is the antidote to that. And for this centrist candidate to do what we know fails, what we know doesn't work, and it makes me want to bang my head up against the wall, because that person who led Andrew Cuomo to back-to-back defeats, I'm sorry, I just think you're not that good at your job, and maybe you need to do something different, and you shouldn't be working on another political campaign with the exact same tactic.
Hell yeah. One point of correction for what Jen is saying. The person that she, I think, talking about is Liz Smith, but Liz Smith didn't actually run the mayoral campaign for Cuomo. Liz Smith did work for Andrew Cuomo in the past. Liz Smith also famously ran Pete Buttigieg's campaign as well. But fair is fair. Liz Smith actually is a fan of Zohran Mamdani, as far as I understand. She is, however, the person, I believe, running McMorrow's campaign. So, like, she did run Cuomo. She did do comms for Cuomo back in the day. She has done Pete Buttigieg's campaign. But I do think that, if I remember correctly, I was also fascinated. But if she's talking about Liz Smith, I mean, I was fascinated that Liz Smith was actually a big fan of Zohran. Zohran definitely pulled together a very unique coalition, and even people. I mean, after he won, no, I think she might have even been a fan of Zohran before. I think she's just. I think she's friendly or really good friends, maybe even with the agency, the fight agency that Zohran tapped into to make those ad campaigns after the primary victory. So all the psycho chaos people are saying Smith was working on Talarico's campaign and she was evil, but now they aren't saying that about her. Yeah, it's interesting. I think I think people were claiming that she's she was working with Tallarico too, potentially. I'm not sure. Hello, inbred. Hello back to you, my friend. I've got my soon-to-be 20-year-old nephew listening to you on our drives. Why you answered that? I don't know. I wanted to see if he had something creative to say. Whenever there's like, whenever I'm in the news or if like someone makes a video that like even tangentially references me, there's always like a bunch of people that come in to just be like, dude, what's up, dog shocker? Gonna shock your dog again today? And it's like very strange behavior, but fuck it, you know? I always entertain it. I want to see what the fuck they have to say. All right, let's listen to the GOAT.
Professor of International Relations at the University of Chicago, and he's author of How States Think, The Rationality of Foreign Policy. John, it's great to be with you again. This is one of those moments again where the world is watching the tit for tat between the United States and Israel on one side, Iran on the other. That's one way to cover it. Another way to cover it is ask what this moment means to the global order, to American power.
Here, you guys want the dog shocking? There you go.
To the superstates in the world. And I'd love to get your take on the temperature of the global order as you see it and what Iran means to that.
Well, I think a lot of people talk about how this is going to affect the global balance of power or the distribution among the most powerful states on the planet. And that would include, of course, China, Russia, and the United States. And I don't think that this war is going to have any effect on the distribution of power in the international system. Where this war really matters is in terms of how the United States uses the power that it has. And I think that under the Trump administration, what we have seen is that the United States has pursued a set of policies that undermine our ability to project all of that power that we have around the globe. Now, what exactly am I saying here? I think if you're a great power like the United States and you're interested in using all that power you have, it's very important that you pay attention to international institutions, which you, by the way, have created. You pay attention to international law, which you, by the way, have largely written. And you also go to great lengths to foster good relations with your allies, because institutions, international law, and allies are important for projecting power. And what the Trump administration has done, and it is doing very clearly in the case of the Iran war, is that it's undermining international law, it's undermining international institutions, both of which it needs, and it's doing great damage to its relations with allies in Europe, in Asia, and certainly in the Persian Gulf. So this war in Iran is disastrous for the United States. It's not going to undermine our basic power structure. We have lots of power, but what it's going to undermine, and of course this is consistent with what President Trump has been doing since he first returned to the White House in January 2025, is undermine our ability to project power.
I think you framed it really in such a fascinating way that when I think about it, listening to you, I think about UN rapporteurs, I think of prosecutors of the International Criminal Court. They're the ones being punished in this moment. They're the ones that are being sanctioned and pushed. And it kind of raises this kind of question about the solvency of institutions, the solvency of international law. But I'm interested in the equation that you said after this is over, the distribution of power remains the same. But doesn't America basically suffer at all in a world where it has tossed out its own systems?
Well, the point here that you want to keep in mind, Steve, is that the power that any country has is largely dependent on the material capabilities that it has. The two building blocks of power are wealth and population size. And you use that wealth and you use that population size to build powerful military forces. And the fact is that the United States is able to behave in a rather cavalier and one could argue reckless way, and that will not have any effect on those material factors. To give you a good example, the United States lost the Vietnam War. Between 1965 and 1975, we engaged in this war in Vietnam and suffered a devastating defeat. But it had no effect on the balance of power. The United States was not less powerful. We didn't have less people, less wealth, and a weaker military as a result of the war. And that's the same basic argument that I'm making here. This foolish foreign policy.
I mean, he's saying that America is sheltered from the worst impact of its actions due to its proximity to the conflicts that we are responsible for. And then the example that he's using is World War II, which wasn't a conflict that we were responsible for, but like obviously we're capable of thriving in the aftermath of, because again, we didn't lose like 20, 30 million people in the process. We didn't have our entire economy destroyed. We didn't have our Vietnam. Sorry. Oh, okay. He was using, I thought he was talking about post World War II, Vietnam. But the difference with Vietnam, same shit. It doesn't matter. We're fucking blowing up Vietnam. We're so far removed from it. It's 20-year quagmire. It doesn't matter, right? Okay. Because we're far away. The difference in this regard, and the reason why I think like the global order is going to change, the reason the global order is going to change, and America won't actually be the same any longer, is because I do think that our force projection capabilities have diminished. It's a big part of the reason why we are the global reserve currency, because our force projection capabilities and our military might is what instills confidence in the investment that people make into the United States of America. And the other part of the reason why we're dominant is because petroleum is traded on the dollar, the petrodollar. We're blowing up both of those systems, okay? It follows from his opinion that the failed USSR intervention in Afghanistan had nothing to do with its dissolution then. What do you think? Yeah, I think that's wrong. I think that America was able to... I think that the United States of America was capable of getting out of the Vietnam War without receiving too much negative consequences as opposed to the USSR in Afghanistan, because Afghanistan was in a different material circumstance as opposed to the United States of America. America just had more money. It was more moneyed up.
Policy that President Trump is pursuing, as evidenced by what's going on in Iran, is not weakening American power. What it's weakening is our ability to project power.
Oh, okay. Well, that's, maybe I shouldn't have fucking paused then given commentary, because he is separating American power with American force projection capabilities or power projection capabilities. I think power projection is power. I think that's what it is. Never mind.
Because it's undermining institutions. Just think about NATO. NATO is an international institution. The United States has depended heavily on NATO for...
What is this? Notice how the Kaya cam is off now? Wait, what? No, Kaya is on a walk currently. Kaya goes on multiple walks throughout the day. She's not here in the room right now, but you guys were so fucking annoying about the Kaya cam that I literally put a separate cam so that you can see her. The reason why I switched the camera angle, however, is because I like this angle more. I think it looks more professional as opposed to this, which I don't think looks professional. I was trying to be more adult with this close-up angle. She's on the walk to the farm. Good joke, dude. You're so funny. Yes, she's dead. We killed her. We sent her out back to the farm. Fucking idiot. Send your ass to the fucking farm.
Many years, since 1949 to be specific. Is it in our interest to undermine NATO? Is it in our interest to undermine international law? Is it in our interest to undermine the International Court of Justice? I think the answer is no. We need these institutions. We need allies. But President Trump, who is a unilateralist at heart...
Yeah, it's the front-facing camera also improves clips. It improves everything. It's so much better.
doesn't think that you need multilateral institutions. He doesn't think you need international law, and he's contemptuous of our allies. And in many ways, he treats our allies worse than he treats our adversaries.
Well, let's listen to President Trump, who has something to say about exactly this. Let's listen.
We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies.
He's basically saying, I agree with John Mearsheimer in that. We don't need our allies. We don't need this. We can walk through the world as a single actor and be arbitrary one way or the other. But your thoughts, John?
Well, I mean, to argue that we're totally independent of the Middle East is ridiculous. The fact is, there are three areas of the world that the United States cares greatly about. This is where our vital strategic interests are engaged. One is obviously Europe. The other is East Asia. And then the final one is the Persian Gulf because of the oil. It is a vital strategic area of the world for the United States. And to argue that we're independent of it, it doesn't matter to us, is a foolish argument to make. You know, President Trump often talks about leaving the war. What is he saying here? That we're going to leave the Middle East? We're just going to forget the Persian Gulf? We're going to forget that oil? Of course we're not going to do that. We're going to remain there because it is a vital strategic area of interest to us. So I don't know what he's talking about. And with regard to allies, as I said, we need allies. We need
It also does come from, it also does unironically play a role in our, it plays a role in our power.
Allies in the Gulf. We have allies in the Gulf. We need allies in Europe. The idea that we are an independent actor that doesn't depend on allies is a foolish argument to make. The United States is a great power that tries to project power all across the globe. How do you project power all across the globe without allies? And the answer is you don't. And when you start slapping them around the way he does, you're going to find yourself...
Didn't mention Israel once. Buddy, do you know who you're talking to? This is the man who literally wrote the book on Israel. And by that, I mean literally. He wrote the book, The Lobby. That's so funny that you're suggesting that he's like sheltering little old Israel in this process.
In a whale of a lot of trouble. And as is clear, we are in a whale of a lot of trouble in Iran.
So my question is, if you saw Iran as a nefarious actor in the world, why not take this kind of action now and use this at a moment to reorder those relations? So pick that apart.
First of all, this argument that Iran is a great threat to stability in the Middle East and a serious threat to the United States.
Yeah, I think it's really disrespectful for Dr. Mearsheimer to fucking say that we're losing our allies, especially when you consider that Hungary, a great power, is firmly committed to our cause. And also Belarus just joined the Board of Peace. That's a big one. Okay. Have you thought about that? Who else? I mean, Israel, obviously Israel is there. Argentina is another major, great power in the world. And El Salvador, that's another one. So it's pretty fucked up that he's not talking about where we're gaining, you know? In a way, it's like the Chuck Schumer method. For every France we lose in the European continent, we win 2 Viktor Orbáns. For every France we lose in the European continent, we win 2 Hungaries, okay?
States is nonsense. The greatest threat to stability in the Middle East is the United States working closely together with Israel.
Oh, Taiwan too.
Iran has not started a war in centuries, as best I can tell. It's not a highly aggressive country. The country in the Middle East that is highly aggressive is Israel. The country that has committed genocide in Gaza is not Iran. It's Israel. And we were complicit. We, meaning the United States, were complicit in that genocide. Twice, once last year in June of 2025, and again on February 28th of this year, the United States and Israel launched unprovoked attacks against Iran. So the idea that Iran is this great destabilizer in the Middle East is a myth that the United States and Israel purvey. This is not to say that that Iran doesn't present some problems in the Middle East that the United States has to be concerned about. But the idea that this is a serious threat, much less an existential threat, is not a serious argument. That's point number one. Point number two is if you look at what the Israelis and the Americans are now doing to deal with this purported Iranian threat, what you see is we've taken measures that have made the situation much worse. In fact, one could argue that we are going to crash the
A lot of economistic views of imperial collapse, even vis-a-vis the British Empire, especially when you realize that the British India was central to the empire but wasn't all that productive. People just underestimate ideological stuff. 1,000%. Same with America's relationship with Israel or the reasons why America invaded Iraq. No, I don't agree. It's not like he means economistic as in like a Marxist interpretation of imperialism and like why imperialism takes place. Do I think that ideology does play a role? Abso-fucking-lutely, okay? But there is an argument that you can make about the ideological warfare that you are waging in an effort not to allow the threat of an alternative, the threat of a good example to take root in your country. Makes it much easier to destroy socialist communist movements internally. For example, if you wage war nonstop against a country like Cuba, there's no real fucking materialist benefit to dominating Cuba economically, right? There isn't. There is none. Sure, there's some assets that you lost, but you could totally make up for that, right? That's not all that significant. Like you lost the island that you could use for sugar, the sugar plantations that you had. You lost some assets in the process, like the hotels and whatnot, and it was a gambling den. It was a den of sin for the American mafia. But ultimately, the war that we have waged, especially for the consistent war that we waged for no fucking reason over 60 years at this point, almost 60 years at this point, that's an ideological battle. But the reason why it's an ideological battle is because I think Americans do have the American State Department has this assessment that like if Cuba was able to be a successful communist economy so close to the United States of America, if it was allowed to thrive, for example, that would be a giant issue for them. That would be a giant problem for them. One, then you can have an island that has domestic manufacturing that also will have a competent intelligence state, right? That's, again, close in proximity to the United States of America. Cuba, with far less resources, has been able to successfully do a lot of very impressive spying operations on U.S. soil, right? They've done so for many, many years. I don't think they're capable any longer, but they did, especially in the heyday when they were basically being propped up by the USSR. So while it looks like an ideological battle as well, there is still a material reason for it, because if Cuba were allowed to thrive as a communist economy, not only would it present a larger national security threat to the American State Department, but it also would be a major ideological threat that would make it much more difficult to convince Americans that communism is an abject fucking failure. The idea that the Indian Empire wasn't productive is a libertarian lie. Trillions was extracted. Also, kill all NIMBYs as a name gives the game away. India was massively extracted from. I'm going to go DSA Joker mode. Yeah, I don't agree with the idea that like value was not extracted from India during colonial occupation. That's obviously ridiculous. It's giving slavery would have ended because it wasn't a productive force anyway. It wasn't an efficient mode of production regardless. Like it's that these things just like perish on their own. It also says a bad precedent to set, rebel against the empire and thrive. You can't have that. Slavery absolutely was still a productive force. It was a giant it was a ginormous part of the output, not individually, but at the level of interface with the slave market, it was individually profitable. In any case, like another example is like Haiti. Haiti has been routinely destabilized. Sometimes it's hard to figure out why. It's not like they got access to limestone and that's the reason why they're doing it. Okay, like America wants the Haitian limestone. Like that's the resource that we will be able to extract from Haiti. Like no, there is an ideological purpose for it, but that ideological purpose also still plays a massive role in the material needs of capital owners. HasanAbi, what does that even mean? Why are you even saying that? 24-month subscriber. Anyway, let's continue.
International economy as a result of this war that Israel and the United States started. I would make the argument that we are on the edge of the precipice in terms of the state of the world economy because of this war. This war shows no signs of ending anytime soon, and already great damage has been done to the international economy, and more damage will be done the longer the war goes on. So this idea that, number one, Iran is a great threat to the United States is bogus. And number two, the idea that President Trump and his friends in Israel are making a safer and more stable Middle East is a ludicrous argument. In fact, what they're doing is they're putting the entire world on the precipice of a disaster.
One of the things that I find interesting is when you kind of talk to war planners, strategists, across Republican and Democratic circles, it's hard to find anyone that wouldn't have expected that Iran would shut down and use the Strait of Hormuz as a choke point, that in fact, the Strait of Hormuz was really Iran's nuclear bomb, that if you wanted to create something that they thought was deterrence. I'm just interested in why you think this White House had none of that input or just disregarded that element.
I actually think it's quite clear. President Trump has said that he was forewarned that the Iranians were likely to shut down the strait. But he said that it didn't matter. And the reason that it didn't matter is that the administration thought that they could win a quick and decisive victory. They thought that they could launch, and when I say they, we're talking about the United States and Israel, which I like to refer to as the tag team. The tag team thought that they could launch a shock and awe strategy against Iran, which would involve decapitating the regime. And because that regime had so little support in the general population in Iran, the decapitation or the shock and awe strategy would lead to a revolution. The regime would be overthrown, and the new regime would either submit to our demands or the old regime would remain in place and just surrender. Those were the two things that they thought might happen. But the point is that this shock and awe strategy would produce a quick and decisive victory. And therefore, you wouldn't have to worry about the Iranians closing the straits. But what happened here, obviously, is that the shock and awe strategy failed, and we're now in a war of attrition. And in this war of attrition that we now find ourselves in, the Iranians hold almost all the cards, not us. And that's why we are in desperate straits.
It is interesting that President Trump said the opposite. We have all the cards and Iran has none. So I take your point. But another element here is other big global powers, China, Russia. How are they looking at this moment? Is China fearful of a more muscular United States willing to deploy power like this? Or is it basically applauding this moment as an opportunity for itself?
Well, I think from a Chinese point of view, one could argue that what's happening is manna from heaven, that this is a case of the United States, which says that it's...
Up until a certain point, America bringing about instability around the globe, specifically in the Asian markets, where China can now make tremendous gains, showing itself as a true stabilizer, okay, as a true reliable partner, is great. But if this war continues and Iran is destroyed in its entirety, and Iran in the process destroys the GCC productive capabilities, then China is fucked as well. For the record, it's less fucked than the rest of the globe, but it's still fucked. How though? What is China doing for stability? Great question. The answer is nothing. Okay, nothing. It's not doing a genocide in Gaza. It's not arming to the fucking teeth the country that's also doing a similar ethnic cleansing campaign in southern Lebanon. It's not violating international rules. It's unironically sitting around and consistently demanding that we go back to stability. Those are, I mean, that's it. That's a huge deal. Do you not feel like there's a huge deal for a global superpower? And on top of that, it's the monopoly producer of all the entirety of the fucking renewable energy movement. Like any country that now wants to electrify their grid, use photovoltaics, for example, they go to China. And all these countries are actually finding out that the only way to maintain energy sovereignty, to develop energy sovereignty and maintain energy sovereignty, is if they move towards renewables. Because what are they fucking supposed to do? You can't block out the sun, right? But you could have significant disruptions in terms of oil transfers, in terms of oil imports, especially when America is totally willing and totally able to do that, to blow up the entire region and destroy the global energy markets. It is, but why would I see it as a trustworthy partner to have? Buddy, all of these countries already see China as a trustworthy partner to have. They already, whether they trust China or not, work with China. It is, am I too conditioned in needing to have an empire superpower as boss? Yes, most likely. Anyway.
Principal threat in the world is China, and that its principal mission is to pivot to Asia and contain China, has now enmeshed itself in a war in the Persian Gulf that is causing it to pivot away from East Asia and weaken its containment strategy towards China. You want to remember that the United States is moving Patriot and THAAD missile batteries out of East Asia. This Marine Expeditionary Unit that has just been moved to the Middle East.
Crazy how the Democratic Party is allowing itself to be hijacked by moderates and neocons because of a fucking dumbass Twitch streamer who's at best simply slightly left to center. Okay, that I find a little bit fucking ridiculous. Okay, a fucking dumbass Twitch streamer and also slightly at best left to center. Jesus Christ. Don't do this fucking wishy-washy, mealy-mouthed way of defending me, okay? Be, like, you know, stand on your fucking convictions. Also, the Democrats are not being hijacked because of their fears of someone like myself. The party itself is abso-fucking-lutely. The party itself is totally dominated by these people. The party itself is totally dominated by these consultants. The party's ideological center is completely at odds with the moral center of the base.
Came from Japan. So what you see, Steve, is that the United States is actually weakening its military capability in East Asia. Again, we're pivoting away from East Asia, and this is manna from heaven for the Chinese. Furthermore, Chinese influence around the world is increasing. You remember I talked before about the ability of a state to project power around the world, to have an effective diplomatic strategy. If you look at the United States and you compare it to China in terms of state behavior, in terms of which state looks like a responsible stakeholder in the international system, it certainly looks like China is the responsible stakeholder. The Chinese look like they are the adults in the room. The United States certainly does not look like a responsible stakeholder. The Gulf states, the Europeans, our Asian allies are all questioning whether or not the United States is playing with a full deck. All of our allies around the world can't believe what we're doing. They fully understand that we are threatening the international economy. We are threatening to take the international economy off a cliff, which is going to have devastating consequences for every state on the planet. So when you think about where China stands versus where the United States stands in the eyes of the world, the Chinese have benefited enormously from this conflict.
UAE Ambassador to the United States, Yusuf Otaiba, just published an op-ed recently in the Wall Street Journal where he said you can't just, a ceasefire is not enough because you will leave.
Dude, the UAE stands up to Iran is my favorite. This is my favorite thing that has happened so far in the last fucking 36 days is the United Arab Emirates literally played a formative role in the Abraham Accords, was so deeply aligned with Israel from the start, actively fucking pressuring everybody else, okay? And now it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna destroy Iran, dude. Okay, you and what fucking army, dude? What are you talking about? A simple ceasefire isn't enough is so funny.
Iran not defeated, not crippled, able to do various things there. I'd just be interested to get your take on this because, you know, I think you said America has opened a Pandora's box of messes. Now many people in the region say, well, you got to continue what you're doing. Don't leave it like this. What are your thoughts?
I think this is remarkably foolish. Both the Saudis and the UAE have indicated that what they'd like to see the United States do is finish the war, go full bore and defeat Iran once and for all. First of all, we're not going to defeat Iran once and for all. And if we march up the escalation ladder, as they would like us to do, there is a very good chance that the UAE and Saudi Arabia will be destroyed as functioning societies. You want to understand that these countries depend heavily on desalinated water, and there are a handful of desalination plants in each of these countries that are big fat targets that the Iranians can go after. And not only can the Iranians go after those desalination plants, they can go after their energy infrastructure, they can go after their oil and gas infrastructure. They can destroy those countries. And if the United States begins to attack a broader set of targets in Iran, the Iranians, who have been playing tit for tat all along, have made it clear that they will destroy, or they will attempt to destroy, and I think they will destroy countries like the UAE and Saudi Arabia. So if anything, Steve, what the UAE and Saudi Arabia should be doing is telling the Americans to back off and to work overtime to come up with some sort of negotiated settlement to put an end to this war. These countries, the Gulf states that is, have absolutely no interest in seeing this war continue. They had no interest in seeing this war start in the beginning. And I just don't know what they're thinking when they're talking about getting America and Israel to up the ante.
You know, other parts of the dashboard of this conflict right now are what's happening in Lebanon, Israel's commitment.
Sneeko were more welcome than you? Yeah, Neera Tanden retweeting Sneeko but telling us Hassan is toxic, they have no principles. She has reposted Nick Fuentes, by the way. Again, these people don't care about where they're getting their allegiances from. Even if someone has like a brief moment to grift or a brief change of heart, like people who have literally denied the Holocaust, Neera Tanden is fine with and is happy to endorse because they're, you know, even for that brief moment, leaning into centrist democratic voices. And that's all she cares about. Neera Tanden is the former head of Center for American Progress. These guys they play a big role in basically alienating the left flank.
To essentially occupy parts of Lebanon, what's going on in Gaza. And I'm just interested in how you see the other dimensions of the Middle East beneath the Iran conflict that are also parts of the puzzle that are moving right now.
Well, let's start with Lebanon. And there are two dimensions to the war in Lebanon. One is the ground war, where the Israelis are attempting to take more territory. And I think many Israelis, especially on the right-hand side of the political spectrum, want to annex the southern part of Lebanon from the northern border of Israel up to the Litani River. And in fact, if you look carefully at what's happening in southern Lebanon at this point, the Israelis are suffering a series of tactical defeats. They are having one whale of a lot of trouble fighting against Hezbollah on the ground in southern Lebanon. And the idea that they're going to conquer all of southern Lebanon, I think, is wrong. And I think they're going to suffer a lot of casualties trying to do that. And they already are, of course. Second point I'd make is that by the end of 2025, it looked like Hezbollah had been defanged and that the Israelis had done egregious damage to Hezbollah's ability to fire rockets and missiles into Israel. So as you moved into this year, it looked like Hezbollah had been defanged and couldn't cause Israel any problems with its rockets and missiles because it had hardly any left. Israel had destroyed all of them. That has clearly not happened. And not only is Hezbollah firing rockets and missiles into northern Israel, and even as far as into Tel Aviv on a daily basis. But the Iranians are coordinating with Hezbollah, and the Iranians are firing missiles into northern Israel and into Lebanon itself. So the Hezbollah threat is there in spades. With regard to Gaza and the genocide, there's no question that the Israelis have slowed down the genocide. But if you look at their behavior, they're very interested, for sure, in cleansing all of Gaza of Palestinians. And they're pursuing a genocide in hopes that that will allow them to get all of the Palestinians out of Gaza, and if they don't get them out, murder them while they're in Gaza.
Why did the U.S. state media stop talking about the Iranian diaspora and protesters? They realized they lost them. It doesn't matter one way or another because the war is being waged right now. So they got their goals across. They were the tinder, you know. They lit the fire. It was enough justification for like the first week of incidents. And of course, they don't care. They don't care about Iranians in Iran. They don't care about the Iranian diaspora. America doesn't even care about its own soldiers. America doesn't care about its own citizens. America doesn't care about anything other than the interest of capital. Please understand this. Okay? Anyone and everyone is disposable. They will use the anger and resentment that the Iranians might have, or they'll greatly elevate that. They'll cause that resentment. They'll cause the material conditions, the deterioration of such, to cause that resentment initially, and then they'll turn around and use that instability as a reason for why they must bomb Iran. Obviously, if you're like, I don't know, if you're a little bit aware of the global war on terror or numerous other interceptions by the United States of America and numerous other interventions by the United States of America, right? You can look at that and go, oh, this is propaganda. I'm not biting in. I'm not eating this. This is bullshit, right? And then people for that week will yell at you. They'll say, oh, how dare you? How dare you claim that the diaspora is being used and will be discarded? Because remember, they did say that. They said that to me nonstop. And I stuck to my principles and even told the people in the diaspora that they were wrong for this advocacy, that they were totally wrong, and they would see the impact soon enough. They said I was, silencing their voices, right? But guess what? Their voices have been silenced at this point. They're not really talking about it anymore, right? Because they too recognize that America's goals here, nor Israel's goals here, were actually liberationist, emancipatory at all. They wanted to destroy Iran.
And we don't want to lose sight of the fact, Steve, that on the West Bank, the Israelis are launching pogroms on an almost daily basis because they're interested in ethnically cleansing the West Bank as well. So if you look at what's going on here with Israel, Israel is deeply involved in a conflict in southern Lebanon and with Hezbollah. Furthermore, it's involved in a genocide in Gaza. It's involved in pogroms on the West Bank. And furthermore, it's constantly attacking Syria. And on top of all that, it dragged the United States into a war against Iran. Israel is by far the most aggressive state.
Dude, the propaganda on diaspora is still in overdrive. It's insane. My mom says she saw on the news, Iran International, Voice of America, that Iranians actually helped the pilot evac Iran because they hate our government so much. Insanity, and there's no reasoning with the diaspora. That's unbelievable. That is actually crazy. Like, when does your mom not hear Donald Trump fucking saying stuff like, we're going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age?
In the Middle East, one could make an argument that it is the most aggressive state on the planet. This gets back to our earlier discussion of whether Iran or Israel is the greatest threat to stability in the Middle East. I don't know how anybody could make the argument that it's Iran. The answer is it's Israel. And most importantly, you want to remember that Israel is committing the greatest of all crimes, which is genocide in Gaza. And no matter what you think of the Iranian regime is not committing genocide.
It's a messy world, and that's why we always love talking to you. University of Chicago political science professor John Mearsheimer, thanks so much for joining us today.
It was my pleasure, Steve. Thanks a lot for having me.
So what's the bottom line?
That's such a funny way to end and begin this. Ooh, young voters, We haven't heard from like former Trumpies, or even like current Trumpies, honestly, on like what they're thinking about the Iran stuff as much. We haven't done a lot of hogwatch. My mom thinks the regime can somehow get wiped out in the process of the U.S. seeking out their own interests. That's insane, dude. Yeah, the only thing that's gonna get wiped out is their fucking relatives that remain on Iranian soil, and also thousands of years of cultural artifacts and the entire Iranian energy grid. The amount of fucking faith that these people put on a country that is a rogue state, two countries that are both rogue states, let's be real, is insane to me. I don't understand it. Where the fuck's this coming from? I wish I had faith in anything like the people, like the faith that like the Iranian diaspora places upon the United States of America and Israel. Right now, as we also 2 hours, only 26. It's over. It's over. It's over. New video is over. We tested it. It's done. Let me see what this new video, the American war against Cuba, what it's at. It's a 6 out of 10. Oh my God, no motion. Only, it's 10K likes. That's not bad. But it's a fucking 6 out of 10 on my end. That's crazy. Please go and watch. The Cuba dog was good. Were there English voice translation generated using AI? No. Why do you? It's literally voice actors. We hired voice actors to do it. Not entirely certain as to why you think it's AI. Not everything is AI. Okay, it's Easter Sunday. Chill. Maybe we should put Mini Doc in here too. Mini Doc. I'm busy watching your stream. Okay, true.
Israeli war with Iran has caused a rare rift among conservatives, with several influential figures on the right condemning the war in its early days. A recent Pew Research Center poll shows that while most Republicans do support the war, young Republicans appear to be an outlier. Only 49% of those under the age of 30 say they approve of the way that President Trump has handled the conflict. Turning Point USA, the organization founded by the late activist Charlie Kirk, has been key in organizing young conservatives, especially at their signature campus rallies. Our White House correspondent Liz Landers spoke to some of them at one such event right here in Washington last night. So Liz, tell us about the event, who you talked to, and what they had to say.
This was at George Washington University's campus, which is right here in the heart of Washington. This event was a conversation between Erica Kirk and White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt there. TPUSA has become a particularly powerful organizing tool for conservatives and the Republicans.
It's so cool that these fucking college campuses that, as you guys saw, were making it a nightmare for people like myself to speak, have no problem with the motherfucking press secretary and Erica Kirk coming onto campus. I could fill out a room like this with ease on any college campus around the country. Okay? Any college campus. And yet, as you guys saw, there was a room larger than this one at Stanford University that we were supposed to speak at. It sold out in like a minute. And the college literally turned around and was like, let's put you in a smaller fucking room. Just makes you think about how this stuff works, you know? I think people think that's a flex. It's not. You sound like Trump boasting about his crowd sizes. Oh my fucking God. You guys, the argument is literally about what college campuses are invested in ideologically, okay? Who they think is ideologically fine to appear on their campuses and who they want to not assist. School admins, unironically, are far, far more conservative than you would think. That's the point I'm making.
Party. They have more than 3,500 university campus chapters and more than 300 staffers. So we asked attendees who were in line waiting for the event what they thought about 1 month into this conflict, this war with Iran. As you might expect, several had the president's back.
I would say I confidently trust the president to handle his agenda and to handle any foreign policy affairs.
But others expressed opposition or even uncertainty.
We don't want them to have immense power that's going to hurt other people, but the way that it went about may not have been the right way of doing it. So I was very conflicted on, I guess, the means of participation that we've taken part in.
I aspire to join the Marines myself, and I think it's very good to serve your country. But I don't see this war as serving America's interests, certainly not its economic interests, political interests, social interests.
We need to focus more on the United States first. I think there's a lot of problems that could be solved in the United States before going into foreign conflict. To be honest, I think this was more Israel's fight than the United States.
To that last student there, Nassim, he's Iranian American. So he said that this is a complex issue for him. He has complicated feelings about it. But he said that he thought it was good that the Ayatollah was killed. And he said that his family also felt like they had, there was no tears, as he put it, that the Ayatollah had been killed at the beginning of this conflict. But as you heard him say there, he also wants the focus to be back on domestic issues in the U.S. I asked him if this conflict, this war, was going to impact his vote come November. He said probably not, that it's other issues that are going to more personally impact him that he's focused on.
That's interesting. With this being right there in the heart of the GW campus, I know you spoke to other students who weren't there for the event, but who also said that they opposed the war. What did you hear from them?
We walked by two young women who were milling about, walking around on campus in between classes, and they said that they were both unhappy that TPUSA was there and also were in opposition to this conflict with Iran. Take a listen to what Gabby told us.
We're committing war crimes, and it's being used, our dollars that we don't have. We're both full Pell Grant students who are here completely on financial aid. She doesn't have any right now. Mine is being cut. I'm deeply ashamed right now to be an American.
Gabby said that she watched President Trump's speech on Wednesday night, and she said that she was particularly offended by the phrase that he used, that he was going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages. She said that she thought that that was appalling.
Well, as you know, U.S. viewpoints on the Middle East have changed a lot over the years. Polls have shown young Democrats are increasingly less sympathetic towards Israel, but they're also starting to show a similar trend among young Republicans. What have you found out about that when you talk to experts?
We spoke with Shibli Telhami. He's a professor at the University of Maryland, and he also has been tracking and polling these issues with young voters for years now. He points to the war in Gaza in 2023 as a real important timestamp for when these shifting views on Israel started to come to more of the forefront, especially with Democrats and also these young Republicans. Listen to what he told us.
We've seen the gap between younger and older Republicans became huge, particularly in terms of justifying what Israel was doing in Gaza. And that has increased of late, particularly with regard to the Iran war, in large part because many of the podcasters and the commentary on the right, particularly the America First movement, have been highlighting the link between the Israeli aim to have war with Iran and the causes for the war, the U.S. going to war.
He attributes these shifts in attitudes for young Republicans in particular to two different things. He says, first of all, it's about the anger of the United States supporting Israel in that Gaza conflict starting several years back, that started during the Biden years, honestly. Secondly, he says that the America First platform, and you heard him talk a little bit about that at the end there, that Trump ran on promoting domestic issues here in the United States and no more foreign war intervention. And that was something that we heard from young people across the political spectrum yesterday, that they believed that Trump had broken that.
There's only one PBS that doesn't call the Gaza genocide a conflict, and that is the Piker Broadcasting Service, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you fund and support the Piker Broadcasting Service with your subscriptions for $6 a month, or for a free subscription in the form of a Twitch Prime. You can also support the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, for you the people, by you the people. Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, for tomorrow's news today.
that promise that he would not get the United States involved in any more foreign
Comrade,
wars.
thank you for the 10 gift
Such an
subs.
interesting look at how young voters are looking at this war. White House correspondent Liz Landers, thank you.
Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Right now, as we speak, there are 11.
All right, fuck it. Let's watch it. Hopefully, this doesn't cook my this doesn't cook the algo, but you know,
11 million people living 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America in a Caribbean island nation known as Cuba, experiencing a severe crisis. Everyday life is being brought to a screeching halt. There are nationwide blackouts.
Everybody, go turn it on. Fan channels, do not re-upload this. Okay? Fan channels, do not re-upload. Everybody, clippers, do not clip this segment. Okay? Everybody that's in here right now, all 32,000 of you, click on the YouTube video right now and play it on the side. Okay? Play it on the side because I really want to watch it. I really, really, really want to watch it. No, let chat watch it first and then watch it tomorrow. Should I skip it? Should I actually skip it? Should I not watch it today?
Right now, as we speak, there are 11.
Because I really wanted to do well. I wanted to do well so it gets in the fucking algorithm. I wanted to do well. Yes, you should skip it. Watch it tomorrow. Let chat watch it tonight. Yeah, I wanted to do well. What's up, guys? This is Sam. And I hear we're going to skip it. I'm Sam Piker. I just got back from Cuba. Al Jazeera posted. We'll just watch that. And then you guys can go watch it yourselves later. Not while on stream, obviously. But skip it. This content creator is problematic. Yo, watch the new HasanAbi vid. It mentions you. Here, I'll just show you the intro. I'll give you a teaser. Okay?
Right now, as we speak, there are 11 million people living 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America in a Caribbean island nation known as Cuba, experiencing a severe crisis. Everyday life is being brought to a screeching halt. There are nationwide blackouts caused by a total collapse of the country's electrical grid. There's a shortage of food and medicine. They can't pump drinking water. Cuba has been starved of the most important resource to make modern life work: oil. For over 60 years, the United States has maintained a trade embargo against Cuba. Under the embargo, it's nearly impossible for foreign companies to invest and do business in Cuba while trading with the United States. For years, I've wanted to visit Cuba. I wanted to learn about the problems caused by the embargo. I wanted to see a socialist society in person. Last month, I took the opportunity to go as a part of a humanitarian mission to bring aid that my government won't. I'd be accompanying Progressive International alongside hundreds of others from around the world. Activists, journalists, artists, and politicians will be coming to the island by boat and plane to deliver over 40 tons of necessary supplies, food, medicine, and medical equipment. Our first stop is Miami, Florida.
Is Delta United?
No, it's a special plane.
Oh.
It's just Terminal G is where they said we have to go to. Oh. Why do you do this voice? Shut up. Just watch. Skip it. He's anti-Semitic.
Shouts out the Co-Pink, Answer Coalition, Progressive International. They set up a flight with medical aid, solar panels, food, numerous things that the Cuban population desperately needs right now. We are basically the last leg of this international convoy that's coming from...
Anyway, that's all you get. That's all you get. 1 minute and 34 seconds. Okay? 1 minute and 34 seconds. Skip it. He's also a communist. That's all you get for now. Here, we'll watch the Al Jazeera video. What's up, guys? This is Sam Piker. Just got back from Cuba. We were on a humanitarian aid mission, and I saw firsthand the struggles of the Cuban population on the island. This is going through a massive energy crisis. The United States has had one of the most rigorous and over-encompassing sanctions regime on Cuba since Cuba had a successful revolution. Yeah, muting the YouTube player can kill engagement. Mute the tab instead if you're going to fucking play it on mute. And develop sovereignty for itself. However, the situation has gotten much worse in these past couple of months as Donald Trump came out and openly implemented a total blockade of oil.
Cuba's in its last moments of life.
Whether I free it, take it, I think I can do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth?
There's around 10 million people living on this Caribbean island, and there are rolling blackouts. Food is spoiling. Sometimes there's no running water. I mean, it's an absolute devastating situation that is totally man-made as a consequence of the American blockade. It's unbelievably cruel. So they're starving the hospitals. They're starving the entire energy grid. One of the things that was so shocking was if the electricity grid fails, you have to wait for the generators to turn on. There's like a 5-minute window talking to some of these doctors, and they were saying that, they have to hand pump the ventilators that children are on for the 5-minute period until the generators kick in. And sometimes the generators also run out of fuel. And when that happens, a surgeon that we were talking to basically said, look, we just sew up the patient and we try again afterwards. And then also getting to and from work is virtually impossible as well. The surgeon was explaining to me that because gas prices are so high, it's like you would have to pay more to go to and from work to the hospital than what you get paid by the government.
This is just the Al Jazeera Plus video about the trip, chat. This is not the actual documentary. The documentary we skipped because I don't want to watch it on stream right as it came out.
Tremendous medical research coming out of Cuba, especially in the field of biomedicine. They have been able to design new drugs like a lung cancer vaccine. I talked to a neuroscientist that was working on what is now.
The Al Jazeera audio is not bad because of Al Jazeera. It's because of my. It's bad because I fucked up and the mic. I'm out of focus. The mic is in focus, and I didn't even use the microphone. It's like the laptop microphone being used.
Known as the only real, active, successful treatment for Alzheimer's and dementia. It's currently being tested in Canada as well. I mean, these are incredibly impressive feats for any country, but it's exceptional when you think about the conditions that Cubans are subjected to and the restrictions that they have, even in the field of academia. Obviously, there's a lot of emphasis on education in Cuba, a lot of emphasis on providing healthcare. It's gas to the Cuban population through a queue system. Now that there's like tremendous shortages, people will go and purchase that gas and then they sell it in the black market. People are just like trying to do whatever they can to survive, right? But also there's a lot of solidarity as well, a lot of sharing, a lot of taking care of one another. One thing that I saw that was fascinating is people are always giving each other rides. There is also this shared struggle. Yes and no. So we were in Havana for the most part, so I can't speak for other parts, but Havana also has a lot of tourism. So there were markets that were open, although the pharmacies are not. And that's a real problem. And that is, from what I understand, a direct consequence of no distribution mechanisms being readily available. Like transit on the island is like almost completely shut down at this point. It's truly devastating. And when you can't transit goods, when you can't deliver goods, whether it be pharmaceutical goods or whether it be regular foods, people are not going to be able to get access to it. Prices are going to go up. There's going to be inflation. But as far as schools goes, I believe there was a nursing student that we interviewed, and she said that school was reduced down to 1 day for many of these places, depending on.
This is a different clip, not the dog. Just tune back in. Yes, this is not the dog.
The availability, depending on the energy grid, I think, and most importantly, due to how difficult it is to travel, there have been a lot of restrictions. What I've been taught about Cuba is that they're very, maybe sometimes to a fault, a little bit too orthodox in their approach to their economic system. I didn't realize that there was, a lot more private enterprise, and so I was a little bit surprised to see that, no, there are actually market reforms or a marketization initiative that's taking place. And the problem, of course, is that it's happening under this ruthless embargo, and therefore. The outcomes are disastrous, where it all of a sudden creates a class structure, and on top of that, it's virtually impossible to liberalize your markets in an appropriate way, in a sovereign way, in the most efficient way, without too much friction under the embargo, under these conditions, under the blockade. So I don't know where it'll go, but I do know that the government is a lot more open than I had previously assumed in terms of liberalizing, or in terms of market.
There are many Kanye Wests, or Ye.
Pepsi pulls wireless festival sponsorship over Kanye West booking. Bro, that's the other side of this, That's the other side of the story where it's like you got straight up people who are pro Hitler back in action, selling out fucking arenas, you know? It's actually crazy. Wait, what? Oh.
As he's renamed himself. Let's introduce him chronologically, starting with 2000, his debut album, College Dropout.
Didn't he apologize? Bro, that's crazy. Come on, man. Come on, buddy. But he apologized to a rabbi? Are we being for real? Are we being for fucking real, dude? Come on. I think you have to recognize something pretty significant here. I just think that people don't care. I think people don't care about anything. A lot of people unironically took the apology seriously. It's messed up. What the fuck? I'm just saying, like, I think cancel culture is like totally fucking fake. But he apologized and met with a bunch of rabbis and took all that shit back and donated a bunch of money. I still don't believe him, and I think he should remain canceled, but I think there may have been some underlying treatment, untreated mental health crisis. Yeah, that's fine. He met with a rabbi. It's good. I just don't think that like cancel culture is a real concept. It's only as real as you take it. Okay? It's only as real as you take it. If someone is actually pumping treats to the masses, that's all it takes. Right? If someone is pumping treats to the masses, that's all it is. That's all people care about. They don't give a shit about like cancel culture at all.
Got flashed by the paparazzi. Damn, these niggas back.
Is he gonna say it?
I hate these niggas more than a Nazi.
More than a Nazi! He's back!
Who's gonna tell him who Kanye is talking about? He's okay. Kanye and Ye are two different guys. I just, I told my coworkers about the Heil Hitler song months ago and they had no idea. The zoomed out shots make it look like an artistic comeback tour and the close-ups are a white Groyper convention riot. Yeah, this is the floor ticket experience of Ye's Night 2 show at SoFi Stadium. Would you have gotten these tickets? Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, Jason and Ron were there. They were. Oh, God. Oh, brother. I don't fucking know anymore. I just think that it's like not a woman in sight. Yeah. I just feel so strange constantly having to be like, I truly feel so odd thinking about how ridiculous it is that you got like formerly one of the most like influential artists straight up out of nowhere decide to be like an open Nazi and go through like a multi-year process of like highlighting and no one gave a fuck about anything if you got motion. I know, but it's just so strange because like for me, the way I see it is like, what am I supposed to do? Talk about anti-Semitism? Like, really? This is what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to talk about like, oh, well, nobody cares about anti-Semitism anymore. What are we doing? How am I supposed to be the guy who's like trying to push back against this shit when if you look at the mainstream media, for like the last 2 weeks, motherfuckers have been up my ass. Like you look at the ADL, you look at all of these other like institutions that are supposed to be dedicated, supposed to be tasked with like combating anti-Semitism. It's just like they keep attacking me. I don't know. Everything is so fucked. I do feel like I really do feel like it's like being the only adult in a room full of toddlers. I will say though, it is funny that he was, he did maximum damage and is such a hipster that the moment where like anti-Semitism was on the rise and it was super fashionable to be anti-Semitic, like openly, he turned around and was like, yeah, I'm done with this actually. It's too cool now. I'm good. It's mainstream now. I don't really fuck with this. He's always ahead of the curve, You need to realize people just don't give a fuck. Kanye's their favorite artist, and it will stay like that. Yes, he has some bad things, but also don't forget that he has some serious medical issues too. Combine that with losing his wife, not being able to see his children can take a toll on someone that's mentally ill. HasanAbi backstage with Ye. The conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism also is directly visible with Ye. Most of the people I saw voiced an objection to him and his album release. He's still getting reviewed. Are doing so over his anti-black stuff. The Nazi stuff is secondary now. When my wife divorced me, I also decided to stand Adolf Hitler. This is a normal part of the stages of grief. Yeah. I mean, look, I don't get it. Cause like he's had an extended bipolar episode for like that have played itself out very publicly for years, almost a decade. So it's kind of wild for people to still be like, well, he had deep issues. Like, yeah, I know, man. I know he did. I know, and probably still does. Bro might just be a bad person. I think he is. I do.
Which hip-hop fans say changed the course of popular music. Later came the appallingly anti-Semitic and anti-black Attention Seeker, who last year released a song called Heil Hitler, having begun to praise Hitler and deny the Holocaust on right-wing conspiracy talk shows. Then there's the Kanye who suffers from multiple personality disorders, which he says developed after a car crash. This January, Kanye apologized in the Wall Street Journal for his anti-Semitic comments, which he blamed on being bipolar. There's an easy answer to why Wireless, a hip-hop day festival in London, booked Kanye to headline this year.
Like, Kneecap can't get a fucking artist visa to tour in the United States of America. They've been actively prosecuted by the British government, dude. Like, think about that. My fucking friends, people that I know, have been prosecuted by the same government that's now allowing an American who just straight up was sig heiling and selling Nazi merchandise to come and headline a fucking concert. Like, what are we doing? It's so busted. Ain't nobody gives a fuck about anti-Semitism is my point. They only care about Israel, dude. These guys all exclusively care about Israel. They do not care about Jews at all. They do not care about anti-Semitism at all. It's so fucking strange to me that, like, no one recognizes inconsistency at all. Like, there's not any adults in any of these fucking countries, in the governments.
He hasn't performed in the UK for a decade, and his music is still hugely popular and therefore lucrative. But many say Wireless has put profits before principle. This afternoon, the main sponsor, Pepsi, pulled their support. And a reminder that music is rarely far from politics. The government could decide that Kanye isn't welcome here in the UK and refuse him a visa on the grounds that his presence would not be conducive to public good. The Prime Minister himself...
I don't know. I wish we could just be fair about it, right? Like, I wish we would just drop this shit then. You can say whatever the fuck you want. Just let it all out, you know? If I'm not even, like, demanding consistency. I'm not even saying, like, oh, dude, fuck it. Like, don't let Kanye perform in the UK. But it is unbelievable that there are still people who are trying to maintain the institutional institutional powers, the institutional stigma of anti-Semitism. They grab onto it and they use it exclusively against critics of Israel. What the fuck are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, ay. What am I, like, why am I the only one who seemingly cares about this shit? Like, all these other fucking outlets don't give a shit. What is this?
In, criticizing Wireless for booking Kanye.
Having someone who has repeatedly praised Nazism, praised Adolf Hitler, said that he was going to go to war with Jews. I think someone like that, his presence here would not be conducive to the public good. So I'm pretty surprised that the Prime Minister's issued this statement saying how concerned he is without backing it up with any form of action.
Wireless have yet to comment, but on their website say they deeply value diversity and inclusion. So what happens next? It's unlikely Kanye will pull out, but can he rehabilitate himself?
There needs to be some real effort from his part to really, like, put his 10 toes down to the ground and really speak to people that he's affected and really get that understanding.
And he's not there yet. He hasn't done that yet.
An apology is all well and good, but an apology means nothing if you don't do the work.
Kanye is calling this year a comeback, selling out a gig in LA on Wednesday. His visit to the UK could come down to the fans. Are they prepared to buy Wireless tickets, despite the controversy?
Yes, the answer is yes. It will sell out 100p.
I normally try.
Yeah. All right. Well, I got to get ready. I'm going to be in Michigan tomorrow, as you guys know. That's all I got for the day. And yeah.
A little bit.
I'm traveling to Michigan to appear alongside Dr. Abdul El Sayed. And I'm gonna be stumping for the first time. Oh shit, I forgot to watch the Meat Canyon video. And fuck it, let's watch the Meat Canyon video before I end it. How long is the Meat Canyon video? At least show me the parts that I'm in the Meat Canyon video and I can react to it and get angry. What is it? Meat Canyon. Let's see. What is the whole controversy? It says Discord mods are the worst. I assume this is the video.
Oi, love. Let's get in the back of the jam jar for a bit.
Discord mods are the worst. He fucking talks mad shit about it. Is that what it is? 20 minutes in, about to get both sides. I don't even think Meat Canyon is like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think he's like that at all. Like I say, he's homies with Noel Miller. So,
God, I've been lying to you because I like this girl in your Sleep Token Discord server. So, dude, just please stop. Stop trying to kiss me.
he's pals with haters of yours. I mean, yeah, but he's also pals with lovers of mine too. And also, you guys need to be fucking way chiller about the shit. Who cares?
Don't kick me.
Yeah, he's not a bad person. He's a nice person in general. He has a pretty solid politics.
I thought you were gonna treat me like a Chinese finger trap.
Konnichiwa.
Bro, he's not chill. Lamau, I don't care what you think. Watch all of it. It's epic. I can't watch all of it because I'm about to end it.
Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh. Don't hurt me. Look, man, the one time I leave my room without my rape whistle. Oh, God.
I don't have time for this.
Who's there? Terrence. What are you doing in my room, Huddle?
Terrence, shh. You gotta be quiet, okay? Just gotta be quiet.
Huddle, I'm sleepy. Huddle, get out of here!
Okay.
I want to sleep. I want to sleep.
Okay. Just please. Be quiet. What do you want? What can I do? You just gotta be quiet, please.
Fine. You can stay if you read me a bedtime story.
Which one?
That one right there.
This one?
Oh.
All right, fine, but we have to use our inside voices, okay? Okay.
Infinite
Jest. Terrence, what the fuck are you reading?
Job is activate smell-o-vision.
It's coming. It's coming.
Found you. What?
Osmongold brought you up in his stream again today. Dude is super annoying. Yeah, I know he is annoying because the whole thing is that he uses my name to clout chase and just clip farm. It's fucking bogus, man. Seriously.
Hassan's talking about you on a stream again? He's such a fucking parasite, guy. Seriously.
Yo, chat, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Can you guys excuse me for 1 second?
The clip farming's going great. We're gonna make so much money together.
Oh God, classic both sides. I mean, it's
yes,
funny.
my love, you're doing great.
Will you please kiss me to hold me over until stream is done?
Only if you kiss me.
Oh God, it's so politically it's cringe, but it's funny. It's
That's
whatever.
super hard.
Oh, centrist Andy over here.
Wait, who's this guy?
Yeah, who's he?
兄弟了，放我走，他们非要我看。
What the fuck are you saying?
Kaya, please!
I'm gonna talk about that later.
Oh, yeah, you gonna talk about it? You wanna hit it again?
Let me do one. Let me zap her.
哎呀，别惦记那只 Popper。等一下，我在讲中文啊。
Can we DoorDash something from Panda Express?
Oh, that sounds really good, baby. Kaya, what do you want from Panda Express?
John PG.
I can't hold it in any longer. You need to make love to me right now.
Oh, so gross. It's gross. It's gross to fucking put the. This is what people were freaking out about. Yeah, the whole. Oh, Hassan and Asmongold have a symbiotic relationship where they both benefit. Like, yeah, no, I'm definitely good on that.
Oh yeah.
Tap her again.
哎呀，我受够了这狗屁！
Wait, what are you doing now? The end. Jesus Christ, I'd kill myself too if I wrote that book. Are you sleeping? Or?
Is that it? At least you make Kaya speak Mandarin. That's it? Finish it? Meat Canyon lovers with Wendigoon, who's kind of like Southern coded Hassan that likes guns. You're in it again at the end, where it's a dog adventure reference. I demand compensation for this torture. Please pay my college debt. I mean, it's fine. Who gives a shit? It's like a hacky bit. Yes,
oh God, glad to be out.
How did we get outside? Who wants Panda Express? Oh yeah! Ow!
That's it. Yeah. Hassan and Asman are the same size of the Griff Spectrum slop. That's it. And Kaya is a Chinese asset. I mean, at least he made you Jack. Yeah. He got the nail biting though. That's true. He did. Did you do the voice? No, I did not. Designer brand on the t-shirt. Yeah, his art style is great. He is a very talented guy. And like I said, he's homies with Noel Miller. I'm sure his politics are not as like dog shit as the way he presents it here. And is not like, oh, these guys are both the same. It's just mostly, I suspect it's mostly just hacky shit, you know? He is talented, but this was atrocious. You guys need to be less serious about this stuff. The creator is Meat Canyon, and the video is Discord mods are the worst. Yeah. Noel Miller still fuck with you? Yeah. Is peanut? Yeah, is burnt peanut humor? A little bit. He had a video shitting on ICE. Chad is just being defensive of you. Yeah, no, it's the classic. It's the classic. Like, look, any content creator on the internet, okay, any content creator on the internet has to literally lean into the apolitical audience, and the best possible way to do the apolitical audience, the best possible way to farm an apolitical audience is by being like, I call balls and strikes. And obviously, you know, someone like Hasan is pretty much the same as someone like Asmongold, right? Like I'm above it all. Like that's the mentality that people present. But that's it. You know, it is what it is. He's a very talented guy, and I don't think his politics are anywhere near as like centrist as he presents it in that bit. He's not wrong about Chowder's annoyingly doing that. He's talking about you again all the time on both streams. Yeah. I made a whole video about XQC. You need to relax. Are we comparing my contributions to the American political sphere the same as like XQC's contributions to the gambling debt? XQC's contributions to child gambling? It's fucking insane. Don't lean into that. Don't forget to send everyone to your YouTube. Yeah, I'm not even annoyed by the Kaya thing. I'm annoyed by the Asmongold and Hasan are two sides of the same coin shit more than anything else. That's literally, that's the most annoying part about it. Anyway, watch the Cuba Doc chat. Go watch the YouTube video, the Cuba Doc. See you tomorrow from Michigan. I'm going to be in Michigan. Okay. And I'm going to be appearing alongside Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, Summer Lee, and many others, stumping for Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, who's running for Senate in the state of Michigan. Hope to see some of you chatters there. RSVPs have been full for a very long time, so I doubt you're going to be able to get in. I don't think so, but who knows? Maybe they're available. I'm going to be at MSU and University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. So, yeah, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully the world doesn't fall apart. Bye-bye.
My introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. Hustle people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There is again. Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving great names grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail. It's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you.